All right, just wanted to start with something a little bit more fun today. I was working on that this morning after waking up, and it's been a rough start to the day. But here we are. I've got some news rolling up at the top. I've got Steve on today, and of course we have our multi-cams, our Tel Aviv cams, our Beirut cam, Jerusalem, and the Western Wall cam, as well as Steve's wonderful analysis. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Carolyn Phelps. I appreciate it, Carolyn Phelps. Also, B Red Gemini, who says, seems weird BB's son hasn't posted on X in 6 days, normally post dozens every day before. I am not going to get, if you guys want to discuss it, that's up to you. I am not going to get into any more theories about BB or his family having something secretly wrong with them, having some either dead or injured. No, we have discussed it to the limit of my tolerance. Thank you so much, B Red Gemini. Thank you, Pete Finn, our member. Thanks, Infinity HD. Who says, really weird thing on flight radar, Italy Air Force plane over Italy that took off from Beirut Airport. Isn't Italy working with the U.S.? I can't really speak to that. I'm not a flight radar expert, so with something like that, I usually defer to the experts I follow who, if they notice something really they think is really noteworthy, they'll talk about it. I haven't seen mention of this. But if people want, they can go over to flightradar24.com and check it out. You can go to flightradar24 and check it out yourself. Looks to me like the top tracked flights on Flight Radar 24 now are pretty much the U.S. tankers. Thank you so much to Infinity HD. Thank you, Zachary Oliver Music. The North Korea missile launch was, I want to say, like 12 hours ago or something. They launched some missiles apparently to protest U.S.-South Korea joint military exercises. Thank you, Pete Finn. Thank you, Crazy Yoda, as well. No, I have not seen that France is sending 10 warships to help in the Strait of Hormuz. I have not seen that report. Here, I looked it up. It says 5 days ago, President Macron said France will send 10 warships to the eastern Mediterranean, the Red Sea, and the Strait of Hormuz. Did he say when that's going to happen? I'm seeing an article about it from 5 days ago. The article doesn't say anything about the specifics. Again, President Macron spoke about it 5 days ago. I don't have any specifics on that. I don't know when they'll get there and where exactly they're all going. That's the best I can tell you. According to the New York Times, they're supposed to go to the eastern Mediterranean, the Red Sea, and the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you so much, Crazy Yoda. When will there be new alerts? That I cannot predict. Our viewer, Just Ducky, says, how about some minesweepers instead of more warships? I was reading an article yesterday that said, oh, it looks like a plane is coming in to the Beirut airport. That plane is on Flight Radar 24, and it is a plane from Istanbul to Beirut. It is Middle East Airlines MEA, which is it's a Lebanese airline. Well, it's not Moments Ago that's live, by the way, but that's what it's on Flight Radar. Coming in from Istanbul. Vivid UAP is watching from Germany. Thank you to Fast Peak. Thank you, Allie B from Tennessee. Thanks to I Voted for Trump. Thank you to Black Country History Hunter, who says if major oil infrastructure gets destroyed, it's not a quick fix. Refineries, pipelines, and export terminals can take years to rebuild. By the way, I was going to mention, thank you so much, Black Country History Hunter. I was going to mention, I was reading an article about the minesweepers, and I think it was in The Economist, and it said that before, so there's reports that Iran has put a small amount of mines in the Strait of Hormuz. For mine-sweeping boats to work, I think it was The Economist said, you would first have to attack the risks to the minesweepers. Like you'd have to take out missile launch positions and positions from. You'd have to make sure that Iran couldn't attack the minesweepers. So you'd have to do whatever you'd need to do militarily to stop them from, say, launching drones or missiles or whatever at those minesweepers before the minesweepers can operate. N12 says report of a wave of attacks in Tehran. So reportedly more strikes going on there. Oh, also, N12 says Kuwait's aviation authority announced Iranian drones attacked the capital's airport and damaged the radar system at the Kuwait airport without causing any casualties. I don't know what the extent of the damage is at the airport, to the radar system there. More rain. More rain. thanks also voted for Trump and Soji and Butter Nuds. Thank you. What's the latest on Karg Island? I don't have any more today on Karg Island. President Trump announced last night that the U.S. had attacked military targets on Karg Island. Remember, about 90% of the oil from Iran ships out of Karg Island. President Trump has threatened to attack the oil infrastructure on Karg Island if Iran doesn't stop, if Iran doesn't open up the Strait of Hormuz. There's speculation that maybe these new thousands of Marines that are being sent to the region might end up trying to take over Karg Island, but we don't know. I haven't really heard of anything big and new today on Karg Island. We have to wait and see what happens with it. Hold on a second here. By the way, Karg Island is still functioning today. So AP says, according to tanker trackers, 2 tankers were loading oil on Karg Island today, hours after the U.S. said it struck Iranian military facilities there. Reuters says Karg Island, where U.S. forces destroyed military targets, is the hub for 90% of Iran's oil exports and has long been seen as a key vulnerability that would provoke a severe response by Tehran if attacked. Even minor disruptions at Karg Island could further tighten global supply, adding pressure to an already volatile market, says Reuters. They talked to one industry expert who said, you take out Karg infrastructure, then you take out 2 million barrels per day out of the market for good, not until the straits get fixed. Iran's armed forces said today any attack on Iran's oil and energy infrastructure will lead to attacks on energy infrastructure owned by oil companies cooperating with the U.S. in the region. Patrick Dahan of Gas Buddy, a fuel price tracker, said, I'm very concerned it elevates the temperature and Iran has less to lose and it seems to escalate. Iran, when backed into a corner, is highly emboldened to act, he said. Karg Island is in waters deep enough to enable the docking of tankers that are too large to approach the mainland's shallow coastal waters. I want to mention that again. Kind of turn the sound down a bit. It's so loud. Again, Reuters says Karg Island sits in waters deep enough to enable the docking of tankers that are too large to approach the mainland's shallow coastal waters. Much of the oil shipped from Iran via Karg Island goes to China. Oh, was that another strike? Did we just see a flash? Or was that light? That might be lightning. Wonder if it was lightning. I don't see the camera really moving around. Let's see here. Iran is the third largest OPEC oil producer, pumping about 4.5% of global oil supplies. Thank you, Michael Mitchell, for your support. Thanks, Jen Xer. Jen says, USA destabilizes world economies, now wants them to fight his war and open the strait. Thanks, Scott Beck. I have no new updates on yesterday's reported troop deployments to the region. I've seen no major updates about that today. Reportedly, roughly 2,000 Marines and roughly 2,000 supporting naval sailors are going to the region. We're not sure for what. Some reports say they'll be there in a week or two. They're going from Asia, I believe, but I have not seen any major reports on that today. Thank you, Kevin Bond. I appreciate it. The David Holland, thank you. Thank you, voted for Trump. Hang on a moment here. According to AP, it's roughly 2,500 Marines will be sent. They say elements from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit and the amphibious assault ship USS Tripoli have been ordered to the Middle East. Marine Expeditionary Units are not only trained and equipped to conduct amphibious landings, but also specialize in bolstering security at embassies, evacuating civilians, and disaster relief. It is unclear if they will be involved in some sort of ground operation. The forces, that Marine unit, as well as the Tripoli and other amphibious assault ships carrying the Marines, are based in Japan and have been in the Pacific Ocean for the past several days. What's burning is we saw some strikes over the last couple hours, so I assume it's from that. That would be my assumption. I think maybe we weren't seeing it because of the rain and clouds, but we saw strikes before. Stumpy Stump says, lesson here is for every country to get off oil for power needs. There was a rocket alert in northern Israel, which is no longer on the map. I am just checking for updates here. Thanks also to Tina Scharfeld from Romania. Thanks for watching from Romania and supporting the channel. Our viewer Raju Nair says this is going to be another Iraq. Mass V says this is going to be a huge blow to U.S. power in long term via the petrodollar. Spartiate says Bay of Pigs invasion Iran version coming soon. Mona says Iran just keeps throwing crap at a wall to see what sticks. Scott said Iran will only let ships pass. Scott Johnson, Iran will only let ships pass in Strait of Hormuz if they pay in the Chinese yuan. There was an unconfirmed report about that yesterday. CNN had claimed that yesterday. That was being discussed. Let's see if I can find the report. CNN said yesterday that a source said Iran is considering allowing a limited number of oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz if the oil cargo is traded in Chinese yuan. They said international oil is almost entirely traded in dollars. I'm not familiar with the background on all that. I asked AI about this, Gemini AI about that yuan story. It said for over 50 years, the global oil trade has been dominated by the US dollar. By forcing payments in yuan, I don't know if that's really happening, Iran is attempting to strike at the financial architecture of American power rather than just military targets. More rain coming. Thank you to by the way, Terry Murphy. Terry, I haven't seen any big updates on that cyber attack days ago that an Iranian hacking group carried out a cyber attack on this American medical device company. I haven't really seen big updates on that. We talked about that several days ago. Yesterday, the company said that the cyber attack disruption was still continuing. The Wall Street Journal said the hackers were retaliating on behalf of Iran. Actually, that story was 2 days ago. 2 days ago, they said that the disruption was continuing. Actually, you can go to the Stryker site and get their update. Even yesterday, they said they are responding to a global network disruption to our Microsoft environment as a result of a cyber attack. We have no indication of ransomware or malware and believe the incident is contained. So you can check out their updates on their Stryker.com website. Thanks also LARNCM for the memberships. I really appreciate that. And also Hellwolf for Liberty, thank you. And Scott Beck, thank you. Scott thinks this may drag out for months because the IRGC may be too entwined into the country to ever be ousted. I can't speak for what's going on in the country. There haven't been any kind of reliable reports of mass defections or anything. So, again, I'm not on the ground there. But I would say the general consensus right now is that it doesn't seem like it seems like the regime is holding control of the country. Oh, hey, look at this, guys. Nancy Mace just posted. Now, I don't know if she's referring to something new. Is this new? Hold on. Where is this? New post from Congresswoman Nancy Mace. Look what she said 1 minute ago. Shout out to Jamie Dupree for pointing this out. Hold on. That's not what I wanted to show you. Nancy Mace said 2 minutes ago, news tonight is that 2,500 Marines are heading toward Iran. I have a lot of thoughts about what comes next, but tonight is not the night for that. Tonight is for prayer, for those Marines, for their families, and for the safety of every American in uniform. God bless them all. Does it kind of sound like she knows more than she's letting on? Am I wrong? Yeah, supposedly it's going to take them days to get there because they're heading from Asia. But doesn't that seem like maybe she's... Again, this story came out yesterday. So now maybe she's just reading the story now. Feels to me like there's more here maybe than meets the eye. Some of the viewers think she's not credible. Others think there's more to this. DJ thinks it means nothing. Cheps thinks it sounds like vague posting. One of our viewers, Amy, says you can read it 2 different ways. No, it's Marines. There's a couple thousand Navy sailors that are supposed to be going with them. So again, I don't know. It's like something or nothing. Is it just a post about the news from yesterday? Or is it that, like one of our viewers said, you can read it different ways? And also she says, I have a lot of thoughts about what comes next, but tonight is not the night for that. What does that mean? Right? Fofer thinks it's a "Don't forget about me today" tweet. Thank you, Becoming Becca, for watching from Ireland. Remember what Lindsey Graham said today, too. Lindsey Graham said today Iran's attempt to close the Strait of Hormuz is done at its own peril. Um, President Trump's decision to take the war to Karg Island, the crown jewel of Iran's oil and gas economy, was necessary, bold, and in my view, highly effective. This will help shorten the war. Then he says, seldom in warfare does an enemy provide you a single target like Karg Island that could dramatically alter the outcome of the conflict. If Iran loses control or the ability to operate its oil infrastructure from Karg Island, its economy is annihilated. He who controls Karg Island controls the destiny of this war. Semper Fi. Motto of the Marines. Does he know something? One of our viewers says, is it a war, Lindsay? Yeah, he is using the word war. Diana thinks he's a warmonger. Thanks, Officer Larry, who thinks it's going to be another D-Day. Well, I don't know. I don't know how many forces Iran is going to have on that island. I'm assuming Iran's not going to put a lot of forces there. I don't think Iran thinks it can conventionally defeat the U.S. militarily. But maybe they'll try to, I don't know what they'd do. I don't know if they'd really challenge an invasion or maybe try to target the island after the U.S. establishes itself there. I don't know. Thanks. Shout out to all of our moderators. Again, I really appreciate you being here. Robert's May Queen over there on YouTube. Ruth has been there too. Thank you so much to them. Linda Belk, Larry and Misha on X, on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, McBridges, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Thanks also Captain Ferret on Twitch too. Kepu Laikepi. Thank you on Twitch. Also, anonymous gifter on Twitch. Oh, I got a little behind on Twitch. Danny9293. Thank you on Twitch for your support. Thanks Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley for moderating on Facebook. Paul Anderson is moderating. Thanks Christy Claff for subscribing. Thanks Teppy9076, who says, do you think we will have another gas shortage like we did in the 1970s? This is not really my field. I do know that the U.S. produces more than it used to. So my sense is that the risk is more that the prices go up. But I don't know exactly. Right, yeah. The U.S. is the world's leading oil producer now. So that's my sense. Again, I'm not an expert in this, but my sense is it's more about, for the U.S., it's more about prices going up than not having gas. So like I just to do it, I know that AI is not perfect, but I asked Google Gemini AI, and it said that in the 70s, the U.S. was a massive net importer of oil, and now it is a net exporter of petroleum products. And that its dependence on Persian Gulf oil is significantly lower than it used to be. However, the U.S. is still a net importer of crude oil. There's like different things with types of oil and that kind of thing. They say we export our light crude because many U.S. refineries are specialized to process heavy crude oil. And Gemini says that means we are still tied to the global market price. Again, I am not an expert in this, but that is my sense, that it's more about the concern is more price hikes than literally not having gas, at least at the moment. Thank you, Shaft. Shaft thinks that the U.S. is going to seize Karg Island. Thanks also FlesherNet for the memberships. Michael Big Dog from Australia, thank you. And thanks for your support and for shouting out the mods FlesherNet. All right, let's see here. Faytux News found a story in Semaphore where Semaphore is reporting that Israel told the U.S. this week that it is running critically low on ballistic missile interceptors. The story says that Israel had entered the current war already low on interceptors fired during last summer's conflict with Iran. Oh, that's interesting. There's another part of this article which I didn't see. CNN had a story how Iran's use of cluster munitions is challenging Israel's air defenses. I believe it said that the cluster munitions in Iranian missiles, where you have multiple munitions within a single warhead, could make the depletion worse of interceptors. The Semaphore story says the U.S. says they're not running low on their own interceptors. Anyway, something to keep an eye on. It was anticipated that after weeks of this conflict, you would have a situation where the U.S. and Israel are running low on interceptors, and also Iran would be running low on, say, missiles. We were reading articles about that before the war broke out. The Kuwait just said that their air defense systems have detected and dealt with 2 drones that targeted the Ahmad al-Jaber Air Base in Kuwait, resulting in material damage within the base's vicinity. I can't tell you what that damage is specifically. Interestingly, Michael Horowitz, who I follow, who is a geopolitical analyst, he asks, why would adding cluster munitions make the depletion of the... Why would using cluster munitions cause more interceptors to be used? It's an interesting question. I don't know enough about it. Because I guess the idea is that the interceptor is going after the missile when the cluster munitions are still all in the warhead. What's happening now? Was there a new strike? What are we seeing on the camera? The camera is moving over here. I don't know. I'm not seeing any smoke come up. Was there a flash? Did you guys see a flash? Now the camera's going back. This is the AFP feed. We saw a couple strikes earlier. I believe the smoke is coming from one of them. Thank you, Jorthio. I appreciate it, Jorthio. Also, Scott Beck for the memberships. Thank you, Scott. Also, 21. 21 says, so are we attacking? We are attacking Iran so Israel can attack Lebanon. Well, what happened is after the start of the conflict, Hezbollah, was there a flashback there? Hezbollah started launching rockets at Israel. Hezbollah is supported by Iran. So now Israel has started launching a bunch of attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Axios last night claimed that Israel was planning a major ground invasion of Lebanon. Thank you so much, 213811. No, the camera is not muted, but I have it turned down because the rain can get pretty loud. I think we should do another poll. Why don't we? I had another poll I wanted to do. People always want more polls. Okay. We're going to try another poll right now. But I have a little intro to the poll. I'm going to turn this down for a second. We're going to do another poll. I'm going to explain the poll. I saw an interesting question online, which I thought would be a good poll for you. So you may have noticed we do have a sponsor for this episode, who is Kalshi, which is an online prediction market where you can trade on the outcome of future events. But you can also go to Kalshi and just see how people are thinking about different questions. So there was a market on Kalshi that I was like, I wonder what our viewers would think about this. I just want to show you that. And then we'll do a poll and see what you think about it. And the question was about whether people would visit Iran, whether President Trump would visit Iran, and whether people like Pete Hegseth would visit Iran. So I was going to see what your thoughts are on this. So right now on Kalshi.com, will Donald Trump visit Iran before January 1st, 2027, before June 1st, 2026, and before April 1st, 2026? Now, you might think this is crazy. I had a thought on this, which is just... some people are saying, why would he visit? Visit for what? And that was my thought when I first saw this question. But I also thought President Trump likes doing big things. Remember when he had the summit with Kim Jong-un? There were people who said, oh, that will never happen. And then he did a summit with Kim Jong-un. So I certainly understand the thought that like it would never happen. But it's a thought. So, but there's another one. There's another one, which is the other one was other people. So I'll see what I want to see what you guys think about this. There's also this one, which is who will visit Iran before July? And they have some different, on Kalshi, different questions. But Pete Hegseth is 9%. Now, another thought I had here is a lot of times when the U.S. is fighting a war somewhere, you have this situation where like somebody from like someone from the administration will show up like unannounced to visit the troops and say hi. So I didn't know if that's something that Hegseth could do. And also I feel like Hegseth is someone who likes likes supporting the military and stuff. Anyways, so you can see it's 9% that Hegseth would go before July, and 10% that Rubio would go before July, and they have other people too. So I was going to ask you guys about Hegseth. I'm going to do a poll and ask you guys about Hegseth and see what you think about that. Anyways, so the last thing I'll say before we do our poll is thanks to Kalshi for sponsoring. And the one last thing I want to mention is that you can go to kalshi.com/agenda-free and get a $10 credit to trade on any market of your choosing, if you want to. Now I'm going to do the poll. And the poll is, will Pete Hegseth visit Iran during this conflict? I'm not even going to put a date on it. I thought that was an interesting question. Will Hegseth visit Iran during this conflict? All right. I just posted it in YouTube. I am posting it on Twitch right now. Will Hegseth visit Iran during this conflict? Now, granted, so he could visit. This is not about him visiting the troops per se, because he could visit the troops in another country. This is specific to Iran. So we're not asking if he's going to visit them in the UAE, although that's also an interesting question. But that would, again, it's an interest. You would need some place in Iran for them to visit. What if the troops take over Karg Island? That's a whole other thing. So there's visiting the region, but there's also visiting Iran. I would think visiting the region is more likely than visiting Iran. Let's see here. All right, I'm posting it on Twitch. Now I'm going to post it on Facebook. Visiting the region is also an interesting question. Another interesting question would be, this would be another one. I can't ask too many questions. Another question would be, will President Trump visit the region but not Iran? Would Trump just show up and visit the troops? That's another question. Say in the UAE or some other place where they might, or Israel or some other place where they might be located. Or visit a ship. That would be another thing, that one of these people would go to like an aircraft carrier or something. Anyways, let me post this. We did a poll earlier in the broadcast. Will the U.S. try to take over Karg Island? And about 80% of you said the answer was yes on all the platforms. Richard said, why would he go during the conflict? Again, I feel like it's not an uncommon thing for a representative of the administration to go visit troops during a conflict. All right, here's what people say. Is it just going to be zero? Are 0 people going to say yes? Let's see. Maybe I found the question of more interest than anybody else did. Okay. All right, so here is the YouTube vote. This is interesting. Given what the chat was saying, I thought it was going to be about 0. We now have 25%, 24% on YouTube say that Hegseth will visit Iran during this conflict. It also could be like a show of strength kind of thing. If we have some troops, for example, on Karg Island. Riri Patton says Trump visited troops at Christmas one year in the Middle East. All right, so what is the Twitch vote? Let's see. Facebook right now is 31% yes, 69% no. All right. Again, from the comments in the chat, I thought it was going to be 0. I feel like we have a silent yes minority. Over on Twitch, 13% on Twitch say yes, 87% say no. The other way that Iran could happen, another way somebody could visit troops, is if there's going to be some kind. Remember, multiple experts have said that if you're going to free up the Strait of Hormuz, I've seen multiple articles that said this, where experts said you need, if Iran is not going to agree to it, then you need to control the coast of Iran. You would need a ground operation to control the coast of Iran so that they couldn't fire on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So that would be another way for American troops to end up in Iran, is that kind of ground operation. I guess another way of asking, another question is like, if it's after the conflict would be a different question. Anyways. I'll be looking and seeing if anybody is going over there. Oh, thank you for voting in our poll. I realize there's all these different permutations. I'm not going to ask it right now. Maybe in the future I'll ask one which is like, do you think Trump will just visit the troops, period, which doesn't have to be in Iran? Larry Clark says yes after. Red Squirrel says troops need support. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. I don't mean to linger on this. I just think it's an interesting question. Maybe I'm playing devil's advocate here. How about this? So 80% of you, when we did our poll earlier, about 80% of you who voted in the poll said you thought the U.S. was going to try to take over Karg Island, right? So, and that could happen pretty soon. So most of you think that's going to happen. So if the U.S. takes over this island about 15 miles off the coast of Iran, and President Trump has made a big deal of talking about Karg Island and threatening Karg Island, right? You don't think there's a chance, a decent chance, that either Trump or someone like Hegseth or some member of the administration would go and visit Karg Island if for weeks U.S. troops are sitting on Karg Island? Does that seem that crazy? I don't know. Gary Baines says Vance. Abel thinks someone will visit. Michael Avery says if the U.S. takes it over, Karg Island, it's then the U.S. and not Iran? Anyways, we'll have to see what happens. Dwight says it would be a major target. No way. Carl says they're more likely to visit in Qatar or Jordan. Binary Hex says it won't be safe enough. TTH says Karg Island is such bait. Ripster thinks it's crazy to say that. We'll see what happens. Token J thinks it will be under constant attack if U.S. takes it. Remember, most of you, we did a poll earlier, and about 80% of you said that the U.S. was going to take the island, try to take control of the island. We'll see what happens. I will say this. I think a lot of you think that this will never come up. I wouldn't be surprised if this came up later. I don't think it's crazy. One of our viewers says, Angamarand says it would be a huge flex to have our leaders get that close and get them back alive. One of our viewers says, will the war be over? Fabiello says, will this war be over before the end of the month? You know, something else, though, is a few months ago, I think most people would have found it unlikely that Iran was going to be, even a month ago, because this has been going on, we're in our third week, even a month ago, I think a lot of people, if they told you, oh, within a month, Iran will have closed the Strait of Hormuz, a lot of people might have thought that quite unlikely a month ago if somebody told you that. Hey, within the month, Iran will have closed the Strait of Hormuz. Giorgio said Trump made a single trip since October 2025. I doubt he'll be doing more than 4 or 5 trips this year. Hey, thank you, Sue Ellen Peters. Sue Ellen says, remember Bush visiting the troops in Afghanistan. I'm looking up online and it says that George W. Bush twice made surprise visits to Afghanistan to support the troops and bolster the Afghani government. It's a bit different, though, because he was trying to bolster the Afghani government. Volstad thinks the issue with Karg Island is that the U.S. uses large munitions meant for single targets. Iran will be defending the island with countless speedboats that can't all simply be targeted with MQ-9 Reaper, for instance. You know, something I'd like to, I'm going to be looking for expert military analysis on the Karg Island situation, is if the U.S. were to try to take Karg Island, how vulnerable would the U.S. troops be to attacks as they're sitting there on Karg Island, 15 miles off the coast? And how about U.S. ships sitting in the water there? Tim Graham thinks extremely. Cowboy, our viewer, thanks, Cowboy. Cowboy says, will Iran bomb Karg Island if U.S. takes it over? By the way, if you want to see it, the Institute for the Study of War has a map of the strikes on Karg Island. I think this is based on the video that came out. The U.S. struck over 90 military targets on Karg Island. But I think maybe, yeah, because we saw on the video that was released, we saw a strike at the airport here. So see, this is a refinery right here. Karg Island Oil Refinery. Export terminal, hovercraft base, airport, targeted radar site. There was a targeted radar site. Also, I believe there was a targeted air defense complex. Yes, this is targeted air base, targeted air defense site here and here, it says. I'm going to post a link to this map and you guys can look at it if you want. I actually think the Karg Island story is a huge story because I do think there's a at least decent chance of President Trump taking military action against Karg Island, either if he were to destroy the oil infrastructure, that would have an enormous impact because that's about 90% of Iran's oil goes through there. If he tries to take it over, that's a whole other situation. But those are enormous escalations. And President Trump was threatening it yesterday, and he's sending more Marines there. I don't think this is some kind of, like speculation about some highly improbable event. One of our viewers said, Popper said, you know what is protecting Karg Island? If they attack it, every refinery in the Middle East will go up in flames. It's deterrence, not the SAM sites. Yeah, so I mean, it's an interesting point. Is Iran holding back on attacking certain targets in the Middle East that it would then attack, say with drones, if Karg Island was attacked by Trump? Perfectly good question. I don't know the answer to it. Creative Thomas says, what's even the point of taking it? Bomb all the harbors and it's useless. The downside is, one big downside is that you're crippling the economy. If you think there might be regime change in Iran, if that's something you're seriously considering, it would really hinder the next regime or the next government because you've just enormously damaged Iran's economy for the future for a while. That is a downside. Thank you, SK Rain, our new member. Thanks, Benny Hill. Benny Hill says, I think most of the humans, according to that poll, have had enough of instruments of death being used over good old music with lyrics. Thank you also, Tiberius Rex. Tiberius thinks that Iran says ex-military, Iran can fire 500 drones a day at Karg Island without touching their stock 40,000 plus stockpile. I don't know if they have that many, but imagine hell on earth. Yeah, look, I mean, I was just talking about that. I don't know to what degree U.S. soldiers would be like a sitting duck target on Karg Island. I would assume if the U.S. were to try to take Karg Island, you would need to bring air defense capability there. Thanks, Zetheus Official. any validity to the statement the USA is running out of missiles in the Middle East to keep fighting? I don't know the situation currently with U.S. munitions. President Trump has said it's fine. You can find many articles that were written before this war that said it would be expected that within weeks, the U.S. and Israel would run low on munitions. They would also run low on interceptors, and Iran would run low on missiles. That's the best I can tell you. As to how much that is happening, I don't know. But to me, that was entirely many analyses said that. On the screen, I believe, is the remnant of it's smoke from some earlier Israeli attack on a Hezbollah, one or more Hezbollah targets in Beirut. Chef says they can't produce as many Tomahawk missiles as are being fired. Lights out says mountains full of ammo. Sheppy guy says, let's hope it doesn't turn into a fight for Karg Island. Again, Karg Island, about 90% of the Iranian oil exports go through there. It is deep water around it, which allows tankers to load to load oil there, which they cannot do on the coast of Iran, on the Gulf Coast of Iran. The New York Times says the last time Karg Island came under significant fire was during the Iran-Iraq War in the 80s. Saddam Hussein conducted heavy bombing raids, had the Iraqi military bomb it, and caused extensive damage, but Iran rebuilt the facilities. Ooh, I'll turn the volume up a little bit. We have no volume. Did I? Oh, I think I turned the sound down while I was talking before. Didn't I? Is that what I did? No, the volume's on. It's just quiet. By the way, don't forget about Keshem Island. Keshem Island. I saw Tom Rogan, who's a journalist, was mentioning yesterday he thought that the U.S. could maybe try to take Keshem Island, which is an island in the Strait of Hormuz, which I think has about 150,000 residents. But if you're trying to free up the Strait of Hormuz, don't forget about Keshem. There's Keshem Island right there. Right there. So could we see some kind of... Now, there's also these other islands, too. Could we see... There's Hormuz Island. Could we see U.S. try to do something with these islands? but it's right there in the Strait of Hormuz. So this is bigger than Karg Island is about 5 miles by 3 miles. Keshem Island is about 60 miles long. I know it can seem smaller. It's about 60 miles long. One of the viewers mentioned this yesterday when you're talking about the coast. As I mentioned, a number of experts have said, well, if you're going to open up the Strait of Hormuz, you need to take the coast, the Iran coast. Otherwise, they can just attack boats from the coast. But this is a long coastline. This is 60 miles long, this island. It seemed to me that if you're trying to take the coast, that would be a huge operation. In March 7th, by the way, one of the viewers asked about a desalination plant. On March 7th, the government of Iran, says Wikipedia, claimed that the water desalination plant on Keshem Island was bombed by the U.S. military. The U.S. and Israel and the UAE all denied striking the plant. Thank you, S.K. Rain. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth from the Netherlands. I don't know if the same people voted. There might have been different people voting in the first and second poll, Lidwine Elizabeth. That I cannot be sure about. Thank you, Dodeal 04M. Thanks, Eric Bush, who says, if Hegseth visits Iran during the conflict, it's because he's trying to prove he's manly and not for any other reason. Thank you, One Axe CD, who mentioned a report on stockpile depletion. Thank you, One Axe CD, for your support. If you want to read it, where is this here? I don't know what JINSA is. JINSA is, J-I-N-S-A is the Jewish Institute for National Security of America. And they posted a New York Times article from February 27th that cited a 2025 report by JINSA as part of an article. And on February 27th, the New York Times said, Israel facing prospect of a war with depleted missile defense. Yeah, as I mentioned, there were a number of articles I've looked at and a number of analyses before this war that said if this goes on for weeks, the U.S. and Israel will start running out of interceptors, and Iran will start running out of missiles. I remember talking about this on the air. There was a specific article. I remember the Wall Street Journal had an article about this. Oh, was this during the conflict or before? Maybe it was like the first week of the conflict. I think that was the first week. Yeah, so where is it here? Well, this is a bit different. On March 2nd, there was an article in the Wall Street Journal, Gulf states in race against time to repel Iran's onslaught. Only so many air defense interceptors are available to Gulf states to knock down. Oh, that's about drones, an almost limited number of drones. That's different. Where is the other one? There was a different article, I swear, about this. But there's been all kinds of... Yes, 2 weeks ago, March 1st. I remember we talked about this on a stream. The Wall Street Journal had an article, U.S. races to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out. The U.S. is racing to destroy Iran's missile and drone force before it runs out of interceptors to fend off Tehran's retaliation. Current and former officials and analysts say. This is an article from 2 weeks ago. And they also talk about in this article, they say that air defense interceptors aren't the only munitions that are in short supply. The U.S. is also expending sea-launched Tomahawk cruise missiles and aircraft-launched weapons against Iranian targets. So again, this is not my field. I am not an expert on this. But there's lots of analysis about expecting the U.S. and Israel and Gulf countries to run low on interceptors, and also the U.S. to run low on munitions, and maybe Israel as well, I don't know, and Iran to run low on missiles. The Axios had a report on March 3rd, article titled, Trump claims America can fight forever, but munitions are limited. They said reporting suggests the U.S. stockpile and that of key allies such as Israel and Gulf nations are dwindling faster than production can replace the weapons. Just a few days ago, a think tank in Washington, D.C., CNAS, the Center for New American Security, put out a report. CNAS put out a report. I haven't read the report, but they put out a report a few days ago, 4 days ago, that said Iran war could hinge on who runs low on munitions first. You can find that at CNAS. Oh, I guess it's an interview that someone from CNAS did with Bloomberg that you can watch. Chief Hung says the Gulf countries running low, maybe I'll believe it when they say it. Thank you, Zethius official, who says, are we moving air defense systems from Korea? That I don't know. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, there were reports about this recently. BBC yesterday said the U.S. may move some of its anti-missile systems and it's sparking unease in South Korea. Oh, I can find this for you here. I think. Reuters reported 4 days ago that there were reports that U.S. missile defenses were being sent from South Korea to the Middle East. I don't know if this has actually happened. Last week, the Washington Post, or this past week, the Washington Post, that the Pentagon was moving parts of a THAAD defense system to the Middle East from South Korea. I don't know if that's definitely happening, though. Thank you, Andrew Koski, who thinks we should turn Iran or the island, Karg Island, into a U.S. state and resort. I think Andrew's saying that about the island. Thank you, I am Charlie. Who says no World War III, no one backs Iran. I got to check some of the other things people have been sending me. Some gunfire in the background on the Beirut cam. Black Irish says, in 2003, the U.S. attacked Iraq on March 20th, and then the Secretary of Defense visited Baghdad for the first time 41 days later. Black Irish says, 41 days later this year after the attack would be April 10th. Black Irish, our viewer, thinks, I would not be surprised if someone in the Defense Department is aware of this timeline, and as a result, Hegseth decided to make a visit prior to April 10th. James Hinsaw said, how could Iran do a cyber attack when their internet capacity is reported only 1%? So an Iranian hacker group did a cyber attack of a U.S. company several days ago. First of all, so the report is not that it's just the government itself. It's some group which is reportedly has some connection to the government. But also in Iran, from what I understand, is it's not that the internet doesn't work at all. It's that the government has shut parts of it down. So according to NetBlocks, they say there are some things that people can use. So if there are put it this way, if there's an Iranian, this is not my field, but if the Iranian government controls the internet, and I'm sure they can make some provision if there's some hacking group that's doing their bidding. My assumption is that the Iranian government still has access to the internet. You can see the NetBlock says it's been 2 full weeks that the internet's been shut down. But here, look. The regime's spokesperson has confirmed observations pointing to a whitelisting system. That means certain people have access to certain things. That's a post from NetBlocks a few days ago. And who knows, those hackers who did that, are they even in Iran? I don't know. One of our viewers thinks maybe they're in the US. I don't know. But my point is, it's not like somebody cut all the internet cables in Iran. But I understand the question. It's an interesting question. So I don't know how that's all being dealt with. Z-Line says they could be conducting attacks outside of Iran. Hold on a second here. This got messed up. Our viewer Firejack mentioned that Trump told Fox News's Brian Kilmeade, who I think does a radio show. Trump told him during an interview on Friday that we have them on tape, we know who they are, talking about people who killed the protesters in the streets. And when they're caught, they will be tried and executed. For whatever that's worth. That's according to Iran International, said that was during the interview. Oh, I think they posted it. I can't play the clip of it, but they posted a clip of him saying it. Hold on. I'm sorry, that interview, so that was posted by Iran International today, but the interview is from February 12th. Just to be clear, because I looked at the clip in the interview, so that's not a new quote. That's a sorry about that. It was posted today by Iran International, but if you look at the clip they posted, the clip is from February 12th. So I'm trying to go through some of the messages people have been sending me. Get a lot of messages. Thanks J35 for messaging me about the semaphore story as well. Thank you, David C4805, for being a member. Thanks, 1ACD. 1ACD says an Iranian hacker group could be located all over the globe. Our viewer, Formula Fan, says, don't focus on the Marines. They are there to hold. Assault will come from special ops when least expected. Iran has rigged Karg Island by now. That's what Formula Fan thinks. I don't know that we've had any missile alerts since we've been on the air. Some rocket alerts. Iran has not been firing that many missiles at Israel lately. Update from the Kuwaiti army. Where is it? Now I can't find it. Doesn't say it on their social media. According to N12 News, Israel, they say the Kuwaiti army says 2 drones attacked the Ahmad al-Jaber air base in Kuwait today, causing damage in the area around the base. 3 armed forces personnel were slightly injured. Another plane coming in there. Hold on a moment. I'm guessing that is an MEA plane. Yes, it is. Here, this is the plane coming in right now. We just saw it on, that was the plane coming in on the live shot. The MEA from Paris to Beirut. Lebanese airline MEA. Hey, by the way, a quick heads up about our broadcast today. So, normally we go into the evening. What I'm going to have to do, probably in like a half an hour or so, is tonight I have this family event that I need to go to. So in about a half an hour, I'll probably wrap up this stream in like a half an hour. If there's big news, I can come on after and do another stream. So we'll have to see how the news plays out. So I do apologize for that. Normally we would go longer, but I'll keep an eye out. And then, again, if there's big news, we can come on after. But yeah, family event tonight that I need to attend. Oh, phone ring. Phone is ringing. The phone is ringing. The phone is ringing. The phone is still ringing. I want to attend it too. It's not that they're making me attend it, but it is something I need to be at. Thanks, by the way, on Twitch to The Only Gadio and Trump's Pool Guy and X Chalky on Twitch and Captain Ferret for your support and Kepula Kepi, who I think I thanked before. We're showing Tel Aviv, Israel. Tel Aviv, Israel is right up there. I can make it a little bigger, but it's there. It's there. To repeat, Semaphore, the publication Semaphore is reporting. Semaphore reports that Israel is running critically low on interceptors. They say that they had entered the war low on them. They have been, Israel's been fighting. They fought for 12 days with Iran last year, used interceptors there. Israel has shot down missiles in the past from the Houthis. I don't know what degree they're low on interceptors because they fought Hezbollah last year or 2 years ago as well. Anyways, Semaphore is reporting that they say that Israel told the U.S. this week it is running critically low on ballistic missile interceptors. You can check out Semaphore for that. They say that last year, a report found that the U.S. during the 12-day war with Iran last year, the U.S. was helping Israel. Last year, one report said the U.S. fired over a quarter of their THAAD interceptors in their inventory. Dan B says U.S. will give them more. By the Sea says they're not the only one. 4 days ago, CBS News reported White House aware of Gulf countries' concern about missile interceptor shortage. Back on March 5th, CBS News had reported Gulf states were running dangerously low on missile interceptors. Now, again, Iran has not been firing that many, well, at Israel, that many missiles. They've been firing missiles at other countries. Thanks, Lieutenant Colonel Bill Kilgore. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. What is this? New video from Central Command. Hey guys, Central Command posted a new video. What's this about? They don't have any. It just says U.S. forces continue to degrade Iranian military capability. There's no date on it or location. Just posted. I was wondering if that might be Karg Island. I don't know though. Didn't the other video, some of the clips in there didn't look like it, but I don't know. There have not been any new Iranian attacks on ships in the last couple days. Here is a post from UKMTO, which is, I believe, overseen by the UK Navy. From today, they say the regional maritime threat environment across the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, and Gulf of Oman remains critical. No confirmed vessel attacks have been reported during the past 48 hours. However, the overall maritime threat environment remains at a critical level due to recent attack patterns, continued navigation interference, and persistent operational disruption, to include port facilities across the region. Confirmed maritime incidents since March 1st, 20. Current observed Strait of Hormuz traffic, cargo traffic, 2 vessels per day. 2 vessels per day. Thank you, Deadwing. Thanks for shouting out our moderators. Also, thanks, Deadwing, for being a member. Thanks, Chantal Loves 9. Chantal Loves K9, I think it is. Shout out, thanks from Canada. Thanks for shouting out our moderators. Wonder what the oil price will be tomorrow. In about 24 hours, the oil markets open up again. Brent crude was 103 as of yesterday. We're WTI crude 98, well, close to 99. Oh, let me see if I have this update for you. Hold on. Hey, look at what AP reports, guys. Jet fuel prices are rising. That could make summer flights more expensive. Experts say it's not a question of if airfares will go up, but when, for how long, and by how much. The impact may be felt most on long-haul international routes, which burn significantly more fuel than shorter flights. The war is constraining oil exports and prompting major producers to scale back output. Also, Strait of Hormuz is closed, obviously. The average price of jet fuel in the U.S. reached $3.99 per gallon on Friday, up from $2.50 the day before the war started 2 weeks ago. That's interesting. I'm going to read that again. The average price in the U.S. of jet fuel reached $3.99 per gallon on Friday, up from $2.50 the day before the war started 2 weeks ago. By my math, that's a 60% increase. Let's see, what else did they say? Some airlines, AP says, are partially protected from sudden price spikes through fuel hedging, a strategy that allows them to lock in fuel prices months or even years in advance, but not all airlines hedge. And those that do are usually only protected for a portion of their fuel needs. Also, airspace closures have required rerouting flights around parts of the Middle East, which can mean longer routes, additional fuel burn, and higher operating costs. AP says it's difficult to predict exactly how much airline ticket prices could increase as a result of costlier oil and fuel. Industry analysts say the impact of higher jet fuel costs can vary based on the route, airline, and travel demand. Fuel typically accounts for about 20 to 25% of an airline's operating costs. Our viewer, Oak Dog, says it's just going to get worse. Jatsdeut says useless war. Rhoda says still up 78 cents in Saratoga, New York since the beginning 15 days ago. Gas price. Just random crypto guy says WTI is trading around 102 on crypto platforms that are trading at 24/7. I don't know. I know there are some crypto platforms that have some sort of futures markets on the oil price. I don't know that those are reliable indications of what will happen when the market opens. I haven't seen anything that tells me that those are definitely reliable indicators. It's not really something I'm an expert in, but again, I wouldn't just assume if there's some futures market somewhere you see that that's going to reliably capture what's going to happen in the market. But I don't know. Supernova says, that is not a real price. I am a trader for a living. Eddie Baker said gas dropped 20 cents by his house. Thanks to Chantal Loves Canine for becoming a member. The Washington Post today talked about the new troops being sent to the region. They say, first of all, they say U.S. officials have declined to discuss whether they are preparing a ground operation on Karg Island. Such a mission would make U.S. troops vulnerable to attacks by Iranian drones and other missiles, and potentially improvised explosives or other defenses hidden on the island. Yesterday, U.S. officials said a Marine Corps air-ground task force will deploy on Navy vessels from Okinawa, Japan to the Middle East, bringing with it amphibious landing craft, helicopters, F-35 fighter jets, and an infantry battalion of about 800 Marines. That task force, known as a Marine Expeditionary Unit, includes more than 2,200 Marines and is complemented by more than 2,000 additional Navy personnel spread across the USS Tripoli and 2 other warships. It is not clear whether this deployment has any connection to Karg Island. The Marines are trained in amphibious landings, seizing islands, and launching rocket artillery at adversaries in a maritime environment. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take 1 minute. I'm just going to take 1 minute here. Oops, there's a typo. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. We will continue in 1 minute. I had a thought. We're back. I had a thought. I have a thought, which is there a, I mean, you know, there's a new article in Semaphore today that claims that Israel's running low on interceptors. So if it's true that, suppose Iran is running low on missiles and I don't know how many drones they have, and the U.S. is running low on munitions and interceptors, and so is Israel. Could we see a situation in where the conflict keeps going on, but you're just not seeing as many strikes during the day? Because we're not seeing any sign of it ending anytime soon. But it's the numbers would just suggest, and from what I understand, it's you're going to have shortages of stuff as the longer it goes on for. So it's like it's still going on, but you just don't have as much fighting going on. I also don't even know, I mean, one of our viewers, Chief Hung, says 15,000 targets plus in 2 weeks. I think President Trump has said that they've hit a lot of the targets they wanted to hit. So I don't know how many of the targets that the U.S. and Israel had, how many are left to hit, right? I don't know how much production can catch up so quickly. One of our viewers said, Super Jock has got to slow down the pace so production can catch up. I don't know that production can ramp up like that. How long this stuff takes to produce. Let's see here. One of our viewers, Paipoon, says Israel's Channel 14 says Israel denies Semaphore's claim. Yeah, I don't know if the Semaphore's claim is true. I also wouldn't be surprised if Israel either way denies it, even if it is true. Yes, so Hillel Bitten Rosen with Channel 14 Israel says, the defense establishment of Israel says tonight that the report claiming Israel is running out of interceptors and that there's a shortage is not true. We have enough interceptors for all defense systems, even over a long period of time. Have a good and quiet week. That's from the Israeli defense establishment. Little gunfire there. Provoked Brittany, have you addressed rumors of Netanyahu's death? Yes. I talked about how there's a conspiracy theory based on a claim that he had 6 fingers in his video a couple of days ago, and the claim was that it's AI, his press conference 2 days ago was AI, and that he's actually dead. And I told you that I posted a link to a PolitiFact article where they described this conspiracy theory and the origin of it, and explained that in the article explains that it explains why Netanyahu the evidence is that the overwhelming evidence is that he is still alive. The article is called "No, Netanyahu did not have 6 fingers during his press conference." I will post a link again in the chat. And they link their sources for the fact check, including the officially released YouTube video of his press conference. They say a video of his press conference does not prove he is dead. And you can watch video of the press conference online. They say a trick of light likely made part of his palm appear to be an extra finger. That's what they say. A trick of light made a part of his palm appear to be an extra finger. They have a close-up of his hand in the article. Thank you so much, Provoked Brittany. I appreciate that. Sambino says he has chunky palms. Leave him alone. Checking some different sources here. In a couple minutes, again, I do apologize. Normally, we go longer on these streams, but this evening I need to go to a family event. So in a few minutes, I'll have to wrap up the stream, and not right this second, but in a few minutes, I'll have to start wrapping up the stream. As I mentioned, I can, if I need to, I can do another stream later. Thanks, Billy Bobby, for watching. Oh, thanks to Julia B. Hey, Julia B., that's really nice of you. Also, B. Rhea Beard. Berea Beard points out that there were in Vietnam, the U.S. had sometimes dozens of deaths in a day. According to, well, I don't want to get all into this, but that it varied by year. According to Google, it says in the deadliest year, there was an average of 46 deaths, U.S. deaths a day during 1968. About almost 17,000 Americans died in 1968 in the Vietnam War. The Wall Street Journal, if you want to read it, has an article that came out today about what it would take to secure the Strait of Hormuz. Just wanted to point out a couple things. One expert they talked to said that that if you were going to do escort operations, it's difficult to shoot down drones and missiles because they're being shot from a short distance. But it says one expert they talked to said in addition to warships, you would need at least a dozen MQ-9 Reaper drones patrolling the skies and striking missile and drone launchers when they pop up on the coast. I've read a lot of analysis saying it would be expensive to do escort operations. Also, an expert they cite an estimate that the most you could get through the Strait of Hormuz through escorts, given the various constraints, would be about 10% of its normal level. And you would still run the risk of ships getting hit and even warships getting sunk. Also, they talk about a different option besides escorting would be to seize control of part of southern Iran on the coast near the strait. They say that would involve likely thousands of troops and possibly months of operations in which U.S. forces are exposed to attack. They say that would begin with airstrikes along the coastline and then American troops landing in southern Iran. Marines making an amphibious assault in an area of mountainous, rough terrain. And then the journal also says maintaining control of that area would require an invasion. And they also point out that any U.S. troops on the ground would be targets for Iranian attacks. Anyways, if you want to read that, there's an article in the Wall Street Journal today. Trump wants to secure Hormuz. Here's what it would take. You can go over there and read it. Storklet says it's so mountainous along the coast there in Iran. Here is what the coast looks like by the Strait of Hormuz. I know it's not totally clear, but you can go to Google Maps and see what it looks like along the coast there. Those are long distances too. Remember, this island is 60 miles long. But yeah, remember with this stuff, it's if the U.S. tries to take Karg Island or take some of that southern coast of Iran, where next to the Strait of Hormuz, the question is, well, then how long are you taking it for? If the U.S. takes Karg Island, are they going to take it for a week, for a month, for a year, until there's regime change? Are you going to have a permanent U.S. occupation on Karg Island? So that's a whole other question. Greasy Flight, our viewer, thinks ground troops is a very bad idea. Mickey Dickey says they got to seize all the coast. Iran has range to fire on anything in the entire Gulf. Nathan's War Games has got to arm the Kurds. Hey, thanks to Real Sportsman, who says Iran is not exactly sending out a ton of missiles or drones itself. Both sides are probably selecting specific targets and trying to pace the amount have in supply. I agree with you, although I will say that I think I saw, so for example, Iran sends missiles and drones at the UAE and Kuwait and stuff. We just don't see that. They report numbers, but we don't see video of it. So it can be easy to think they're not firing at all. It's just, they don't really, I believe a number of these countries don't really allow people to post videos of the Iranian attacks. So I'd have to look up. I know these different countries will sometimes say, how many missiles and drones were fired at them each day. Can I find the UAE number? Trying to quickly check here and see if I can find it. It's a good question. Ah, where is this from? Yes, so for example, yeah, the UAE posts it every day. So just yesterday, their update today, the UAE this morning said, on March 14th, the UAE engaged 9 missiles and 33 drones launched from Iran. Since the aggression started, UAE have engaged 294 missiles, 15 cruise missiles, and 1,600 drones launched from Iran. Do they have the previous day? The previous day was 7 missiles and 27 drones. The previous day was 10 missiles and 26 drones. That's the last few days in the UAE. It's not an enormous number. So, Real Sportsman, I wouldn't be surprised if they're holding back as well. All right, I think what I'm going to have to do is this. So, as I mentioned, normally we would go longer, and we will be going longer on these streams, but I got to start wrapping this up right now because I need to go to a family event that I need to go to and I want to go to. But if there's big news later tonight, we can come back on and do another stream. So I'll be keeping an eye on what's happening, and we will come on if need be later. But I apologize for the shorter stream today, and I really appreciate you guys being here. And again, more news coverage to come. If there's other huge news tonight with something else, we can come on and cover that too. So I really appreciate you watching, and people, thanks for, we read a bunch of comments on the air today, so thanks for sending me your comments, putting them in the chat, letting me read them, sending me news updates. And if you want, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda here, Agenda Free TV. And I would sign up for our notifications. You never know when I'm going to have to jump on the air to cover some big breaking news. But we have a free notification system. It works great. We do it through Discord. You sign up once and you get sent a message right before we go live every time. It's really reliable. So the mods will post a link to notifications in the chat. You can find the notification sign up link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook as well. But make sure you sign up for the notifications so you don't miss breaking news coverage. And I will post updates on my X account I might even post some updates if stuff happens while I'm away at the event. I'll check the news. But at Lookner on X, you can follow me over there for breaking news coverage. So I will be checking. But again, if there's big enough news, we'll just come on later and cover it. It's possible. It's possible we'll do another stream later. Depends on the news. And we will definitely be on tomorrow. And I want to be on the air tomorrow when the oil market opens back up, which I think is at 6 Eastern time, 6 p.m. Eastern time, but I got to double check. Hey, huge thanks to our moderators. Our moderators are fantastic. Thank you so much, moderators. They're the reason that we can have chat rooms. We can't have it without our moderators. They're keeping it respectful and civil in there. Thank you so much. Beth Mythical and Ruth and Roberts May Queen over on YouTube and all of our other YouTube moderators. Huge thanks to you. Over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai, 3 McBritches, Surly Dev, all of our Twitch moderators. Thanks very much. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, who moderate for us on X. Our Facebook moderators like Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes. Huge thanks to you, all of our mods. And thanks to everybody who supported the channel, who donated today. That's really nice of you guys. You are the ones who allowed this channel to exist with your support. So really, really nice. That's really kind of you. I owe a couple more thanks here to Pamela Klump, our new member. Thank you, Pamela, for becoming a member. And did I get everybody else? Trump's Pool Guy. I think I got Trump's Pool Guy and The Only God You. I think I got them before. But thanks so much for your support of the channel. Hey, another way to find out when we're going live, if you're on X, I would follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I give you a heads up there in advance before we go live. I post updates about the channel at Agenda Free TV. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. It's free. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. The Discord chat, check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And also, speaking of Discord, thanks so much to our Discord mods who help out in our chat there. I didn't thank somebody, I think. Oh, no. I didn't thank Brian. I missed some Facebook stars today. Oh, no. That's what I missed. I always miss something. George LaFond, Brian Davio on Facebook, Christy Ulrey, Train Station Allen, and David Brazier all gave Facebook stars. I missed that before. Oh, no. Thank you for supporting on Facebook. What was I going to say? Thanks to our Discord mods for all your help in the Discord chat. Really appreciate that. And if you do watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. If you're on YouTube, the way you do that is you need to subscribe. If you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, subscribe to the channel, click the bell, and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you got the bell checked and clicked and you've chosen all notifications. Okay, now also, let's see here. Shout out to our Facebook subscribers. Thanks for all your support. Brian Davio, Dolly Clark, Christy Claft, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, George. Thanks again, George LaFond, for the Facebook stars, and everybody I mentioned earlier, and all of our other subscribers. Huge thanks for all of our subscribers on Facebook, and Susan Priest Buchner, thanks for subscribing over there as well. Our Twitch subscribers: Wall Street, Shaggy, Barcodable, Seed Music, Trump's Pool Guy, let's see, who else? Wolfie Skarsgård, Flyin' Dustman, Hot Richard, Unzwam, 1510, Wall Street, Shaggy, Stream the Memes, Indiana Jones, Douthis. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Army Vet. Anybody else I'm missing over there? Electronics Anonymous. Thank you. And all of our YouTube members, too. Thanks so much for being members. Evelyn in Maine, Radioactive Apple, CAC, Joe Hart, Platinum Dose, Paula Faust, Michael Avery, Jason Carlton, a.k.a. Macro Geek, Gary Baines, Mike J., Fiona Diamond, Jerry Kovacs, Martin Velo. Thank you. Paula Faust. So again, wrapping up this stream a little early just because I'm about to go to a family event. But if there's big news later, I can come back on the air. And so sorry to have to end a little short today, but we'll see what's going on later. And I will keep an eye on the news tonight. So you never know, if there's big enough news, we'll come back on the air. Hey, thanks to Sydney for being a member, Sachin for being a member, James Green, Revolved Vintage, and all of our other viewers like Tech Noob, Okay to Play All Day, Cyber Steps, High Res, thanks Gazorper, Chi-Town Bear, our subscriber, thank you, Laughing Boy, Jimaconius. All right, got to wrap this up, got to go. Andrea Holder, thanks for watching as well. Diane Allworth, thanks for watching. Kevin Groves and everybody else. Junior, Corrado, Soprano, Inevitable. I'll do a last check here, but I will be keeping an eye on the news while I am away. Okay. All right, I think we're there. I think we've hit that point. I think we've hit that point. Okay. All right, guys. So thank you again for watching this edition of our live coverage of the U.S. and Israel attack on Iran. That is it for now. Thanks for watching, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.
Earlier this year in Venezuela. My colleague Josh Breslow discussing this earlier this morning. Let's play this out.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get you right back into the headlines at this hour. Cuba's president confirming that his country held talks with the U.S. government, marking the first time that Cuba confirmed widespread speculation about discussions with the Trump administration as it deals with the severe energy crisis. During that confirmation, Cuba's president explained the talks, quote, were aimed at finding solutions through dialogue to the bilateral differences between our two nations. International factors facilitated these exchanges, end quote. He didn't elaborate on factors or provide any kind of specifics about the talks, which President Trump has alluded to several times. Right now, I want to bring in Connor Pfeiffer, Senior Director of Government Relations at the Foundation for Defensive Democracy Action. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today and to help break down a topic that a lot of people are discussing.
It's great to be with you, Josh.
And first off, Connor, I wanted to ask you about the overall picture here, the significance that these talks are even happening in the first place.
Well, Josh, these talks are a direct result of the pressure that the Trump administration has put on the Cuban regime since the operation to capture Nicolas Maduro. For now almost a quarter of a century, Venezuela has been the primary patron of Cuba, sending significant oil assistance and other forms of aid to the Cuban regime, which has helped prop up the economy of Cuba, despite continued communist and socialist policies that have severely constrained economic growth and put the people of the island in bad economic and social straits. But what has happened now is with Nicolas Maduro being captured by the United States and the U.S. cutting off the flow of oil to Cuba from Venezuela, the Cuban regime is now left in a situation where it's unable to provide enough power and other basic necessities for the Cuban people. This is because not only has the oil from Venezuela been cut off, but also through a terror threat, the president has cut off the flow of oil from Mexico, which was sending significant amounts of fuel to the island. And so now Cuba's only able to provide about 40% of its own consumption needed for power and other needs from domestic oil production. And so now you're seeing an acceleration of an already existing energy crisis where you have widespread power outages. They don't even have enough fuel to fuel dump trucks, so trash is piling up in the streets. And so the Cuban regime is having to negotiate from a position of weakness with the United States because of this pressure from the Trump administration.
What about when you look at this kind of as a whole? You take a step back and these talks are happening behind closed doors. We're learning about them from Cuba's president. We have heard kind of bits and pieces from President Trump and the administration. But why do you think this is kind of quieter, so to speak, than we've seen with talks on other topics?
Josh, the reason these talks have been quieter is because it's an interesting dynamic between the United States and Cuba in the sense that while Miguel Diaz-Canel is the president of Cuba and the first secretary of the Communist Party of Cuba, he's not really the power in charge of Cuba. That's Raul Castro, who's 94, obviously the brother of Fidel Castro. And reportedly, negotiations involving Secretary Rubio have taken place with Raul Castro's grandson, Raulito, who is in his 40s and is a member of the Interior Ministry and tied as well to the Cuban military. And so these discussions that are reportedly happening with the U.S. are with interlocutors that are not your traditional diplomatic negotiations. It's not like it's between the foreign ministry of the Cuban Communist Party with the United States State Department. These are negotiations happening with figures in the regime who are actual holders of power versus what's on paper. And so that necessitates a different type of negotiating style and path of negotiations than, say, the negotiations happening on Russia and Ukraine, for instance.
If you look at kind of what we've seen here in the past, there's always been, well, maybe not always, but there is currently a very tense situation between the two countries, talking, of course, about the U.S. and Cuba. So how far could these talks really advance if you do have two countries that are very much opposed to each other?
Well, the Trump administration and President Trump himself as well has made clear that they see this as Cuba's rule by the Communist Party is ebbing towards its end. And what that would mean is that the laid out objective for negotiations is something that results in political changes. Now, the Cuban regime in laying out yesterday the fact that talks are happening, which is a big admission given the history, said, oh no, these are just economic talks. We're talking about areas of mutual interest. We're not talking about the political system. But undoubtedly, the Trump administration is going to insist on likely changes to the political system as part of any negotiation. As a reminder to your viewers, in 2015, the Obama administration did negotiate with the Cuban regime. President Obama traveled to Cuba in exchange for economic concessions. Those concessions on the economic side did not happen. We did not see a flourishing of the private sector and small businesses in Cuba. Instead, you saw the regime continue to hold the power of the economy. The military, through its conglomerate, GESA, continues to control most of the country's economy and its tourism industry. And so past talks focused just on the economic side have not worked because at its core, Havana is run by a communist party that is a Marxist-Leninist party. And so in order to have actual change in Cuba, you're going to need a change in the political system.
How closely are other neighboring countries and maybe just countries in general around the world watching these talks? Because again, we're hearing from Cuba's president yesterday, getting the first kind of inkling that this is really going on, the first confirmation there. So other countries around the world have to be watching this, I would imagine, pretty closely.
This is something that's definitely being watched very closely in Latin America. You have a number of governments in Latin America, including Mexico and Colombia. There are left-wing governments that have seen themselves, those parties, as ideological allies of the Cuban regime in the past. And so I know Latin America is watching this very closely. Given everything else happening in the world, it's unclear how closely many parts of Europe, for instance, are watching this. So I think it is worth noting that Spain has traditionally had an important role in its relationship with Cuba. And then you also have the interesting case of Canada, which is the largest sender of tourism to the Cubans. And the problem, of course, though, for Canada now is Air Canada has canceled flights to Cuba and tourism is dried up because there's no jet fuel. They obviously need to prioritize powering their power plants first. And so you're seeing tourism dry up, which is a crucial source of revenue for the Cuban regime, especially through GESA and through the military. And so I think there's some attention being paid to this in other countries as well. But I think Latin America is where most of the focus is going to be on this.
Connor, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here, breaking it down. Of course, we appreciate your expertise. Anything we missed that you want to make sure to talk about, discuss here before I let you go?
Josh, I'd say two things. First, Cuba is not the threat from Cuba to the United States is not just a Cold War relic, as some would say it is. It's actually a here and now national security threat to the United States, the Cuban regime. And here's why. Cuba has given access reportedly to its intelligence facilities to the Chinese Communist Party. And so you have a situation where within 400 miles of Havana, where you have Cuban intelligence facilities that are being used by the Chinese, according to open source reporting, you have major military commands, including the headquarters for U.S. Central Command, which is conducting our operations currently in the Middle East, U.S. Southern Command, which is in charge of the Western Hemisphere, U.S. Special Operations Command, which is one of the most sensitive and important U.S. military commands, along with many other military bases. And so that intelligence threat from Cuba is a current national security threat that we have to address here and now. The second thing I'd say is there are other levers that the administration has to increase pressure if negotiations aren't going anywhere. One of those is imposing secondary sanctions on any foreign entities that do business with the Cuban tourism sector and the Cuban military. This will help cut off the flow of military money to the Cuban military and intelligence services through tourism and other types of presumably civilian, but in reality helping support the military types of economic activity. So I think that's important as well.
Connor Pfeiffer over at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy Action. Thank you so much for being here with us on this Saturday. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Josh.
Josh, with that conversation earlier today, I noticed that they're moving our camera. I don't have direct communication with the photojournalist that mans this camera, but I just happened to notice they are moving it. Sometimes that's indicative that there's a strike in the suburbs of Beirut. It looks like zooming in on something. Very possible that they're getting their camera settings adjusted, perhaps white balancing against that building. The visibility is pretty tough out there in Beirut tonight. We have seen at least one IDF strike while I've been on the desk, but otherwise, not a whole lot to see on the camera right now. All right, a live look at Tel Aviv, and finally a live look at the White House, the time in the nation's capital. 6:40, time for us to hit a break. We'll be right back. Okay, so there's two stories. We've been tracking the Iran war closely, but two other major stories that we've been tracking. That's President Trump. He's been touting what's called the Save America Act, and he says he wants to get this through. It's one of his main priorities ahead of the 2026 midterms. Christy Matino explaining what the legislation means, what it aims to do. This conversation earlier today.
Live now from Fox. Welcome back. We want to talk about the Save America Act. Here's a post here from leader John Thune. As he said earlier this week that the Senate will consider a bill to impose strict new proof of citizenship requirements in elections, but says, quote, the votes aren't there to pass it through a marathon talking filibuster sought by President Trump. Now, Trump has said he won't sign any other legislation until the bill, known as the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility or Save America Act, is passed. But it faces unified opposition from Democrats, meaning that the Senate can't pass it unless Republicans change the rules and eliminate the filibuster. Now, Thune has said there aren't enough votes to do that or to launch a talking filibuster that would force Democrats to hold the floor indefinitely to block the bill. Republican senators are discussing instead voting on the legislation as soon as next week under regular procedure, meaning it will likely fail. Thune said that Republicans are going to have a fight on the floor and will force Democrats to vote on whether they think non-citizens should vote in American elections. That's a quote there from him. President Trump has made the Save America Act a priority ahead of the midterm elections, arguing that Republicans need it to win. So what is the Save America Act? Let's discuss it further. Bringing in Jessica Huseman, Vote Beat's editorial director. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox this morning. We appreciate it.
Of course.
All right, well, let's start with that basic question. What is the Save America Act? How would it impact how people vote?
Sure, of course. So it's a pretty big bill, but I think at its bare bones, it would require additional forms of voter ID and then also some proof of citizenship in order to register to vote. So most of the IDs that people tend to use for voting purposes, like a driver's license, do not have citizen markers on it, right? So it would change the way that a lot of people interact with the polls. And in a lot of states, voters don't have citizenship documentation associated with their voter roll at all. And so even long registered voters would have to represent documentation to continue to engage with the voting system.
And I wanted to share this post here as well, because we do see that people on both sides of the aisle have weighed in. This is from Congressman Brandon Gill. He says, I'll be voting no on all Senate bills other than DHS funding until the Senate passes the Save America Act. So Majority Leader John Thune, as I shared before I brought you in, says the votes just aren't there to overcome a filibuster. Can you explain what a filibuster is and why it's such a big obstacle here?
Sure, of course, a filibuster can shut down Senate procedure entirely. And I think probably most of your viewers think about filibusters as talking filibusters, like Mr. Smith Goes to Washington or what Ted Cruz did about a decade ago, right? But they don't happen very often. It's because they've sort of been procedurally whittled out of existence. Those are largely symbolic. These are essentially just motions saying, I would do this, and then in order to end that even the theoretical idea of that, you have to have 60 votes. And so in order to end a filibuster. So now we don't filibuster, we just say that we're going to. And so everybody gets to sort of take that vote ahead of time. And the Senate does not have those 60 votes because the Save America Act is very controversial. There are significant sections of the bill that even large members of the Republican Party do not take in stride. And so I think that that's the reason that you're seeing such disagreement about how to proceed here.
And Jessica, we touched on this a little bit here, but supporters saying the bill would protect election integrity, critics saying it could block millions of eligible voters. Two very different claims there. So what's behind both of those?
Yeah, I think that the Republican Party right now is very focused on the idea that non-citizens are voting in large numbers and in so doing are canceling out the votes of American citizens. There have been lots of studies about how many non-citizens are actually on the rolls, and states have taken action in the last couple of years, and we've seen that play out. So Ohio and Georgia, both pretty Republican states, have done extensive examinations of their voter rolls in the last couple of years and found only a very small handful, like less than 0.001% of their overall registered voters. And so I think even Democrats who think it's not great for non-citizens to be on the rolls, and I think that's probably the majority of Democrats, are not willing to make every American who votes legally and has done so for years jump through additional hoops to vote. We know, based on academic study and what we have seen with our own eyes, even in this last primary, that when you change the rules, it disenfranchises a lot of people.
Now, President Trump has said Republicans need this bill to win the midterms. How much influence does he have over what Senate Republicans decide to do next?
You know, I think on a day-to-day basis on most things, he has more influence than any president we've ever seen. But on this, I just don't think he's going to get it done. The Republican Party is not at all unified on this bill. As much as he would like to present a unified front, he has said he wants to really take a swing at mail ballots in the SAVE Act. And there are lots of Republicans who quite like mail ballots, right? And where mail ballots are mostly used by Republicans. In Texas, which is where I'm coming to you from, you can really only vote by mail reliably if you're over the age of 65, for example. And who does that sound like in Texas? That's a huge part of the Republican Party. And so I think that this bill is so sprawling and contains so many things that even Republicans are disagreeing about that any any claims that the party is unified on this bill are exaggerated.
And I want to go off of something you mentioned there, because President Trump also pushing to add other issues. You talked about mail-in ballots. So how could those change this debate in Congress as we watch this into next week?
Yeah, of course. I think it's very important to keep in mind that the 2026 election is right down the road, right? So election administrators are already preparing for this. They are already figuring out where the precincts are going to be. And so throwing a huge change in the mix is going to make it difficult for everyone, regardless of how you feel about mail ballots and whether or not we should have them, right? Big changes to the system slow things down. And as I said, I think there's a huge part of the Republican Party that actually likes mail-in ballots quite a lot. We write about this in Arizona all the time. Republicans there try to roll back mail balloting, and they're mostly elderly. Their elderly faction of supporters who's been voting by mail for a really long time and quite likes it always loses their minds. I think that we would see real pushback from Republican voters if that were to meaningfully change.
And as we look into next week, what is the likelihood that this is going to pass? A live look here at Capitol Hill. And what would come next if this does not?
I don't think it's going to pass. I've been wrong about things before, but I think that the chances of this getting through both the House and the Senate in the format that Trump wants, or at all, are next to the floor. And I think so what happens next is the Republicans are going to have to decide where to go from there. Trump has decided that he's not going to sign any legislation until this gets passed. I don't think this is going to get passed. So if he sticks to that, then we're in for a really rough year in Congress. So we'll see how serious he is about that.
All right, Jessica, anything else you'd like to add about this before I let you go? Anything I may have missed?
No, I think that it's really important for people to keep in mind that the best place to find information about what the rules are, if you're worried about this passing and you not noticing, the best place to figure that out is your county clerk's office. And so as you go to vote in the next couple of months, just make sure you check that and really pay close attention to all the requirements.
All right, Jessica Huseman with Vote Beat, thank you so much for joining us here live now from Fox.
If you were watching with us...
Okay, looks like it transferred over to another interview there for a quick second. We apologize for that. A live look at the White House back out to us live now. That interview with Christie was earlier today. We appreciate her. What we're going to do next is take our final break of the hour, a live look at the White House. The time in the nation's capital, not too far away from 7 p.m. Let's hit a break. We're talking about oil prices when we return. All right, you're watching Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. While this conflict in Iran has been going on, you've been hearing us and you've been reading so many reports about the oil markets, fluctuations in oil prices, and the importance of oil in the Strait of Hormuz. We have been talking about the Strait of Hormuz. We've been talking about Karg Island as of late. And it really kind of led me to ask myself some basic questions about, some of the oil industry jargon that gets discussed so often on air and in print. Standing by here is Ed Hers. He's a University of Houston energy fellow. People have been, like I said, for 2 weeks now, hearing words like oil and barrels and crude oil. Let's start with the absolute basics. What exactly is a barrel of oil? How can you quantify that and make it make sense to the average person?
This goes back in time to Colonel Drake in Titusville. When oil was first discovered and produced, it actually was flowed on the tops of creeks. That became impractical. So they began to put it in barrels, and actually the barrels were painted blue for another commodity. And so a barrel of oil has always been abbreviated BBL for blue barrel. And it's 42 gallons of hydrocarbons. That's what a barrel is. And so when somebody talks about $75 a barrel, $100 a barrel, that's what they're talking about, $100 for 42 gallons of unprocessed crude oil.
Crude oil versus the type of oil and the type of gas you put in your car. Differentiate between the two for us, please.
Okay, so gasoline is a refined product. You could think about boiling water. You can then pulling water off. You could boil the oil or heat it up, and because it's volatile, the different components separate in the tower. And we pull those off, kerosene, jet fuel, diesel, gasoline. And then gasoline is further refined or upgraded with the addition of hydrogenation, which comes from an addition of natural gas. So a barrel of oil does not, it works out to, say, roughly a barrel and 15% or a barrel and 20% of gasoline because of the upgrading that goes on. That's what these refineries do. Now, to keep this in perspective, even today, a gallon of gasoline at $5 at the pump is what, just 25% or less than the cost of a gallon of Starbucks coffee.
Why is it that we here in the Western Hemisphere are paying higher prices for gasoline because of a situation that's happening on the other side of the planet?
It's a global market. And during the Obama administration, in 2015, Congress and President Obama agreed to remove the oil export ban that we had in place since President Nixon's administration in order to have the production tax credits continue for the renewable energy projects, wind and solar. And so from that moment forward, we've been able to export crude oil. That has allowed the United States to basically face the same economics as the global market without any obstacles. So, for example, and actually President Trump's advisor, Harold Hamm, worked hand in glove with the Obama administration to make sure that this oil export ban was removed. The U.S. began producing a lot of lighter, sweet crude oils, and so crude oil comes out of the ground in different configurations. Remember, this is not like the Beverly Hillbillies and Jed Clampett, or Jurassic Park and La Brea tar pits out in California. Oil comes in different grades, and a lot of it is a mile or 2 miles under the surface of the earth. And so some of it's extremely light, very sweet. It could put it into an engine of a Model T and not have any issues. Basically field gasoline. Others are very heavy, very thick, asphaltic, very similar to what we would get from Venezuela. And so this oil that we make out of the Permian Basin, the shale plays, is very light, and we produce a lot more of it than we need for the refineries that are optimized to produce that gasoline from light oil. So roughly the U.S. has a refinery fleet that's half and half geared to lighter crudes and the other half geared to heavier crudes, such as the 4 million barrels a day we get from Canada, with supplemental crude oil from Mexico and the Saudi heavy that comes in from time to time.
So a number of countries, including the ones that are being impacted by this conflict, the countries that have higher oil prices as a result of this conflict and the global market, a lot of these countries, they have oil reserves. Why do they have oil reserves if not for a situation exactly like this? Is it for situations like this?
It's not really for situations like this. We used to have a lot more of strategic oil reserves around the nation, and it's mainly for military usage. Certainly, it can be used in economic times, but that's mainly a political drive. And the Biden administration, of course, released a lot of oil from the SPR prior to the midterms following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, because the price of oil jumped above $100 a barrel. In essence, the Trump administration finds itself in the same exact situation. We're not actually losing anything in terms of oil in the United States. We are self-sufficient as long as we continue to stay friends with our Canadian and Mexican cousins. Our North American bloc is self-sufficient. We won't have gasoline lines. But keep in mind, because we have an open border policy for exports, the consumer in New York and the consumer in Los Angeles and the consumer in Houston is going to wind up paying roughly the same as the consumer in Brussels, the consumer in London, the consumer in Tokyo for gasoline. Oil and gasoline traders, refined products traders, they're not religious. If they can get an extra 5 cents a barrel, they'll turn that tanker around and ship that cargo someplace else.
We've been talking a lot about the Karg Island strikes that were carried out within the past 24 hours. Let's pull up some video. The U.S. military posting this overnight. They say that 90-some targets were hit on Karg Island, and everything I've read about Karg says that this is basically the beating heart of Iran's energy systems and oil systems, Ed. What's the strategic importance of this specific island? And again, why is so much attention being paid to these strikes particularly?
I don't know the military rationale for striking Karg. And the president stated that he directed the military not to attack the oil infrastructure. Keep in mind that if the U.S. goes in and takes Iran out of the global oil market, that's just as good as Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz. A barrel that doesn't go into the market is a barrel that has an impact on price all across the global market. We know the Russians have been getting all of their oil to their customers. They've just had to discount it. There's no doubt about that. That's always been the case. And so relieving the sanctions on the Russians really doesn't help anybody except Putin. Doesn't change anything in terms of the pricing, except actually, as we saw with Iran, when we removed the sanctions on Iran, and I guess it's 15 or 16, the price of oil globally actually went up because nobody had to discount to match the Iranian crude that had to be sold under different sanctions. Iran has been able to get its oil out and will be able to get most of its oil out even without Karg Island. They can ship it out through its neighbors. I don't think they've attacked Kazakhstan yet, but they did attack Azerbaijan, which was actually one of their ways of getting the oil out of Iran.
So moving forward, what are going to be the key indicators that you're watching that are going to impact how much Americans pay for gas in the coming weeks?
Well, we've got a couple of things happening. There's some rumors of a large short seller in the commodities market who may have to make good on delivering oil to Cushing. If not, then they may want to be buying up the oil futures and closing those contracts out financially. That may drive the price of oil up significantly this week. But if there's no progress in relieving the blockade in Hormuz, then we're going to see the price of oil continue to trend upward. If, say, half of it is taken off the market, then we could easily see a price of oil, north of $100 a barrel, even north of $150 a barrel, even up to the $200 a barrel that Iran threatened. That's exactly the math that happened as the market priced Iran's oil out. I mean, the 1.5 million barrels a day that Iran has been exporting, even under sanctions, goes into the market. It's a 106 million barrel a day market. And that coming out of the market did drive the prices up about 25%, which is what the price elasticity of demand for oil dictates. It's for those of you with a calculator, minus 0.047. So roughly a 1% decline in quantity reaching the market is going to lead to a 20-25% price increase.
It's always good to check in, Ed. We appreciate you. Have a good rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
The time in the nation's capital, just past 7 p.m. Of course, the oil angle to this conflict is something that we're going to continue to track closely as we move into now the third week of the war in the Middle East. Let's hit a quick break, our first of the hour. We'll be right back.
Just let us know in the chat that the snow and wind are officially ramping up right now. Checking the precipitation type radar, you can see exactly what is driving those deteriorating conditions. A wide shield of moisture is currently engulfing the northeast corner of the state. Notice the extremely sharp transition zones setting up. We still have rain showing up in green, directly over Aberdeen, but a massive area of heavy snow in blue is steadily sagging southward and beginning to take over. The national
on the state of the Strait of Hormuz, Karg Island, and how it's impacting how much you pay for gas.
President Trump says U.S. forces have obliterated military targets on Iran's Karg Island as U.S. and Israeli attacks on the Islamic Republic enters its third week. That island off Iran is crucial to the nation's oil industry, and now it's the U.S.'s newest focus in the war. As the conflict in the Middle East intensifies, consumers across the U.S. are feeling the effects.
I think they're quite expensive right now, especially for $4.30, 87. That's a lot. I feel like it's totally unfair.
With oil prices jumping to $100 per barrel this week, those in the U.S. have mixed reactions on gas prices also climbing. Some believe it's a small cost for beating back Iran.
It's fair market value. I'm an advocate of national security and doing what's best for our country long-term, big picture. Iran's been a problem and a threat for a long time, and they need to be dealt with.
With the Strait of Hormuz effectively closed, a fifth of the world's oil shipments are stalled. Though Iran's top diplomat claims the passageway is open to those other than the country's, quote, enemies.
There are many tankers and ships who are passing through the Strait of Hormuz, and I can say that the strait is not closed, but it is only closed to American, Israeli, ships and tankers.
In a True Social post, President Trump claims that other nations will soon be sending warships to open up the strait, in a sign the U.S. Navy cannot do it on its own. In Dubai, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Okay, it's time for us to hit a quick commercial break, tracking some severe weather across the country when we return.
ski lifts. For a lighter look, check out the resort's snow stake decorated with figurines. It's a quirky way to measure this mounting accumulation. Meanwhile, in Minnesota, Arden Hills is bracing for a historic blizzard. Roads are currently wet and slushy, but that will transition to impossible travel overnight. Down south, Alligator Alley in Florida remains dry but overcast. We've seen heavy rain nearby on radar, so watch for hydroplaning as those pulse storms drift east. From whiteouts in the Tetons to slushy commutes in St. Paul, this coast-to-coast system is officially ramping up. Hey, Avast. Thanks for the YALLcast request. Things are pretty wild out there with all this active weather, especially with that blizzard hitting the upper Midwest. So your YALLcast for Rosemount, Minnesota might take a hot minute, but I promise I'll get to it. The wind
states
is
surrounding the
absolutely
Great
howling
Lakes.
in Montana.
They're
right
bracing for a
now.
major
AWA
winter storm
station
this
just
weekend
clocked a
with
64
several feet of
miles per
snow
hour
and
gust.
blizzard conditions expected to hit states like Minnesota, Illinois, and Michigan. Minneapolis and St. Paul declaring snow emergencies earlier, and we will bring you that press conference a little bit later. But first, let's check in with Fox 9 Minneapolis reporter Leon Purvis with more on the conditions. How does it feel out there?
Well, Austin, the snow's already falling down. It's a little flurries, and many people say that it's going to get a lot more heavier later tonight. But I actually attended that press conference earlier today where both of the mayors had joint press conferences calling a preemptive snow emergency for Sunday night at 9 p.m. And the biggest thing they want people to know right now is to move your car now. They want people to move their cars now off of snowplow routes so snowplows can do their work, and also so people don't get stuck in snowbanks or people's cars aren't snowed in. And also another thing is there are different places that you can park for free while this all goes on. And both of the mayors explain here in this soundbite.
Moving now will help you avoid becoming stuck in a snowbank and will give our crews room to work and make sure you have safe roads to drive on when the time comes. To make that easier, we're opening the block 19 ramp downtown for free parking beginning at 5 p.m. tonight. We also will open selected parks and recreation lots as they become available.
We are preemptively planning to call a snow emergency beginning 9 p.m. on Sunday, and we've got a number of parking outlets that you can go to prepare. So to help, the city of Minneapolis will open both the Farmers Market and Salvation Army lots downtown for free parking starting Saturday, today at 2 p.m., and that will go until Wednesday at 8 p.m. Ramp A will also open on Sunday morning at 6 a.m. for additional parking, and all vehicles that enter Ramp A that morning will need only to pay $1 and will not incur any additional charges as long as you get out of there before Wednesday at 8 p.m.
So those are all the options on where you can park. Now, when I was leaving that press conference, I saw a lot of the, plow drivers driving off to start treating the streets because they say as soon as the snow starts falling, that's when they're going to be out and about through the evening and also overnight tonight. Now, the biggest thing is they want people to stay off the roads as it gets later and later and later in the evening. As of right now, it's a light kind of snow, but it's expected to become heavier overnight. Reporting live in Minneapolis, Leon Purvis, Fox 9.
All right, Leon, we appreciate the insight. Stay warm out there as we take a live look at Minneapolis. Once again, you heard a portion of that press briefing in Leon's report. Let's play a little bit more of this out. Mayor Jacob Fry and other Twin City officials speaking on some of the severe weather that's anticipated. Let's watch.
Over there. So good afternoon, and thank you for joining us as the Twin Cities for what may be one of the largest storms in years. I want to thank Mayor Jacob Fry and the city of Minneapolis for standing with us. This is a regional event, and we're coordinating closely. I want to give a special shout out to our public works and other city staff who have worked tirelessly the last few days to prepare us for this snowstorm. I also want to give a special shout out to my assistant mayor, Nick Stuhlmolanger, and my executive director of comms, Matt Wagenius. They both have been working tirelessly these last few days, putting this all together. So today I am announcing that St. Paul will declare a snow emergency effective Sunday at 9 p.m. Our plows and public work crews will be working well before then to treat our streets and keep emergency routes open, but parking restrictions will take effect at 9 p.m. Because the forecast calls for an extreme amount of snow, please move your vehicles off night plow routes this evening if you can. Moving now will help you avoid becoming stuck in a snowbank and will give our crews room to work and make sure you have safe roads to drive on when the time comes. To make that easier, we're opening the block 19 ramp downtown for free parking beginning at 5 p.m. tonight. We also will open selected parks and recreation lots as they become available, so please watch stpaul.gov/snow for updates and locations. A reminder, with this much snow, some night plow routes may not be fully cleared by 8 a.m. on Monday. Use your judgment when relocating vehicles. Only move them to streets or lots that have been cleared. And I know that maybe this is a little detailed nuance that people might not be aware of, but we usually make 2 passes. So like, even though it looks like we might have already been through to plow, if we haven't been through a second time, we want to make sure that that second time we get all the way to the curb. So just keep an eye out. I know maybe you're not sitting around and counting how many times we've been through, but that'll be very helpful so that you'll know where you might be able to bring your vehicles back to. And so over the past months, Minnesotans have shown again and again how we look out for each other. I ask you now to check on your neighbors and those who may need help. Follow the posted parking rules and stay off the roads unless travel is essential. This is spring in Minnesota. We're prepared and ready to respond. Up next, I'd like to introduce Mayor Jacob Fry from Minneapolis, my partner across the river.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Herr, and thank you so much to the great partnership between Minneapolis and St. Paul. We have some significant snow that is coming tonight, and we are prepared. We have great coordination between the cities. We are preemptively planning to call a snow emergency beginning 9 p.m. on Sunday. And we've got a number of parking outlets that you can go to prepare. So to help, the city of Minneapolis will open both the Farmers Market and Salvation Army lots downtown for free parking starting Saturday, today at 2 p.m., and that will go until Wednesday at 8 p.m. Ramp A will also open on Sunday morning at 6 a.m. for additional parking, and all vehicles that enter Ramp A that morning will need only to pay $1 and will not incur any additional charges as long as you get out of there before Wednesday at 8 p.m. We know that nobody likes tickets. Moving your car to one of 4,000 spaces that are available across a number of downtown parking lots will enable our crews to get through. A lot of people think that when we call a snow emergency, it's just for declaring an emergency. No, the real reason we call a snow emergency is so we can get the plows through, so that we're able to ensure that after there's some form of melt, it doesn't become ice, and then there's some form of incursion of snow into the street itself. And so we're doing this to prepare. We recognize that this may be a very significant snow, and I can tell you that our snow plow drivers are in the starting blocks and they're ready to go. For them, this is the Super Bowl. They've been preparing for this kind of snow event all year, and I can tell you we're going to have every single one of them out. It is possible, given the amount of snow, that they might not get through to do a second run for longer than you would prefer. For that, I will ahead of time apologize, and at the same time, if you see a snowplow driver going through, just know that they're working overtime. Know that they are working tirelessly, and it's just the fact that we got a ton of snow to deal with that is causing any form of delay. But again, Minneapolis and St. Paul, we do this better than anyone, and we have a whole team of people that are prepared. We also recognize that extreme winter weather can be dangerous for anyone without safe shelter. And Hennepin County offers both daytime and nighttime warming shelters. We've got daytime warming centers that are operating from morning until evening. We also have nighttime shelters that are available as well. For up-to-date locations and hours, you can visit Hennepin County's website, or you can call the Hennepin Shelter Hotline at 612-204-8200. Finally, moving forward, we're going to need people to take additional precautions around ice. Not just the acronym, actual ice. We have lakes that have been frozen. People have been going out onto them for quite some time right now. But moving forward with snow plus ice that may be not all that deep, we want to make sure that people are staying off the lakes. This is the time, just again, we got to be safe, put safety first. Finally, just stay informed and stay prepared. Sign up for alerts, check updates, and follow any instructions about snow emergencies that we may have provided. When residents get information early and they move their cars, that can help the crews clear the streets a whole lot better. So thank you in advance to our incredible teams at Public Works We know that they're going to be working tirelessly over the next several days here. Please know that your efforts do not go unnoticed. And in line with that, I'd like to both thank and then turn it over to our directors of Public Works, in Director Kershaw as well as Director Sexton.
Thanks, Mayor Herr, and thanks, Mayor Fry. My name is Sean Kershaw, and I'm the Director of Public Works for the City of St. Paul. Just left a weather update from the National Weather Service, and they're continuing to say that the Twin Cities are likely to get 12 to 18 inches of snow. It's going to be really heavy, falling at about 2 inches an hour overnight. That's a lot of snow. We could get 8 inches overnight. Following the heavy snow tomorrow, the winds will pick up, and there'll be strong winds. They've declared a blizzard warning for the whole region. After that, it will get cold. As both mayors said, we are ready in Public Works in Minneapolis and St. Paul to do our job, which is to plow the streets. We will begin plowing the streets as soon as it starts snowing. We will be out all night. We will be out all tomorrow. What we need from the public is, as Mayor Herr and Mayor Fry said, to move your car. So first of all, for anybody that's listening to this or watching this, please don't be on the roads this evening after midnight. The snow and the winds are going to be significant. For everybody in the Twin Cities, everybody in St. Paul, move your cars off of night plow routes this evening, Saturday evening. That is the best option to clear up space for our plows, and that's the best option for when the snow emergency begins Sunday night, when we could have 18 inches, up to 18 inches of heavy snow. So please move your cars, keep them off the roads entirely for driving overnight. And if you can, please move your cars off of night plow routes early. I'm going to mention some details that are important for St. Paul, and then I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Tim Sexton, Director of Public Works in Minneapolis. We, as Mayor Herr said, will be opening up Block 19, parking ramp in downtown St. Paul on Jackson and East 7th. That will be available for the public starting tonight. One thing you can do is get your cars in there tonight, and you don't have to take them out until Monday by 5 in our case. We will also be opening Parks and Rec parking lots after those parking lots have been cleared. So please follow along on the city's website and the city's social to learn about those opportunities. We also, if you go to stpaul.gov/snow, so stpaul.gov/snow, we have a snow emergency map that goes right down to the address. That will be updated in real time to tell you where the night plow routes are and where the day plow routes are. As Mayor Herr said, this is going to be a heavy snow no matter how much we get. So please allow our plows extra time to complete the night plow routes. Those may very well go into Monday morning. When we're completed with those night plow routes, we'll start the day plows. Those are very likely to go into Monday evening. So please be patient. As the mayors have said, their job is to get the snow off the streets. For everybody listening, your job is to make that possible by being patient and to move your cars. It will be windy, so one of the things that we want to remind people is with a lot of heavy snow and winds, there may be tree branches down. In St. Paul, you can email that to forestry@stpaul.gov if you notice trees down. Our priority is going to be getting the snow off the streets. So if everybody can wait on calling our 266-9700 number until Tuesday morning, that would be great because we'll just need that time to get ready. We will be ticketing and towing. We're especially going to be focused on cars that might be blocking traffic lanes. Our top priority in these situations is opening up traffic lanes for emergency vehicles, but we will be out ticketing and towing. That's a partnership between Public Works and the police department. And then my final point is that we are in St. Paul, we will have no garbage and recycling pickup on Monday. So in St. Paul, do not put your carts into the street. Keep them in the garage by your house. And if in St. Paul on Tuesday, put your carts out on the boulevard, not in the street, on Tuesday morning. So everybody in St. Paul who has a Monday or Tuesday pickup for solid waste and recycling, please put those out on Tuesday morning. And we will make sure that we get caught up for the rest of the week over that time. Happy to answer questions. As Mayor Herr said, the Twin Cities have shown, both cities have shown how we come together to support our neighbors. In that case, as Mayor Frey said, it was a different version of ice. In this situation, the snow will freeze up. It's going to be very cold on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. And so please look out for your neighbors in terms of clearing sidewalks and making sure that those pedestrian paths are available. This is a great partnership between both cities, and I'm happy to introduce Director Tim Sexton from the City of Minneapolis.
Sean. Thank you, Director Kershaw and Mayors Herr and Mayor Frey. Good afternoon. My name is Tim Sexton, Director of Public Works for the City of Minneapolis. I think framing this as a Super Bowl, as Mayor Frey did, is the best way to do this. I mean, this is a tremendous amount of snow that we're expecting. And so I want to share some of the things that we're doing in Minneapolis to help people prepare and help instill confidence that we're going to do everything we can to keep traffic moving, keep people moving throughout the city, and making sure that emergency services continue to have access, safe and convenient access around the city. The amount of snow that we're getting, just to put it into context, is significant, not just this year, but in the history of recorded snow events in the Twin Cities. If we do get the 18 inches of snow, that would be a top 5 event ever. You might remember the Dome Buster event from 2010, where the Metrodome collapsed. That was about 17 inches of snow. So more is forecast, and this is late season, heavy, wet snow. So it's going to be inconvenient. There's no way around that. But just recognize this could be a historical event. Because of that, we're doing all that we can to prepare in the city of Minneapolis. Starting with today, we're using salt brine on some of our critical infrastructure like bridge decks and bike lanes. We're going to plan to have 115 maintenance staff in the city of Minneapolis and over 60 pieces of heavy equipment out on the streets starting tomorrow. We are, as mentioned, declaring a snow emergency now with parking restrictions starting tomorrow night. And I really want to reinforce to folks, this is different than our typical approach where we call it on one day and parking restrictions go into effect immediately that night. So we're calling it today, but parking restrictions will not take place until Sunday night at 9 p.m. It's really important that folks remember that the sequence then will be from Sunday through Tuesday, where we have those parking restrictions in effect in Minneapolis. The other thing, too, that was mentioned earlier, I just want to reinforce, we've been able to identify some surface parking lots in Minneapolis near the Salvation Army and near the farmers market, where people can go right now if they want to get free parking through Wednesday. Ramp A, which is downtown Minneapolis, is covered parking. We have about 3,500 spots in Ramp A. As mentioned, if you enter Sunday at 6 a.m. through Tuesday at 6 a.m., you can go in for $1. That's the only cost. You just need to move your cars out of there by Wednesday at 8 p.m. So, we're going to have over 4,000 spots available to residents to move their vehicles as soon as you can, right at 6 a.m. tomorrow for that Ramp A, or starting today on those surface lots. As mentioned before, if you can move your vehicles now, it's really important. When that snow starts falling, it's going to be heavy, it's going to be wet, and it's going to be falling at as much as 2 inches per hour. It's really heavy snow. It could be hard to move your vehicles later, so please do that as soon as you possibly can. I mean, overall, I think, sort of in closing, I think it's really important that when we declare these snow emergencies, we all recognize this has the potential to be a major severe weather event. But really, snow emergencies are about parking and about snow plowing. The way we keep our streets clean and clear and will allow people to travel, whether by transit, by biking, by walking, or by driving, is making sure that we can get those plows out and we can avoid the big snow piles, the snow encroaching into the street. So this is really about making sure that we can keep moving over the next few days. So in Minneapolis, just as you might see a lot of snow accumulating, we have a lot of infrastructure to take care of over the next couple days. Over 1,000 miles of streets, over 57 miles of parkways, 3,700 alleys, And the alleys, we are going to start plowing those tomorrow and then hit them again on Monday or Tuesday. So in Minneapolis, we do plan to continue to do our garbage pickups on Monday. And we're going to be trying to hit those alleys as much as we can over the next few days. And then we also have 40 miles of trails and protected bike lanes. So we just really appreciate everyone doing all they can to move their vehicles, follow the snow emergency rules. There's a lot of great information online. If you go to our Minneapolis parking app, you can get more information about how it impacts your exact location. And then before we end this, I just really want to thank all of our snow fighters in Minneapolis and St. Paul. They're going to be working tirelessly over the next few days. So please be patient with them. If you see them, give them the right of way. They're going to be working really, really hard to keep our city moving, and we're really grateful for all that they do. With that, I think we're going to open up for questions. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that we brought you as much of that as we could. Of course, a serious situation in the Twin Cities. You can see some of this weather as it's smacking around our camera out there on top of the Twin Cities skyline. This is the Minneapolis skyline, to be specific. Usually we have a little bit more visibility, and it's tough to see out there. A live look at the White House, just past 7:30 in the nation's capital. Also low visibility for much of the night in Beirut, although I will say it is a little clearer now than it has been the last couple of hours. We've seen at least one strike on our air, the IDF continuing to go after Hezbollah targets in the Beirut suburbs. By the way, lots of our coverage today circled around the Middle East for anybody who does want to watch some of those long-form interviews from Christy Matino, Josh Breslow, Christina Evans, or I. You can find those on our YouTube channel. It's time for us to hit a quick break. We'll be right back.
A 46-mile-per-hour wind gust was just recorded at the Garfield County Regional Airport near Rifle, Colorado, within the last few minutes. Right now, we're also seeing a 45-mile-per-hour gust hitting the Manila area in Utah as that cold front pushes through. Checking I-94 in Albertville, Minnesota, where we have an active scene. Emergency lights are flashing as responders attend to a car that slid into the snowy median. A semi is also pulled over on the shoulder. Roads are slick, and visibility is dropping ahead of tonight's blizzard warning. Use extreme caution here. We are tracking a wild contrast across the country right now on our live 12-camera grid. In the upper left, Moran, Wyoming is nearly ghosted by thick mountain fog and heavy snow, with visibility dropping to near zero. Moving to the middle center right, Teton Valley, Idaho shows an incredibly ominous dark sky hanging over the snow-dusted fields, the visual definition of a storm moving in. Meanwhile, look at our Minnesota feeds in the bottom row. Roads in Maple Grove and Brooklyn Park are wet and slushy as a major blizzard begins to ramp up.
We continue to track developments in Iran and the wider Middle East as the fighting continues, the U.S. continuing to strike targets in Iran, and the Iranians continuing to aim for targets in Israel and in a number of its neighbors, including a number of Gulf states that contain American military bases. Speaking of the U.S. military saving puppies in the Middle East amid this war. Christy Matino with this conversation earlier.
You're watching live now from Fox. Welcome back. Before we head back to Trump administration officials speaking in Japan, we wanted to bring you this story here. U.S. troops overseas are being credited with saving a group of puppies from a dangerous situation, and now a nonprofit is working to bring those dogs safely to the United States. The organization Paws of War says several service members heard puppies crying near an oil pit used for vehicle maintenance and rushed to help. 2 of the pups had fallen into the pit and were struggling to stay afloat. The troops were able to pull them out and move the entire litter along with their mother to safety. Being left behind in the Middle East, the group of dogs are likely to be severely injured or killed. So now Paws of War is trying to bring the dogs called the oil pit puppies back to the U.S., where the soldiers who rescued them hope to adopt them. But the rescue mission comes with significant costs and logistical hurdles, and the group is asking the public to help cover transportation and relocation expenses. The effort is part of Paws of War's War-Torn Pups and Cats program, which helps reunite service members with animals they rescue while deployed. To share more is Robert Messeri. He's the co-founder of Paws of War. Thank you so much for joining us here this morning. We appreciate it.
Christy, thank you for having me.
First, tell us about the oil pit pups. How did the soldiers discover them and realize they were in danger?
So these puppies were living outside with no mom, by themselves, outside of base, trying to find a little safe spot. And people kind of knew they existed. And then one day, they heard frantic cries as several of them fell into this oil pit, and they could not get out. It's very thick oil, and the other puppies were crying, and the soldiers ran over and got them out, and realized this was meant to be. They certainly would never leave them behind. So they started cleaning them and doing whatever they can do, whatever they had to use to get them cleaned off. This was really thick oil, and now they're like family. And with everything going on overseas, everything is so sporadic, and they're in danger, these puppies. We have to get them out of the country. And these soldiers and one veteran that's a contractor is also taking 2 of them. And we want to get them to America so we can reunite them when all of our soldiers safely return back to America.
Right, and we do know there are 5 puppies that have been rescued along with their mother, as we've been saying here. And there are those military heroes who are wanting to adopt them. So what does this process look like to bring these rescued animals from overseas back here to the United States?
So normally, under normal circumstances, it's always a very difficult process, but now even more so. We had flights, of course, canceled. We have airspace being closed. It's very complicated. It's become very, very costly, and we are asking for the public's help to help us finance these dogs, get them safe to America, and then we will reunite them when all those soldiers and that contractor comes back to America.
For those who may be unfamiliar with Paws of War, I would love it if you could just dive a little deeper into what you guys do, especially your War-Torn Pups and Cats program, which reunites service members with animals they rescued while deployed. Why is that mission just so important?
It's important because when you speak to somebody who served overseas and says, I had to leave an animal behind that I bonded with, knowing that he or she was going back to a horrific fate in countries where no one's kind to an animal. There's very little survival options, and they had to leave them behind. They kind of hate themselves for it. So these soldiers bond with these animals, whether it's a cat, a dog, a puppy, and to see that reunion when they're back here in the States and they are holding that little puppy or that kitten, and for us, all of us, they deserve it, right? They're sacrificing their lives for us. They sign up for this. Few people want to. This is the least we can do for them.
You're issuing this call for help, and obviously, as you said, what we're seeing in the Middle East right now, making this a bit more difficult to get these puppies back to the United States. What specifically do you need help with, and how can people help?
Right now, we have our teams on the ground still, and we just need financial help. This is a heavy lift because of the changes that happened, and where we normally would isolate a dog or keep a dog safe has changed. A lot of things have changed, so things got real expensive. So we're asking the public if they can join us in raising funds for this mission.
Is there anything else you'd like to add, Robert, just about this, about the story, how the dogs are right now? Anything else that you want to touch on?
So the dogs are doing great, and I think we are so proud to be able to do this for our military members. This is something that they don't expect when they arrive there, and they are keeping us safe. There's no question. And this is something we owe to them. There's no question that we owe this to them.
Robert, we appreciate you coming on here. Anything else you'd like to add before I let you go?
No, just if anybody wants to learn more about us, just visit our website at pauseofwar.org and our other programs and how we help our active military members.
Okay, that was Christy Matino earlier today. We appreciate the story. A live look at the White House approaching 7:45 in D.C. We'll be right back.
Sliding east to Wisconsin, I see a viewer in Wausau asking what to expect for snow accumulation. And honestly, you need to prepare for a historic dumping. You are looking at 20 to 30 inches of heavy wet snow as you upgrade from a winter storm warning tonight straight into a blizzard warning tomorrow morning. Wind gusts are going to crank up to 50 miles per hour, causing life-threatening whiteout conditions. So please hunker down and do not try to travel in this. Sticking right there in Wisconsin, I see a beacon in Portage County hoping to catch some thundersnow. And with snowfall rates pushing 2 to 4 inches an hour, you just might get your wish. But please take this seriously, because you upgrade to a blizzard warning tomorrow morning with 20 to 30 inches of snow and 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Whiteout conditions will make travel absolutely impossible, so get your winter survival kit ready and stay off those roads. Huge shout out to the 52 of you already locked into my system and providing that crucial ground truth data today. Boot up the free WeatherWise app, hit share location in y'all mode, and let's get 48 more of you on the board to crush that 100 milestone. I am staying dialed in on the Big Island, where that flash flood warning continues for 3 hours and 18 minutes. Life-threatening rain is slamming the Puna and Cow districts, so please watch for landslides and stay off the roads. I am staying on top of the Colorado urban corridor, where that red flag warning continues for 3 hours and 17 minutes. 60-mile-per-hour gusts and 7% humidity mean any spark will spread uncontrollably, so please avoid outdoor burning and stay alert. Checking the summit at Grand Targhee Resort, Wyoming, where it is a total winter whiteout. You can see those low clouds and heavy snow whipping across the slopes, burying the evergreens. Visibility is extremely poor up here, as that cold front slams the Tetons with gusts potentially hitting 85 miles per hour. We have immediate visual confirmation of the treacherous travel conditions unfolding in the Twin Cities metro tonight. Looking at this live traffic camera in Robbinsdale, you can clearly see a dark SUV has lost control, slid off the snowy highway, and crashed into the concrete sound barrier. A police cruiser is on the scene with its lights flashing, and a responder in high visibility gear is actively working the crash. The roadway is completely covered in snow and slush, with heavy snow actively falling and reducing visibility. Switching over to the precipitation type radar, you can see exactly what is driving this travel chaos. A solid band of moderate to heavy snow, highlighted by those light and dark blue returns, is sitting directly over the Minneapolis and St. Paul metro area. The National Weather Service has placed the entire region under a blizzard warning, stressing that travel will become dangerous to impossible tonight. Do not try to test these roads. Stay safely indoors and let emergency crews do their jobs. Checking back in on Moran, Wyoming, where the winter landscape is nearly hidden by a thick blanket of fog and low clouds. Visibility is significantly reduced across the snow-covered terrain, and we've even got some moisture smudging the lens here. It's a quiet but very atmospheric scene as that cold front pushes through. Heading back to Colorado, a 61-mile-per-hour wind gust was just clocked at a mesonet station near Penrose within the last 2 minutes. Checking the situation in Albertville, Minnesota, where things have taken a dangerous turn on I-94. A major incident has the right lanes blocked with a heavy emergency presence. Most alarmingly, we have a pedestrian attempting to walk across these active snow-covered travel lanes. Conditions are treacherous, with a blizzard warning about to kick in. I am keeping a steady eye on the Kona side of the Big Island, where that flash flood warning continues for 1 hour and 58 minutes. Radar shows heavy rain and potential landslides hitting the North and South Kona districts, so please stay off the roads and stay safe. Hey Carol, welcome to the extra supporter tier and the official weather fam. You unlocked those sweet custom emotes just in time, because my radar processors are working overtime tracking this massive blizzard burying the upper Midwest tonight. Tomorrow is going to be even wilder with a major severe weather outbreak threatening the Arklatex and Ohio Valley. So grab a good seat and let's ride out this storm together. We have an excellent question from a viewer in Wausau, asking about their timeline for snow accumulation. Checking your live conditions. The temperature is sitting at 30 degrees, and while it might just be cloudy right now, a historic system is heading straight for your area. Switching over to the precipitation type radar, we can see exactly how this is unfolding. Those green returns over central Wisconsin indicate the precipitation is starting as rain. However, look just to your west along Interstate 94. That solid wall of dark blue and bright white represents moderate to heavy snow, and it is marching eastward. Let's run the forecast model to time out the impacts. As colder air wraps into the region tonight, that rain will rapidly flip over to intense snowfall. Forecasters are warning of an incredible 15 to 30 inches of total accumulation for Wausau between tonight and Monday. When you combine those massive snow totals with severe wind gusts, we are looking at life-threatening blizzard conditions that will make travel impossible. Because of these extreme threats, officials have already shut down over 500 schools across the state for tomorrow. Please wrap up your preparations immediately and stay off the roads. All right, checking back on the SPC outlook from earlier this afternoon, and it has been holding steady for about 6 hours now as we prepare for a high-octane Sunday. We are tracking a powerful surface low deepening as it tracks from the Missouri border into Michigan, which is going to drag an aggressive cold front across the heart of the country. This setup is primed to trigger a long, intense line of storms moving from the mid-Mississippi Valley into the Ohio and Tennessee valleys through Sunday night. The Level 3 enhanced risk is that sprawling orange polygon on your map, covering over 17 million people from the Arklatex all the way up to the Wabash Valley. Major hubs like Indianapolis, Nashville, Memphis, and Louisville are right in the bullseye for widespread damaging wind gusts, reaching up to 75 miles per hour. Timing is everything here, as we expect the most significant weather to ramp up Sunday afternoon and persist as a high-speed line of storms, racing eastward well into the overnight hours. We are specifically watching a 10% tornado probability zone stretching from the Ark-La-Miss up into the lower Ohio Valley, where a few strong tornadoes are possible with any semi-discrete supercells that can manage to stay ahead of the main line. This is a very serious signal for Sunday, so please.
The Navy has lost more ships to mines since the end of World War II than any other weapon system out there, and we saw that what mines could do late in the tanker war in the 1980s.
The mine proposition is very interesting to me. And so when you're talking about how Iran would use these mines, how are they able to get those into position to potentially inflict some sort of harm?
So Secretary Hegseth and General Kane talked about today that the Iranian Navy has largely been eliminated. I mean, if it's gray and floats and has an Iranian flag, it's probably been hit, damaged, or potentially sunk. However, to deploy mines, you don't need naval vessels. You can use smaller vessels. You can use high-speed boats. Probably most ominously, you can use fishing boats, which are ever present in this region, having sailed through this region. Dhows are everywhere in this area. You can use those. You could potentially drop them by aerial craft, either helicopters, planes, or even potentially missiles. But Christina, it takes exactly 0 mines to create a minefield. It's just the threat. If you announce you have mined an area, you're not going to sail into it without taking the due precaution to ensure that there are no mines. And that is really the threat that the U.S. and shipping in the area has. Now, we're pretty sure they haven't mined the area because one of the things we still see is Iranian tankers loading up at Karg Island and sailing out through the strait.
That's fascinating.
I wanted to play out as much of that conversation that Christina had with Sal earlier today. It is about that time for us to head off the air for the evening. I'm Austin Westfall. If you want to catch more of our coverage, you can go on our YouTube channel at Live Now Fox. You can see those full interviews on the website. A live look at the White House as we head away for the evening. We're back on the air tomorrow morning. We'll be tracking President Trump's movements in southern Florida. We'll also, of course, keep you posted on any and all major updates that come out of the Middle East. For now, what I'm going to do is send it to a commercial break. On the other side of that, you will see our overnight playlist. Have a good night.
All right, checking back on the SPC outlook from earlier this afternoon, and it's been holding steady for nearly 4 hours now as we wind down our Saturday. While the big headlines are rightfully on the historic blizzard up north and tomorrow's major outbreak, we still have some rowdy weather pulsing across the southern Florida peninsula. We're seeing moderate instability, fueled by those mid-70s dew points, which is providing just enough juice for isolated thunderstorms to pack a punch through the remainder of the evening. The level 1 marginal risk is that dark green shading hugging the coast, covering over 6 million people from Miami and Fort Lauderdale up through West Palm Beach. This corridor is where we're mainly watching for isolated severe hail and gusty downburst winds as these cells drift through the tropical air mass. These storms are expected to remain active through the next few hours, so if you're out and about in South Florida,
You're watching Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. My thanks to Christina Evans. She's had you covered the past few hours. I'll be up here with you the next few hours as we discuss the latest in the Middle East. Some videos that CENTCOM has posted within the past 24 hours as the U.S. and Iran are continuing to fire at each other as the war is reaching its 3rd week. Today, Kuwait and Saudi Arabia intercepting more Iranian attacks, and last night, the U.S. striking a major target, Karg Island in the Persian Gulf, which is the heart of Iran's oil system. Retired Marine Intelligence Officer, National Security Analyst, and the host of the Strat podcast, Hal Kempfer, is here with me. Hal, ultimately, when we talk about these types of stories, one of the main thing is how are lawmakers discussing where we go from here? Lindsey Graham posting this earlier today. Iran's attempt to close the Strait of Hormuz is done at its own peril. President Trump's decision to take the war to Karg Island, the crown jewel of Iran's oil and gas company, was necessary, bold, and in my view, highly effective. This will help shorten the war. Seldom in warfare does an enemy provide you a single target like Karg Island that could dramatically alter the outcome of the conflict. If Iran loses control or the ability to operate its oil infrastructure from Karg Island, its economy is annihilated. He who controls Karg Island controls the destiny in this war, Graham says. Hal, if Karg Island is out of commission, if the U.S. has struck, and by the way, the U.S. says that they've struck as many as 90 different targets on the island. This is some video that CENTCOM posted of some of those strikes. If Karg is out of commission, does that present the option for the U.S. to take it over?
Well, it certainly does. What we hit was the military facilities, military installations, all the security positions, all the security, I should say, of the island and all the military positions. That's what it, and whereas I don't have an exact laydown of every target that was hit, basically what the White House and the Pentagon are saying is that all of them were hit. And we certainly have the air power to do that. Does that mean that we took them all out? Well, I would point you to World War II and the Japanese. And we bombed the heck out of some of these islands. We go ashore, and a lot of people are still underground in revetments and tunnels. So I'm sure there's many who survived. But the issue is, can they militarily defend these islands? And that's an island where potentially a Marine Expeditionary Unit could make a big difference. They could bring the combat power, depending if there's really nothing there to fight against, that could have the combat power. But I'll tell you, the real problem is, how do they reinforce that island? 90% of the oil that goes out of, and not an insignificant amount of the gas, of natural gas that goes out of Iran goes through Karg Island. And if they don't have that operating, and we've just made a demonstration to Iran saying, look, we can shut you down. I mean, it would have been very easy to launch airstrikes to take out all the oil producing and all the oil pumping and storage facilities there, that we could literally shut you down. At that point, you can't send oil to anybody. And there still is oil that they're letting through, that the Iranians are letting through the Strait of Hormuz that's going over to China. I just saw where they're letting oil that's going over to India go to the Strait of Hormuz. This is purely political, trying to align those two countries to support Iran more vigorously in what's going on. But the reality is, if we took out Karg, if they continue doing that, we could take it out. And the other side is, we haven't seen massive sea mining of the Strait of Hormuz. If they do that, they can't ship anything out. If the Iranians do that, they have shut down not only Western powers from getting oil, but also China and India, anybody from getting, and that shuts down the revenue flow completely. But we've told them that, hey, we will hit Karg Island much more definitively, taking out their oil, energy capabilities or oil capabilities if we do that. Now, I just want to say one thing. It's an island. How would they reinforce that island now that they've lost all that military presence? It's going to go by air or it's going to go by sea. My understanding is we knocked out the airfield, and I would say if they sent a ship full of troops or military supplies over to that island, with the air power that we have in the area, I don't think that ship would make it over. So I think we made a pretty profound statement.
This expeditionary unit that the U.S. is sending to the Middle East, would this be right up their alley if they were to try to put boots on the ground at Karg Island? This is an amphibious operation. Hal, this would be right up their alley?
Absolutely. That's what they train for. That's what they're there for. It's not a huge force. I mean, the ground force component's only about 800 troops. But I'd really have to look at what's left on Karg Island. They're obviously going to look very closely to see what's left on Karg Island. The other thing, too, is because the distances are relatively small, it wouldn't be tough if the MEU actually made the initial entry, set up a forced beachhead, take a key terrain, and then we could resupply or reinforce through air or by sea forces coming over from Kuwait or elsewhere if we want to, air deploy some additional ground forces in Kuwait. So it's very possible we could do that. And the other thing I'd point out is they don't have to worry about air support. There's more air support available in the Persian Gulf to any U.S. ground forces than they can possibly imagine. So yeah, it's very achievable that they can make a big dent. And they may take Carg Island, we could own it.
You and I were talking offline. We were talking about the idea of the U.S. having air superiority over the region. You talked about the idea of air superiority versus air supremacy. We have superiority right now. What's the difference?
Well, the difference is air superiority says that we basically dominate in the air, all right? We don't control all the air at any time. We haven't knocked out all of their air defense capabilities and everything else, but we do dominate. I mean, we are clearly the dominant air power over all of Iran. In certain sections of Iran, we have what's called air supremacy. When you have air supremacy, that means pretty much you own the airspace. You control it. There isn't much of anything that they can put up to oppose you. I've heard air supremacy actually talked about when there is some latent air defense capability, but it's just not much that poses much of a threat. And so we have not declared air supremacy over Iran yet, but we could. And I think at some point we're going to get there. And once that happens, that means everywhere in Iran is kind of laid open to airstrikes. At that point, the regime can't defend anywhere on the ground from the air. And that opens up the possibility of causing enormous attrition, which is already occurring with the Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Basij militia, which is that radical militia that was killing protesters in December and January. That's what opens up that possibility. And certainly something like Carg Island would be completely open. And I think it is now, but it would be completely open to whatever we wanted to do with it.
Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, posted this today. He says, "I favor regime change in Iran, but I'm deeply worried that inadequate preparation will prevent that goal from being achieved. There seems to be holes in the strategy, from the lack of coordination with the opposition to the lapse in preparing the American people ahead of the attack." Hal, what could he mean by preparing the American people ahead of the attack?
Well, traditionally, when we've done stuff like this, and if you go back to Desert Storm, or if you go back to the invasion of Iraq, even going into to some extent, of course, that was immediately post 9/11, going into Afghanistan. But definitely, if you look at Iraq, there was a really big buildup. You know, I remember, Colin Powell, who was Secretary of State, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, gave that impassioned speech before the United Nations, where he talked about all the weapons of mass destruction stuff that Iraq had, which turned out later on it was from a really bad intelligence source that they got some of that. But there was a real buildup to build up public support, to convince Congress that this was the right thing that we needed to do, and basically layer it in there. This one, we almost went in cold. It's not that we hadn't talked about the problems with Iran and things like that, but basically we were in negotiations with them. There was no preparation of the people of the United States for going to war, and you see that reflected in the numbers. I think there's only 27% of the voters or those out there right now actually support or approve of the war. So. We went in kind of cold. It was a very risky business. I mean, if you do something like that, you got to be successful, and you better win at the end of the day. But there was no mental preparation for that. Now, as far as engaging with the opposition, I'm not sure. I don't know. I think there's been a full court press effort to try and engage with members of the opposition, protesters, and others who could step in when the regime is help overthrow the regime. I don't think we want to advertise that. I don't think we want to say anything. In fact, we kind of advertised that a lot going into Iraq in 2003. And as it turns out, those that we were pointing to say they're going to come in and help run the country, that didn't work out at all. In fact, they were pretty much rejected by the Iraqi people. So I think we're keeping it deliberately quiet this time around, learning the lessons from 23 years ago, and letting this at least appear to happen much more organically. Although I can't imagine that whomever in the anti-regime movement dominates, if they do take over, that we haven't had some level of communication with them before.
Let's talk about California. California was a major piece of the story that we were covering this week. California Governor Gavin Newsom said there's no imminent threat to the state, despite a warning earlier this week from the FBI that Iran could send drones to the West Coast in retaliation for the war. The FBI recently warning police departments about Iran and a possible California strike, although the alert also said that it was unverified information. Governor Newsom saying this earlier this week. Let's listen.
We've been aware of that information. We've been working collaboratively through the SOC, which we established right after the war began, the State Operations Center, working with the Office of Emergency Service, but also working locally to make sure we transmit any information that we have received. Drone issues have been always top of mind, and we've assembled some work groups specifically around those concerns.
So, Hal, given a little bit of what we've heard from Newsom and given what we've heard from the FBI and given what we've heard from the White House itself, Caroline Leavitt talked about this week. She sort of downplayed the threat a little bit. What's your strategic risk assessment for the potential of an Iranian attack in the lower 48?
Well, first off, we are seeing attacks. Most of them are what we call lone wolves. But there are clearly a number of them have been linked or inspired by what's happening in the Middle East, all right? Whether it's tied directly to support for the regime in Iran or whether it's just radical anti-U.S., radical Islamic extremism, shall we say, with the ISIS case or cases that that's opportunistic, which is they see the U.S. involved in a war in the Middle East and they're doing attacks here. Regardless, we've seen those types of things. Now, have we seen a sleeper cell or a sleeper agent? As far as I know, that hasn't happened. It's not to say they're not there, and I will tell you that they are assessed as being present in the U.S. going back decades. So we know that that's a present thing. Now, this particular attack the particular threat, I should say, they're talking about, this was intelligence that the FBI had passed to members of the Joint Terrorism Task Forces throughout the state of California. Those task forces have task force officers who are from various state, local law enforcement agencies throughout the state, and that's how the information got to all the law enforcement departments around the state. So that's one way. There's other ways it gets out there as well. It gets transmitted as well, but that's one way it happened. And my understanding is that originated from something that the Coast Guard had, which was a maritime threat piece of intelligence. And it was that the Iranians were talking, and it never clear there was any execution phase, but there was discussion in early February, well before this war began. But when the war was a possibility, they were talking about the idea of putting a ship offshore of California and then launching drones to hit various targets, pre-selected targets in California. Honestly, that's not an unrealistic thing that Iran could have potentially pulled off. There's a lot of maritime traffic off the coast. It's very difficult to pick it up. The drones definitely would have the legs, depending on what drones they use, to get into California and do stuff. I don't think it would have been a massive wave of destruction or anything like that. I think it would have been a few smaller attacks, but it would have got attention. It would have created a certain amount of terror and uncertainty throughout the state. But I actually think the threat from sleeper cells and potentially other terrorists that are inspired by this using drones is a lot higher. And we don't have a great drone defensive capability domestically, and it's difficult to do. There's a lot of political reasons, a lot of legal reasons, ethical reasons, but we just don't have the same thing. You don't see the same thing that like they have in air defense in the Middle East, sitting around, iconic or critical infrastructure locations in California. So drones are a big problem, even though this thing wasn't a huge threat because we never saw that they actually executed it. It's not something where we should ignore the threat from drones.
Some incredibly sad news this week. We learned that all 6 crew members aboard that KC-135 refueling aircraft that crashed in western Iraq are dead. The circumstances that led to the crash are being investigated, but we know it was not a hostile or friendly fire incident. Hal, this incident is bringing the U.S. death toll to at least 13 service members. Do casualty figures have an impact on the troops that are deployed to these areas?
To some extent, especially if they're larger casualty figures. They do. I will say that what you saw, these are pretty small and relatively isolated. The biggest one, from what I can, certainly from what we can see, is the one where they hit the Kuwaiti base, the U.S. base in Kuwait, and they hit basically a tactical operations center for a big sustainment unit that was out there. And that's what caused the most casualties. And then this KC-135 incident. But I will say this, with KC-135s, and everybody knows this, in-flight refueling is a very risk-intensive effort. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. That's why they train so hard. And we have seen catastrophic events with in-flight refueling that take place in peacetime ops with regular training or regular operations. So it's not something that's exclusive to combat environments, although the combat environment does add a certain amount of intensity to what's going on there. But aviation mishaps happen, and I don't think that was a stunning blow to the morale or any of the psychology of those out there. I mean, it's a tragic situation, but we have, the military of any institution is conditioned for these tragic events to take place, and it's very sad that it occurred, but it also reinstills that need to do more training, more readiness, be more careful, all those things that go into mitigating, operational risk.
As soon as we heard about the loss of this plane, it was even before we had confirmation of the well-being of the service members themselves on the plane. But as soon as we heard that the plane was down, the U.S. military was quick to say it wasn't hostile activity and it wasn't friendly fire activity. Why is it important from their perspective to make that clear as soon as possible?
Well, that communicates to everybody that they weren't doing something with this plane where they had placed it intentionally into harm's way, and they're making that very clear that this was not related to Iranian action. They don't want to give Iran any opportunity to claim some propaganda victory. And certainly with Iran, if you look at the amount of AI-generated stuff they've been putting out there, such as that really kind of hokey thing where they were saying that they took a bunch of Delta Force soldiers, and you could look at it and go, that's the worst CGI I've ever seen. But they've been putting stuff out there like this is actual real stuff, and they've been putting AI-generated images of Iranian missiles hitting our aircraft carriers and all sorts of things. So we just wanted to get out there fast, quick, make sure everybody understands this is not due to hostile fire. This is not something Iran did. But I mean, it doesn't take away from the tragedy of what occurred, but it wasn't something where we want Iran to use that to their advantage in some way.
We got this from President Trump. He posted this morning. He said many countries, especially those who are affected by Iran's attempted closure of the Hormuz Strait, will be sending warships in conjunction with the United States of America to keep the strait open and safe. We have already destroyed 100% of Iran's military capability, but it's easy for them to send a drone or two, drop a mine, or deliver a close-range missile somewhere along or in this waterway, no matter how badly defeated they are. Hopefully China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others that are affected by this artificial constraint will send ships to the area so that the Hormuz Strait will no longer be a threat by a nation that has been totally decapitated. In the meantime, the United States will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and continually shooting Iranian boats and ships out of the water. One way or the other, we will soon get the Hormuz Strait open, safe, and free, the president says. He names a couple of countries there, Hal. China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others. What's the likelihood that we get cooperation from, some of the NATO countries he mentions there, but he also mentions China as well?
It's fascinating. When I saw that initially, I said, China. Interesting. There must be some discussion we're having with China on this. Obviously, China is very, very dependent on Iranian oil. It's a big issue for them. And they have been getting some, but certainly not in the levels that they were getting it before this whole event took place. So China has a vested interest to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, certainly for oil coming to China. But he also brought up Japan, South Korea. They also get a lot of oil that comes to the Strait of Hormuz. And they have very capable navies, and they could come in and provide escort. Interesting with France. France has, obviously not been very supportive of everything going on here. In fact, quite the opposite. And the same with Britain politically, although Britain is allowing us to use their air bases to launch strikes into Iran. So you're seeing a sea change, so to speak, of countries probably moving from, well, we don't like the fact that this war is taking place, to, okay, the war has taken place. It is a fact, and we don't want to see our oil cut off. So we need more naval presence to do those escort missions. It is a reality that even we, quote, bomb the hell out of all those short positions, there still can be an occasional drone, occasional anti-ship missile that could get fired in there. There could be some mining activity that takes place on the Iranians. You can't knock it all out with 100% certainty. But if you have those ships out there, particularly if they bring in minesweeping ships, that could make an enormous difference. And if we can start getting that oil going out in a major way, 20% of the world's oil that normally goes to the Strait of Hormuz, if we can get that coming out, that would make a big difference. And by the way, if China was part of a combined task force to escort ships going in and out of there, that's something that the Iranian regime would have to turn around, and that would make their heads, I'm not going to say make their heads explode, but it would make their heads go, oh my gosh, our number one client, a customer of Iranian oil, is now in this U.S.-led naval escort mission. That's something that tells them that their ability to prevail in this war is pretty much nil.
Let's talk about northern Israel and southern Lebanon. A live look at Beirut. We've had this camera keeping an eye on the suburbs of Beirut as the IDF has been targeting Hezbollah infrastructure. A little dark, but there is a strike that's happened recently. You can see some of the smoke emanating from one of the targets they've struck. We don't know what exactly they hit. What we do know is that in recent weeks, they've been aiming for Hezbollah command centers, launch pads, things of this nature, communication infrastructure, things like that. Hal, interesting reporting coming out today. Israel and Lebanon are reportedly expected to hold direct talks soon. This would be their first since the start of the war. Axios is saying that the French government has drafted a proposal to end the fighting in Lebanon. So Lebanon was drawn deep into this conflict when the IDF and Hezbollah reignited their fighting, Hal. And the point of these discussions that are being reported would be to disarm Hezbollah. What are the main challenges with disarming them? The Lebanese government, the Israeli government, and the U.S. government, they all want them disarmed, so why hasn't it happened yet?
Well, first off, they're heavily armed, and they've got a lot of missiles, more tactical, closer-in missiles, not like the Iranian missiles, but they're still very, very capable missiles. They've been using those missiles to attack Israel. They've also attacked the British air bases or air base over in Cyprus offshore. Now, just so everyone understands, at one point, Lebanon was actually under France during the colonial era, so there is still a lot of French influence there. So this is kind of logical that France would step in and act as a peace broker, if you will, to coming together with this. But this goes to something we've talked about on air before, which was this big shift to take place. When Hezbollah, which was supposed to disarm per the ceasefire agreement, and the idea that they were supposed to pull back all their forces, they were supposed to disarm, they were supposed to be just a political entity, demilitarized. Well, they haven't really been complying with that. Israel has had to occasionally do airstrikes in order to reinforce the point that you're not supposed to be doing certain things. And then they join in with fighting basically on behalf of Iran. And if you get behind the curtain, after Nasrallah was gone, the Al-Quds arm of the Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran had actually put their own people into many command positions with Hezbollah. So literally Iran was calling the shots militarily on what Hezbollah was doing. All of that puts together a situation where, look, Israel's got troops going into southern Lebanon, more troops going into southern Lebanon. They're hitting them with airstrikes. They're getting up into southern Beirut. The Lebanese government and basically Lebanese public sentiment is pretty much uniform, which is Hezbollah has got to go. And that was huge because that aligns completely with Israel's position, which is Hezbollah's got to go. And I was noting this alignment, and now we're seeing actual discussions taking place in Paris, up in France, where they're going to talk about a combined plan, essentially. One hopes a combined effort by the Lebanese government and Israel to demilitarize, disarm Hezbollah in a very concerted way. And that is a big change. That I have not seen before. That is a political sea change. It's a military sea change. It's a complete change of how things have been going over there. And it's a very welcome change to get rid of that horrific terrorist group, Hezbollah.
The people that have been following this conflict over the past 2 weeks, they've heard Iran-backed Hezbollah every single day. Hezbollah is backed by Iran. Let's do a primer for the people who might not understand the connection between the two. Hezbollah is largely based in southern Lebanon. We've seen throughout the course of the most recent iteration of the Gaza war that Hezbollah and the IDF has been trading blows. Yep. They've been doing that tit for tat. So how does Iran historically support Hezbollah, whether it be militarily, financially? And is it clear to us if that connection has been severed in some way, given some of the destruction we've seen toward Iranian forces, the elimination of Nasrallah? Has the pipeline between Iran and Hezbollah been disconnected in some ways?
Well, it's been dramatically disrupted. Just to go into it, okay, there's two different major faith groups in Islam, which is the Sunnis and the Shiites. All right, the Shiites are a distinct minority overall in Islam. However, there is an area called what's called the Shiite Crescent that kind of shoots up through Iran, across Iraq, Syria, and into the southern half of Lebanon. Hezbollah is a Shiite Islamic extremist group. They were stood up in the early 80s. They were the ones responsible, with Iranian support, of attacking our embassy and, of course, attacking the Marine barracks at Beirut International Airport, wherein that was the first time I personally knew someone killed by a terrorist was in that attack. And that's how they've been basically funneling arms, everything else you can think of, money, whatever, over to Hezbollah. Now, as you know, the Assad government, the Shiite Assad government, which was from that Alawite minority, which is the Shiite minority, they're out. Okay, and a former Al-Qaeda member is actually running Syria, and he has no love lost for certainly Assad's forces, and certainly no love lost for Iran or this Shiite Islamic extremism. And so he blocked off that way. They're not going to get anything coming from certainly from Israel, obviously, because that's Israel. And so they could get some stuff from the sea, but it was getting more and more difficult with everything that was going on in the Eastern Mediterranean. And so they're basically largely cut off. But with Iran, if they're no longer in the picture, there's no support for Hezbollah from anywhere coming in. And so they're seeing the writing on the wall. And of course, with those losses, they backfilled a lot of those key positions with Iranian Al-Quds force operatives, officers, senior officials actually doing that stuff. One thing I would also point out, if you track the crescent back, you may have seen, of course, today we announced that all Americans need to leave Iraq. That's a big announcement that's out there. And that was tied to these Shiite militias, which are under what's called the Popular Mobilization Forces in Iraq. The Iraqi government, for political reasons, has always tried to maintain some cordial relations with them, and they ostensibly are under the Ministry of Defense, but not very much. And they still continue to launch attacks every now and again towards the U.S. and towards Israel. But what we're saying, what we've obviously picked up on with, there was a strike, which was probably from the Popular Mobilization Forces against the U.S. Embassy compound in Baghdad. And we're looking at, and we're just saying, get all the Americans out of there. And that's part of this Shiite extremism, which is all interconnected under the Al-Quds force with what we're seeing in Hezbollah. I hope I kind of explained that well. It's a little bit complicated, but they're all kind of connected together, and they're all basically Al-Quds forces calling it. And the bottom line is, the Shiite militias are in Iraq kind of realize the same thing that Hezbollah does. If Iran's gone, their sponsor, their power base has just been pulled out from under them. So their days as a serious military or paramilitary force in Iraq are numbered as well. So what you're seeing is a lot of these groups are kind of going all in. The only one we're really watching is the Houthis to see what they do.
Yeah, it's important to connect this stuff. Hal is the host of the Strat podcast. What's coming up on Strat, Hal?
Well, we're going to talk about the Middle East. And
you don't say.
Yeah, it's surprising. And to talk about the Middle East, I'm going to talk about how this ties to some of the threats here at home that we've seen. You know, we've had a spate of these, for lack of a better term, terror attacks across the country. I mean, we just saw the thing in Michigan with the synagogue, and we saw that rather amazing, not just the attack that took place at Old Dominion University, but also that the ROTC students there, how quickly they rallied and got in there and took the guy down and stopped the attack. That was something I was very pleased to see. You know, we talk about run, hide, fight. Well, you had ROTC students, Reserves Officer Training Corps students that they saw the situation and they worked through that problem real fast. They said fight, and they knew what to do, and they stopped the attack and saved a lot of lives in the process. So pleased to see that response. Sorry to see, you know, obviously sad to see the attack and a professor there was killed, but it's just one of those things that I think it needs to have a closer look.
Hal Kempfer, and by the way, you can listen to Strat anywhere podcasts are available. Thanks. See you soon. You're watching live now. I'm Austin Westfall. President Trump posting this earlier today. The United States of America has beaten and completely decimated Iran, both militarily, economically, and in every other way. But the countries of the world that receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage, and we will help a lot. The U.S. will also coordinate with those countries so that everything goes quickly, smoothly, and well. This should have always been a team effort, and now it will be. It will bring the world together toward harmony, security, and everlasting peace. The president posting that moments ago as we bring in Professor Alon Burstein, the host of the Israel-Palestine Report. Alon, we wanted to start off with that statement that the president posted. I'll just bring it up one more time. That first sentence he says there, the United States has beaten and completely decimated Iran. When you read this, what came to mind?
As always, good to see you, Austin. So I have to admit that when I first read this, I actually looked to the person standing next to me and I was like, this could be a statement of the war being over. And what I mean by that, Trump has been putting out a lot of messages. A lot of his messages are threatening messages at Iran, threatening against Iran carrying out attacks in the Straits of Hormuz or any other attacks. Other messages are messages justifying the war, saying that Iran was getting ready to take over the Middle East, was getting ready to have a nuclear bomb, all kinds of things. This message is slightly different for two reasons. One, it's essentially saying the United States has won already. If Iran is in fact beaten and decimated militarily and economically and in every other way, then theoretically, with the exception of actually stopping the nuclear program, which the United States so far hasn't figured out how exactly it's going to do, the job is done in terms of the goals that the United States had set. So that's one. And then this issue of the Straits of Hormuz is much more looking towards the future. Instead of saying, Trump has been putting out messages saying the ship should go through now, it's perfectly safe, go through now. That's already trying to set the stage for the future, saying now countries have to cooperate, now countries have to pull their weight. We know this is a very important theme for Trump when it comes to NATO, comes to a lot of things. He wants other countries to participate in securing what countries want to secure. But the fact that this message came out today, and especially as we've been talking about what the United States is sort of where it's going. Now we're 2 weeks into the war. Trump has been saying it's going ahead of schedule. It'll end. He's more and more saying it'll end when I want it to end, but he's using that word. The war is going to end much more than he was a week ago. This to me already looks like a way to say, now here's how I'm looking to the future. It was not a statement that the war is over. But theoretically, if you look at that message could have been followed up. Now the job is complete without changing anything, and would have been the same message.
We've been looking at this map of the Strait of Hormuz, also have this look at where Karg Island is, just to give people some perspective. This is the island that everybody's been talking about as of late. Before we get into some of these questions, because you and I were talking about Karg Island, we were talking about the Persian Gulf last night, and we'll get to more of that in a moment here. I was doing some research ahead of coming up on air, and I saw that there were some rocket alerts toward parts of Israel. If you do have on your map there, are you seeing any new activity in Israel?
So this is an interactive map that is actually produced from a research center in Tel Aviv. Now, it shows all of the strikes in Iran and all of the other strikes that Iran is carrying out at other countries. I will say that ironically, because this comes from Israel, in Israel, it is not legal to publicize exactly where attacks happen because it's considered that you'll be given coordinates to the enemy, so to speak, in order to let them actually refine their targeting. So therefore, Israel, they only have one generic map. This is not where any missiles landed. Missiles have targeted Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, the northern parts of Israel, and the southern parts of Israel. But this map actually does not show that. What did happen today is for the first time, there was launches that also targeted the southernmost tip of Israel, Eilat, of missiles targeting there, and fragments of that missile did manage to destroy a house. No one was injured because they were in bomb shelters, but that did happen down south. And there were more launches towards the north and central parts of Israel, Tel Aviv, throughout the night. I will say that if I move the map further, what did happen today that was pretty extreme in terms of Iran's attacks was a drone attack that several drones apparently targeted the international airport in Kuwait City. So there's this area over here. And according to reports that came out of Kuwait, the air traffic control towers were targeted and a lot of them destroyed. So that airport is probably going to be coming out of commission in the near future. Something else that we're also seeing is that in Dubai, if we go further to the United Arab Emirates, in Dubai, increasing drone activity. There's less reports of missiles towards the different Gulf countries in the last 24 hours, more drones. I don't know if that indicates a change in strategy or tactic, or simply is what Iran is choosing to do today. But that's where most of the activity has been. We had a couple of those missiles at Israel, United Arab Emirates, and that very, very substantial attack at Kuwait City.
From what you're analyzing, does it appear that there are fewer Iranian missiles and drones being fired compared to the early days of this conflict?
Certainly, there's been fewer missiles fired at Israel, and this is something that some people have explained by the U.S. Air Force, primarily the Israeli Air Force, targeting the rocket launchers that Iran has, not only targeting the missiles, but targeting the rocket launchers, and that is definitely part of it. A second part, though, is, and this is something I think you and I spoke about last week, is that almost the irony of the situation is because Israel has advanced warning systems, Iran can achieve the same effect of terrorizing millions of people and sending millions of people into shelters with one missile or with 20. It's enough to have one missile targeting Tel Aviv, and alarm bells will go off, sending well over 1 million or 2 million people into bomb shelters. And that's not the same thing in other countries that don't have these advanced warning systems. So ironically, because Israel has more advanced warning systems, Iran is almost calculating how many missiles to spend, so to speak, on Israel or not. I have noticed that there's been less reports of missile attacks targeting the neighboring Gulf countries of Iran and more reports of drones. But again, I've not seen anything credible to suggest that this is a result of Iran running out of missiles or something like that. It appears to be more of a tactical thing right now. Drones are harder to intercept, so it appears to be more of a tactical thing right now. Maybe it's part of the drone warfare that Iran is trying to sort of institute across the Straits of Hormuz. I'm not sure, but that is a change that we have seen. I don't know if we're going to talk about later. There was just a report that came out about Israel's interceptors and their quantity. I don't know if you want me to address that now, or do you want to address that later?
Yeah. What are you hearing? That hadn't made it to me. What are you hearing about their interceptors?
So there was just a report that came out about 2 hours ago from quoting American sources saying that Israel is in, it used the word critical shortage, but that may have also been a mistranslation. I'm not sure. It could have been a large shortage of interceptors for ballistic missiles. Now, obviously, this was immediately denied in Israel, and the United States said that they had expected this and they know how much interceptors Israel has, and etc. I will say that an hour and a half after that came out, there was a report that the Israeli cabinet has been convened to authorize an immediate emergency purchase of classified military equipment. Connecting the dots, it does appear that that is likely the situation. Does Israel have enough interceptors? Very likely. And even if not, there are enough interceptors that the United States has deployed that this is not necessarily a danger, but it is indicative, possibly, of how long this war, I mean, both countries call it an operation, but this war is going on compared to maybe what Israel anticipated at the beginning. Because certainly if Israel anticipated for it to go on for more than 2-3 weeks, they would have stocked up on the interceptors before that.
And they're not only intercepting missiles from Iran proper alone, they're also intercepting missiles from up north, correct?
Yes, although that's a different type of interceptor. Iron Dome is for like Hezbollah rockets and Hamas rockets. Those, I don't believe that's what they're reporting. The report just said interceptors, but it talks specifically about ballistic missiles, and those are a different type of interceptor. They're called Chetz, it means arrow. That's Arrow 2, Arrow 3, and Israel can use older systems, also as Patriot missiles. That was used already in the first Gulf War in 1991. But the most advanced ones are the Arrow missiles, interceptors, and THAAD. My assumption, of course, is that this is not something, let's say an acute shortage that probably means that there's enough interceptors for the next 4 or 5 days, right? These things take time until they would be mobilized and deployed, et cetera. So I don't think that this indicates any danger. I'm more taking this to indicate the fact that in Israel, the anticipation of how long this might be and how long does the country need to brace for war and prepare, either Iran fired more missiles than Israel had expected it would be able to, or Israel possibly thought this wouldn't last that long.
The time in Israel and in Lebanon, just past midnight. Live look at Tel Aviv here. Also got our live look at Beirut. Looks like it's a bit foggy out there. The visibility a little tough, but I did see a strike a little bit earlier in the day. There's a little bit of smoke emanating. It's tough to see, but I still see a little bit of smoke coming from one of those.
Yeah, it's there.
And Alon, I got to also ask you, by the way, since we do have a strike here on screen, what have you been tracking as far as IDF strikes in Lebanon?
So the situation in Lebanon is constantly escalating. Israel has been carrying out massive airstrikes. We're seeing this now. This is the Dahya area. It's in the southern parts of Beirut. And Israel's been carrying out more and more strikes and issuing more and more evacuation orders to areas in southern Lebanon, and also has already made very, very explicit statements that the country is planning a massive ground invasion of Lebanon. Now, when you make that statement over and over, it's also somewhat of an indication you don't necessarily want to carry it out. You want something else to happen. But at this moment, the Israeli leadership is in a little bit of a bind with regards to Hezbollah, because Hezbollah had seemingly been either maybe not defeated, but certainly subdued a year and a half ago, right? Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated. The group had received massive blows, the beeper attack, the pager attack, the walkie-talkie attack, and then invasion, and then the Lebanese military was actually engaging with it. And right now, somewhat surprisingly, and I think unexpectedly to a lot of the leadership, the tables have turned. All of a sudden now, Naim Qassem, the leader of Hezbollah, who was a politician not known as a militant figure, is now ordering massive rocket attacks and ordering drone attacks. They're goading the Israeli army to come into Lebanon. Already we've had deaths of Israeli soldiers. The Hezbollah is advancing further south. I don't think they anticipated this. And this, first of all, is a major complication politically for the Israeli leadership, considering that it's an election year in Israel, and the leadership has been saying that, it's total victory, but Hamas is still alive in Gaza, and now Hezbollah is raising its head again in Lebanon. But also when it comes to spreading the forces too thin, the Gaza situation is still active. There was a report today of the IDF carrying out an airstrike against armed militants in Gaza. So to now be sort of sinking into Lebanon as well, I think something that is complicating the Israeli leadership. They want to carry out a big operation to wipe out Hezbollah. I'm not sure that they had planned for it. That's why that's probably going to last much longer than what happens in Iran. Iran could end tomorrow, the war, could end in 4 weeks, it could end tomorrow. The situation in Lebanon is probably going to increase. One more thing I'll say, the Lebanese leadership has made explicit requests to start direct negotiations with Israel. That's the first time the Lebanese government has asked for direct negotiations in Israel in history. Israel and Lebanon went to war in 1948. Since then, the countries never actually went to war military to military, but Israel's carried out a lot of invasions of Lebanon because of terrorist activities. The Lebanese government has always said, we don't talk to Israel. We don't talk to them, or we will at most have a ceasefire. Now they're asking to have direct negotiations, and they're asking to resolve the border disputes. They didn't use the word peace treaty, but they said in order to work out all of the issues that the two countries have. And this puts the Israeli leadership once again in a situation where if they agree, that would obviously require stopping the airstrikes and stopping bombarding the country in order to open negotiations. And that will not necessarily satisfy the Israeli public, given that Hezbollah is up and running. In turn, if they reject this offer or this proposal of negotiations, that is also going to be something that, first of all, may complicate the situation if Israel does invade Lebanon, what happens then? But another thing that I'll say, it may complicate the situation vis-a-vis President Trump. President Trump likes peace treaties. He likes to be seen as a peacemaker. He's nothing more he would love than to say, and look, I ended the war between Israel and Lebanon. And if Lebanon makes more and more overtures saying we want to go to some sort of peace agreement and we'll take care of Hezbollah after that, and Israel says no, that may also be something that we have to factor, or Israel should factor in when it comes to how it's going to navigate this both military and political situation.
Reading some reporting from Axios, they say the French government has drafted a proposal to end the war in Lebanon that would require the Lebanese government to take the unprecedented step of recognizing Israel. The U.S. and Israel are reviewing the proposal. Alone, I was just speaking with Hal, Alone. One question some people might have, we talk about the war in Iran, and really there's this other arena in Lebanon that we've been tracking as well. In order for the war in Iran to be over, does the war in Lebanon have to also be over?
No. The short answer is no. What has happened is I've mentioned to you that I'm hosting a webinar tomorrow on the history of Iran, and that's going to include how Iran created the Hezbollah. But what has happened is Iran created these proxies in order to then have sort of like a forward command. So if Iran is attacked, they can do exactly what Hezbollah is doing. They can carry out attacks against Iran's enemies from behind in order to try to divert them. Now, it hasn't worked out the way Iran wanted. Hezbollah is not as strong as it was. The Houthis have not yet been activated, but Hezbollah is now operating in Iran's service. It is very unlikely that Hezbollah will agree to any sort of ceasefire without the war ending in Iran, because Hezbollah is acting in order to divert fire away from Iran. In turn, Iran can come to an agreement and say we're heading towards some sort of unrecognized ceasefire, because the parties don't talk to each other, unrecognized ceasefire. However, the situation in Israel and Hezbollah will very likely continue. Like I said, it's very, very difficult for me to see a situation where the current Israeli government that is led by, militant figures that has been, to some extent, forced into a ceasefire in Gaza, where Hamas is still, having military parades. They had one 2 days ago in Khan Yunis. Hamas is still up and running. It's very difficult for me to see that how this Israeli government would navigate ending the escalation with Hezbollah, again, with some sort of agreement, while Hezbollah still has 20,000 rockets and a lot of trained operatives that could carry out cross-border insurgencies. So Iran is probably going to continue to activate Hezbollah until the war in Iran dies out. After that, though, Israel and Hezbollah have their own game, their own dynamic, and that's likely to continue, again, unless those negotiations with Lebanon somehow bear fruit.
Let's talk about the strikes that the U.S. carried out on Karg Island. The U.S. military sent these videos out overnight. They said last night U.S. forces executed a large-scale precision strike on Karg Island in Iran. The strike destroyed naval mine storage facilities, missile storage bunkers, and multiple other military sites. U.S. forces successfully struck more than 90 Iranian military targets on the island, according to U.S. CENTCOM. While they did all this, they said they preserved the oil infrastructure. Alone, what are your big questions about where the Karg Island situation goes from here? My big question is, could the U.S. try to take Karg Island? Is that a fair question?
I think it's a fair question, and I think it's certainly something the United States is signaling that it might do. We see the strategic position of Karg Island there. It is a very, very critical island when it comes to Iran's oil exports. All of the oil fields and natural gas fields of Iran and the other Gulf countries are really close to the sea. They're close to the Persian Gulf or the Arab Gulf, depends who you ask, but as the map says, it should be called probably the Persian Gulf. It's close to that area. So Karg Island is a strategic port right there, and it handles a lot of the volume of Iran's oil export. Even though Iran has that long coastline going past Straits of Hormuz, it handles a lot of its oil cargo through Karg Island. So that's one reason why it's an extremely strategic place to be striking. It's going to cripple Iran's ability to export oil. A second reason is because it's close to those oil fields in Iran, and it itself is part of these sort of refining capabilities. We know, again, this is something that Trump has been saying pretty much since his first term in the White House. He always says, if need be, we'll take their oil. We'll go to Venezuela, we're going to take their oil and rebuild their oil industries. When he was talking about fighting ISIS in his first campaigns, I remember his first campaign messages going back 2015, 2016, he was talking about, we'll cut the head off ISIS and take their oil. It's always part of how he sees the war combined economics with military strength. And Karg Island not only would threaten not only would curtail Iran's capabilities of exporting oil, could also be something the United States would take over in order to have a very active military presence there. If you want to put the map on me for a second, I'll show again why this is so strategic. Because if we look at the Straits of Hormuz and we look at this entire area that goes here, this is the choke point in the Bandar Abbas area. That's a total of 24 miles of sea. That's all you need. All Iran needs to do to shut it off. But Karg Island itself is up here. Karg Island itself is that island over there. And if we look at where that's positioned vis-a-vis where the oil fields are, and then if we look further out where that's positioned vis-a-vis protecting Kuwait City and the areas towards Qatar down here and Arab Emirates over here, that's a very, very strategic place. And also taking those islands might be a middle ground for the United States. The United States does not want to send troops to get involved in Iran, doesn't want boots on the ground, but islands are a little bit different. Islands are something you can send troops. Iran has a lot less military presence there. It could be some sort of middle ground the United States does to try to push Iran to say we're willing to commit troops on the ground. I will just say, obviously, Iran knows this. And obviously Iran is mining up the area and is preparing for such an eventuality. So the United States may try to take over Karg Island. That would be the impetus of why they would try to do it. But it's not going to be nearly as simple as some people might expect, I think.
You know, I saw a post from Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton. He posted this today. I favor regime change in Iran, but I'm deeply worried that inadequate preparation will prevent that goal from being achieved. There seems to be holes in the strategy, from the lack of coordination with the opposition to the lapse in preparing the American people ahead of the attack. Alone, what could he mean by coordinating with the opposition? If the U.S. wanted to coordinate with an opposition group, what group could that be?
So one of the situations in Iran is that the protesters that took to the streets in December, January, were themselves not necessarily coordinated under one umbrella. A lot of them were calling for a return of the son of the Shah, the king that was essentially deposed, Reza Pahlavi. They were calling for his return, and that was something that we saw more than in previous rounds of protests. However, unlike in other rounds of protests that we saw, for example, in the protests that happened in 2022 or back in 2009, that they were very ideological, and therefore people were sort of against the authoritarian rule of the Islamic Republic. The protests that happened now in January of 2026, they were more over the economic situation. They were over the economic crash that Iran was suffering, the inflation rates of 80-90% as a result of the snapback mechanism and the sanctions that were imposed back on Iran. Therefore, unlike when it's like an ideological motivation, we're all against something, this actually, the reason they were more wide scale is because it combined people who were very ideologically against the Islamic Republic, and it also combined people who were just living in poverty and couldn't afford to put food on the table. The problem with that is, therefore, there's no one organizing leader that could have possibly done an effective job to decide when exactly people are going to go out and protest in Iran. A lot of people are saying, yes, there is the exiled son of the Shah. Maybe so, but he lives in the United States, and the United States certainly could have coordinated with him how and when protesters would go out. So far, we haven't seen that. So far, what we've seen is calls from the United States initially on people to go out and take over the institutions and change the regime. Then Trump saying people should stay indoors because bombs are flying everywhere. Israel saying we're trying to create the conditions for regime change. Yesterday or 2 days ago, Israel's the Mossad Twitter account in Farsi put out a statement saying now is the time, go out and take over the regime. So now is an explicit call. But so far, there does not appear to be any coordination with any leadership among the Iranian opposition that is going to be able to coordinate. Okay, we're not going to bomb Tehran now in these couple of hours, but we want protesters to come out here and there, or alternatively, in Shiraz or in Qom, we want it to be from a place that will surprise the regime. We're not seeing that yet. Now, is it in the planning? Maybe. The United States tried to do this, and Iran actually managed to suppress it. Also, maybe. But we're simply not seeing that. We did see that in Venezuela. We did see that the United States coordinated with people who would then be put into power after Maduro was kidnapped, will be put into power in order to allow some sort of change. That wasn't a regime change necessarily. That was a change of leadership. Here, we're not seeing it yet. Again, a lot of people are saying that the Iranian people are waiting for the signal. I would argue that the attacking forces, Israel and the United States, have asked in different ways of people to go out, and that hasn't happened yet. And that's probably what John Bolton is referring to.
In the case of Venezuela, there wasn't regime change. Maduro was nabbed. The vice president came in, Delcy Rodriguez. So it was the same regime. But the regime surely seems to have changed its mind on a lot of issues, and it certainly has become more friendly with the White House. Is it at all plausible that something similar could happen in Iran in the long term?
So that's another option, right? If we don't have regime change, if you have government change that leads to massive changes of policy, when I was talking about, people asking me about regime change, and I said, look at the difference between the Trump administration, the Biden administration, and the Obama administration. Radically different policies. You think it's a different country to a large extent, foreign and domestic different policies, but we didn't have regime change. Similarly, in Venezuela, could that happen in Iran? Technically, yes. There could be a new supreme leader that would come up that would recognize from a more pragmatic stance, we don't want to engage with the United States militarily or Israel militarily. And because of that, in order to preserve our power, in order to preserve our regime, we need to have a radical change of how we do things. Is it going to change its ideology? No, the ideology itself is based on having an Islamic Republic. But it could, for example, cut off funding to proxies and say, you know what, we need to lie low for a few years and try not to do that. It could alternatively also develop different diplomatic relations with other countries. We have seen this. We've seen countries that are led by extreme regimes, and by extreme, I mean they have very radical policies, but they can become convinced, if it's in their interest, to change their ways, primarily if it's in their interest economically or from a military standpoint. The Taliban made all kinds of pledges. It hasn't lived up to a lot of them, but to some of them it has lived up because it does not want to engage militarily with a lot of neighboring countries or the United States. Taliban, very radical regime, but we have seen those types of situations. Currently, that's another point of critique that some people have leveled at the United States and Israel. Currently, the situation is new supreme leader has come in. There was very little control over who that would be. It is the son of someone whose father was assassinated, his wife and son was assassinated, and then he came into power. He is known to be a very radical figure. Will he necessarily not change the ways of the regime? He might not. But it would be possible. It is possible for someone to come in and say, yes, we're going to continue the Islamic Republic, but change our policies, become more moderate. I don't think we're seeing that right now. But like I said, we might. Could be convinced that's the only way for him to preserve the regime.
I was asking some of our guests yesterday about this. I don't believe I asked you. We still haven't seen the new supreme leader. He put out a written statement. It was read by a news anchor on television. Can the new supreme leader continue to rule the nation technically without ever being seen or without ever appearing on video? Is this something that you can do? Is this a job you can do, the job of the Ayatollah, without being seen by the public necessarily?
Well, first of all, it's important to note we've only had 3 supreme leaders. This is a third. We had the first one, the founder of the Islamic Republic, Ruhollah Khomeini, and then we had the second one, Ali Khamenei, came in 1889 until he was assassinated 2 weeks ago. So we don't have a lot of cases to go off of, like, how is this done? Do we have examples of this in the past or things like that? What I will say is it would be difficult because the supreme leader is a role as someone who's supposed to be looked up to. He's technically supposed to be God's emissary on earth, the one that is channeling God's will to the Islamic nation, or at least the Shiite nation, and directing it in what it's supposed to do. To have someone like that and have them not appear in public would be something that would be challenging. That said, it's a very, very strange time. And it is also plausible that the different forces in the government of Iran right now, specifically Ali Larijani, that is one of was the national security advisor, but he's really the strongest man in Iran right now, or possibly in coordination with the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, it is possible that them, alongside the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, will say, we want you actually more behind the scenes. He may not be a charismatic speaker. We have no idea. He may not be a charismatic speaker. He may be someone who they want more to keep as an aura, but not make him a public figure. I don't think it would be possible for him to never show his face, because then, the rumors will just absolutely spread about the fact that he's not really alive. He's just a puppet regime, etc. But it is possible for him to be a lot less public in the face of everyone compared to his father. And I think right now there's enough forces within Iran that would probably like that, because they want to consolidate their own power and then have him maybe come out to the stage. I do think it's possible we'll only see him speaking once or twice over the next year or so, presuming he survives and presuming the war is over. We will see that at some point. But yeah, he probably won't be as active as his father, but I also don't think he'll never show up.
Alon Burstein hosts the Israel-Palestine Report. Alon, how can people follow you, your coverage, and your teachings?
So look me up, Israel-Palestine Report on YouTube, constant updates on what's going on in the Middle East. And if you're interested, like I said, go to my website, alonburstein.com, look at the courses page. I'm doing a webinar tomorrow on the history of Iran and the Islamic Revolution and how this all happened. Lots of other courses on what's happening. Always happy to see everyone there.
Good to see you. Have a good night. All right, you're watching Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. While this conflict in Iran has been going on, you've been hearing us and you've been reading so many reports about the oil markets, fluctuations in oil prices, and the importance of oil in the Strait of Hormuz. We have been talking about the Strait of Hormuz. We've been talking about Karg Island as of late. And it really kind of led me to ask myself some basic questions about, some of the oil industry jargon that gets discussed so often on air and in print. Standing by here is Ed Hers. He's a University of Houston energy fellow. People have been, like I said, for 2 weeks now, hearing words like oil and barrels and crude oil. Let's start with the absolute basics. What exactly is a barrel of oil? How can you quantify that and make it make sense to the average person?
This goes back in time to Colonel Drake in Titusville. When oil was first discovered and produced, it actually was flowed on the tops of creeks. That became impractical. So they began to put it in barrels, and actually the barrels were painted blue for another commodity. And so a barrel of oil has always been abbreviated BBL for blue barrel. And it's 42 gallons of hydrocarbons. That's what a barrel is. And so when somebody talks about $75 a barrel, $100 a barrel, that's what they're talking about, $100 for 42 gallons of unprocessed crude oil.
Crude oil versus the type of oil and the type of gas you put in your car. Differentiate between the two for us, please.
Okay, so gasoline is a refined product. You could think about boiling water. You can then pulling water off. You could boil the oil or heat it up, and because it's volatile, the different components separate in the tower. And we pull those off, kerosene, jet fuel, diesel, gasoline. And then gasoline is further refined or upgraded with the addition of hydrogenation, which comes from an addition of natural gas. So a barrel of oil does not, it works out to, say, roughly a barrel and 15% or a barrel and 20% of gasoline because of the upgrading that goes on. That's what these refineries do. Now, to keep this in perspective, even today, a gallon of gasoline at $5 at the pump is what, just 25% or less than the cost of a gallon of Starbucks coffee.
Why is it that we here in the Western Hemisphere are paying higher prices for gasoline because of a situation that's happening on the other side of the planet?
It's a global market. And during the Obama administration, in 2015, Congress and President Obama agreed to remove the oil export ban that we had in place since President Nixon's administration in order to have the production tax credit in solar. And so from that moment forward, we've been able to export crude oil. That has allowed the United States to basically face the same economics as the global market without any obstacles. So, for example, and actually President Trump's advisor, Harold Hamm, worked hand in glove with the Obama administration to make sure that this oil export ban was removed. The U.S. began producing a lot of lighter, sweet crude oils, and so crude oil comes out of the ground in different configurations. Remember, this is not like the Beverly Hillbillies and Jed Clampett, or Jurassic Park and La Brea tar pits out in California. Oil comes in different grades, and a lot of it is a mile or 2 miles under the surface of the earth. And so some of it's extremely light, very sweet. It could put it into an engine of a Model T and not have any issues. Basically field gasoline. Others are very heavy, very thick, asphaltic, very similar to what we would get from Venezuela. And so this oil that we make out of the Permian Basin, the shale plays, is very light, and we produce a lot more of it than we need for the refineries that are optimized to produce that gasoline from light oil. So roughly the U.S. has a refinery fleet that's half and half geared to lighter crudes and the other half geared to heavier crudes, such as the 4 million barrels a day we get from Canada, with supplemental crude oil from Mexico and the Saudi heavy that comes in from time to time.
So a number of countries, including the ones that are being impacted by this conflict, the countries that have higher oil prices as a result of this conflict and the global market, a lot of these countries, they have oil reserves. Why do they have oil reserves if not for a situation exactly like this? Is it for situations like this?
It's not really for situations like this. We used to have a lot more of strategic oil reserves around the nation, and it's mainly for military usage. Certainly, it can be used in economic times, but that's mainly a political drive. And the Biden administration, of course, released a lot of oil from the SPR prior to the midterms following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, because the price of oil jumped above $100 a barrel. You know, in essence, the Trump administration finds itself in the same exact situation. We're not actually losing anything in terms of oil in the United States. We are self-sufficient as long as we continue to stay friends with our Canadian and Mexican cousins. Our North American bloc is self-sufficient. We won't have gasoline lines. But keep in mind, because we have an open border policy for exports, you know, the consumer in New York and the consumer in Los Angeles and the consumer in Houston is going to wind up paying, you know, roughly the same as the consumer in Brussels, the consumer in London, the consumer in Tokyo for gasoline. You know, oil and gasoline traders, refined products traders, they're not religious. If they can get an extra 5 cents a barrel, they'll turn that tanker around and ship that cargo someplace else.
We've been talking a lot about the Karg Island strikes that were carried out within the past 24 hours. Let's pull up some video. The U.S. military posting this overnight. They say that 90-some targets were hit on Karg Island, and everything I've read about Karg says that this is basically the beating heart of Iran's energy systems and oil systems. Ed, what's the strategic importance of this specific island? And again, why is so much attention being paid to these strikes particularly?
I don't know the military rationale for striking Karg, and the president stated that he directed the military not to attack the oil infrastructure. You know, keep in mind that if the U.S. goes in and takes Iran out of the global oil market, that's just as good as Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz. You know, a barrel that doesn't go into the market is a barrel that has an impact on price all across the global market. You know, we know the Russians have been getting all of their oil to their customers. They've just had to discount it. There's no doubt about that. That's always been the case. And so relieving the sanctions on the Russians really doesn't help anybody except Putin. Doesn't change anything in terms of the pricing, except actually, as we saw with Iran, when we removed the sanctions on Iran, and I guess it's 15 or 16, the price of oil globally actually went up because nobody had to discount to match the Iranian crude that had to be sold under different sanctions. You know, Iran has been able to get its oil out and will be able to get most of its oil out even without Karg Island. They can ship it out through its neighbors. I don't think they've attacked Kazakhstan yet, but they did attack Azerbaijan, which was actually one of their ways of getting the oil out of Iran.
So moving forward, what are going to be the key indicators that you're watching that are going to impact how much Americans pay for gas in the coming weeks?
Well, we've got a couple of things happening. There's some rumors of a large short seller in the commodities market who may have to make good on delivering oil to Cushing. If not, then they may want to be buying up the oil futures and closing those contracts out financially. That may drive the price of oil up significantly this week. But if there's no progress in relieving the blockade in Hormuz, then we're going to see the price of oil continue to trend upward. If, say, half of it is taken off the market, then we could easily see a price of oil, north of $100 a barrel, even north of $150 a barrel, even up to the $200 a barrel that Iran threatened. That's exactly the math that happened as the market priced Iran's oil out. I mean, the 1.5 million barrels a day that Iran has been exporting, even under sanctions, goes into the market. It's a 106 million barrel a day market. And that coming out of the market did drive the prices up about 25%, which is what the price elasticity of demand for oil dictates. It's for those of you with a calculator, minus 0.047. So roughly a 1% decline in quantity reaching the market is going to lead to a 20-25% price increase.
It's always good to check in, Ed. We appreciate you. Have a good rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get you right back into the headlines at this hour. Cuba's president confirming that his country held talks with the U.S. government, marking the first time that Cuba confirmed widespread speculation about discussions with the Trump administration as it deals with the severe energy crisis. During that confirmation, Cuba's president explained the talks, quote, were aimed at finding solutions through dialogue to the bilateral differences between our two nations. International factors facilitated these exchanges, end quote. He didn't elaborate on factors or provide any kind of specifics about the talks, which President Trump has alluded to several times. Right now, I want to bring in Connor Pfeiffer, Senior Director of Government Relations at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy Action. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today and to help break down a topic that a lot of people are discussing.
It's great to be with you, Josh.
And first off, Connor, I wanted to ask you about the overall picture here, the significance that these talks are even happening in the first place.
Well, Josh, these talks are a direct result of the pressure that the Trump administration has put on the Cuban regime since the operation to capture Nicolas Maduro. For now almost a quarter of a century, Venezuela has been the primary patron of Cuba, sending significant oil assistance and other forms of aid to the Cuban regime, which has helped prop up the economy of Cuba, despite continued communist and socialist policies that have severely constrained economic growth and put the people of the island in bad economic and social straits. But what has happened now is with Nicolas Maduro being captured by the United States and the U.S. cutting off the flow of oil to Cuba from Venezuela, the Cuban regime is now left in a situation where it's unable to provide enough power and other basic necessities for the Cuban people. This is because not only has the oil from Venezuela been cut off, but also through a terror threat, the president has cut off the flow of oil from Mexico, which was sending significant amounts of fuel to the island. And so now Cuba's only able to provide about 40% of its own consumption needed for power and other needs from domestic oil production. And so now you're seeing an acceleration of an already existing energy crisis where you have widespread power outages. They don't even have enough fuel to fuel dump trucks, so trash is piling up in the streets. And so the Cuban regime is having to negotiate from a position of weakness with the United States because of this pressure from the Trump administration.
What about when you look at this kind of as a whole? You take a step back, and these talks are happening behind closed doors. We're learning about them from Cuba's president. We have heard kind of bits and pieces from President Trump and the administration. But why do you think this is kind of quieter, so to speak, than we've seen with talks on other topics?
Josh, the reason these talks have been quieter is because it's an interesting dynamic between the United States and Cuba in the sense that while Miguel Diaz-Canel is the president of Cuba and the first secretary of the Communist Party of Cuba, he's not really the power in charge of Cuba. That's Raul Castro, who's 94, obviously the brother of Fidel Castro. And reportedly, negotiations involving Secretary Rubio have taken place with Raul Castro's grandson, Raulito, who is in his 40s and is a member of the Interior Ministry and tied as well to the Cuban military. And so these discussions that are reportedly happening with the U.S. are with interlocutors that are not your traditional diplomatic negotiations. It's not like it's between the foreign ministry of the Cuban Communist Party with the United States State Department. These are negotiations happening with figures in the regime who are actual holders of power versus what's on paper. And so that necessitates a different type of negotiating style and path of negotiations than, say, the negotiations happening on Russia and Ukraine, for instance.
If you look at kind of what we've seen here in the past, there's always been, well, maybe not always, but there is currently a very tense situation between the two countries, talking, of course, about the U.S. and Cuba. So how far could these talks really advance if you do have two countries that are very much opposed to each other?
Well, the Trump administration and President Trump himself as well has made clear that they see this as Cuba's rule by the Communist Party is ebbing towards its end. And what that would mean is that the laid out objective for negotiations is something that results in political changes. Now, the Cuban regime, in laying out yesterday the fact that talks are happening, which is a big admission given the history, said, oh, no, these are just economic talks. We're talking about areas of mutual interest. We're not talking about the political system. But undoubtedly, the Trump administration is going to insist on likely changes to the political system as part of any negotiation. As a reminder to your viewers, in 2015, the Obama administration did negotiate with the Cuban regime. President Obama traveled to Cuba in exchange for economic concessions. Those concessions on the economic side did not happen. We did not see a flourishing of the private sector and small businesses in Cuba. Instead, you saw the regime continue to hold the power of the economy. The military, through its conglomerate, GESA, continues to control most of the country's economy and its tourism industry. And so past talks focused just on the economic side have not worked because at its core, Havana is run by a communist party that is a Marxist-Leninist party. And so in order to have actual change in Cuba, you're going to need a change in the political system.
How closely are other neighboring countries and maybe just countries in general around the world watching these talks? Because, again, we're hearing from Cuba's president yesterday, getting the first kind of inkling that this is really going on, the first confirmation there. So other countries around the world have to be watching this, I would imagine, pretty closely.
This is something that's definitely being watched very closely in Latin America. You have a number of governments in Latin America, including Mexico and Colombia. There are left-wing governments that have seen themselves, those parties, as ideological allies of the Cuban regime in the past. And so I know Latin America is watching this very closely. Given everything else happening in the world, it's unclear how closely many parts of Europe, for instance, are watching this. So I think it is worth noting that Spain has traditionally had an important role in its relationship with Cuba. And then you also have the interesting case case of Canada, which is the largest sender of tourism to the Cubans. And the problem, of course, though, for Canada now is Air Canada has canceled flights to Cuba, and tourism is dried up because there's no jet fuel. They obviously need to prioritize powering their power plants first, and so you're seeing tourism dry up, which is a crucial source of revenue for the Cuban regime, especially through GESA and through the military. And so I think there's some attention being paid to this in other countries as well, but I think Latin America is where most of the focus is going to be on this.
Connor, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here, breaking it down. Of course, we appreciate your expertise. Anything we missed that you want to make sure to talk about, discuss here before I let you go?
Josh, I'd say two things. First, Cuba is not, the threat from Cuba to the United States is not just a Cold War relic, as some would say it is. It's actually a here and now national security threat to the United States, the Cuban regime. And here's why. Cuba has given access reportedly to its intelligence facilities to the Chinese Communist Party. And so you have a situation where within 400 miles of Havana, where you have Cuban intelligence facilities that are being used by the Chinese, according to open source reporting, you have major military commands, including the headquarters for U.S. Central Command, which is conducting our operations currently in the Middle East, U.S. Southern Command, which is in charge of the Western Hemisphere, U.S. Special Operations Command, which is one of the most sensitive and important U.S. military commands, along with many other military bases. And so that intelligence threat from Cuba is a current national security threat that we have to address here and now. The second thing I'd say is there are other levers that the administration has to increase pressure if negotiations aren't going anywhere. One of those is imposing secondary sanctions on any foreign entities that do business with the Cuban tourism sector and the Cuban military. This will help cut off the flow of military money to the Cuban military and intelligence services through tourism and other types of presumably civilian, but in reality helping support the military types of economic activities. So I think that's important as well.
Connor Pfeiffer over at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy Action. Thank you so much for being here with us on this Saturday. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Josh.
And you are taking a live look over the White House at this hour as we head to a quick commercial break, but much more coverage coming up on the other side. On the right-hand side of your screen, you are taking a live look over in Baghdad at the U.S. Embassy as we get to some of this video here from earlier on today. Take a look. This is from just a short time ago, and you can see the fire there as new video shows smoke and fire from the U.S. Embassy in Iraq's capital of Baghdad earlier after Iraqi officials say the compound was struck by a missile. Now, information still fairly limited at this point, and it's not clear yet if there are any injuries. But those officials in Iraq say it appears the missile hit a helipad inside of the compound. The U.S. Embassy in Baghdad renewed its level 4 security warning just yesterday, cautioning that Iran could carry out attacks against U.S. citizens and infrastructure within Iraq. Again, you can see the smoke rising there in the distance in this video provided a short time ago, but this is a live look at this hour outside of that compound of the U.S. Embassy. In the meantime, I do want to get to some other video that's coming in from CENTCOM. Take a look right here on your screen as U.S. Central Command releasing video showing the, quote, large-scale precision strike on Iran's Karg Island. You can see a lot of explosions there on your screen. CENTCOM explaining that the strike destroyed naval mine storage facilities, missile storage bunkers, and several other military sites, with the Pentagon adding U.S. forces hit more than 90 Iranian military targets on Karg Island while preserving the infrastructure. President Trump says he ordered that major strike, which was then carried out by the U.S. military. As always, a lot to discuss here, so I do want to bring in Mark Chandler, Director of Government Relations at Coastal Carolina University, and, of course, Professor of Practice, also a former senior defense intelligence official. Mark, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
You're welcome, Josh, and good morning.
Good morning. Well, first off, on the left-hand side of your screen, once again, taking a live look over Baghdad outside of the U.S. Embassy compound. Now, to see that missile actually strike what appears to be the helipad there, what does that say about Iran, their nuclear capabilities, or really just their military capabilities at this point?
Well, I think first and foremost, Josh, we need to realize that Iran really has taken the gloves off. I mean, all diplomatic facilities are being attacked. You know, they've attacked them in Riyadh. They have attacked them in UAE. So they're going to continue this attack, go after what we would call soft targets, because there's not a lot of great defenses around those targets against ballistic missiles or even drone attacks. So that's one thing. Iran's going to continue this. You know, they're not going to slow down on that, even though we are rolling back their military capability. The second thing is, I think we need to look at the accuracy of that. Now, number one, they've got to have good inside intelligence. We know that they have operatives, Shia militia, that are in strong support of Iran and backed by Iran all throughout Iraq. As a matter of fact, those same Shia militia have been conducting attacks against some of our forces that are scattered throughout Iraq. So we know they have good insight. And you need that to target with a ballistic missile, because they're going to program in the site for that. The embassy's not hidden, but they just need to get that final accurate information for either a drone attack or a missile attack. Now, they probably have observers working around. I know that they have been using some Shiite observers. Some want to call them sleeper cells, but they've been active in the Middle East across the Arab countries for years. So you look at that, they're going to observe American facilities, whether it's American diplomatic facilities, the military bases, or, and this is where they're going to try to escalate, even housing areas where Americans kind of concentrate themselves in certain areas of these cities across the Arab states. So it's still a dangerous environment. As you said, we don't have any injury reports. I know that they're on heightened security there in Baghdad. We've evacuated the embassy in Kuwait City. So I would expect more of these attacks. I would expect them to be on target when they go after these facilities out there. And so we're still in the early stages of this fighting.
And I want to pop this up on your screen right here. You can actually see the video that's coming in out of CENTCOM, and you can almost hear it a little bit in the background, but there are these strikes that are taking place. We learned last night from President Trump about this large-scale precision strike, he says, on Karg Island. For folks out there, can you explain Karg Island and the significance of this strike?
Well, a couple of things I want to point out. Number one, this was an excellent military operation using precision-guided munitions to go after the military targets on Karg Island only. You know, Karg Island is perhaps the most critical energy point for Iran to export its oil. 90% of Iran's export oil goes through Karg Island. It's off the coast, if you will, and they pipeline the oil out there. They dug in very deep areas so that deep water oil tankers can get into there. So that's their primary oil export point. Going after the military targets, and Iran has militarized several islands in the Persian Gulf. Karg Island being one of them, for defensive purposes, obviously, to prevent such an attack, but not such a sophisticated attack that we conducted. By leaving the infrastructure alive, what we're saying is, number one, we're going to go after you militarily. Number two, we recognize the importance of this for Iran's future. And I'm choosing my words carefully, Josh, because I'm saying is Iran's future, not the Islamic Republic's future, which is the regime. Because Iran itself has such vast natural resources. They can be such a great country, a great economic benefit to the Middle East and the world, but not under the Islamic regime. So that's the difference here. They're targeting that. But it sends a message. We can take out these precise military targets. We could also cripple them, their economy, for, years to come, if not decades, if we were to take out Karg Island itself. And I did mention one thing I just want to add on. They militarized that island. They put security up. There's a couple of other islands in the southern part of the Persian Gulf, Abu Musa, the Syri Islands. They've also militarized those. So we need to worry about taking care of those as we worry about commercial shipping and tankers going through the southern part of the Persian Gulf as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see strikes on those in the coming days.
And I want to pop this up on your screen. I know you've seen this, as many people out there have as well. We know that we haven't seen Iran's new supreme leader publicly, and one of the photos released of him appears, according to those who have investigated, to be made with AI. So a lot of questions here. And in moments of conflict like this, how important is it for maybe a country's leader to be visible? And what message does that send? Because, again, he has not been seen in public. We heard this message from him the other day, but it wasn't delivered with him on camera, and it wasn't him talking.
Right. Josh, number one, you hit the nail on the head. I think it's critical that any nation in a crisis like this have their leaders stand up and show strength. Lead from the front, lead with confidence out there. We're not seeing that from Mujtaba Khamenei. So a couple of reasons that I'm going to speculate here. Obviously, I'm not inside there, so I don't 100% know, but he was critically injured in that attack that killed his father and part of his family. So we're looking at that. Iran probably doesn't want to show him on TV, because right now, after selecting him, they should have put him out there, put him in a meeting, showing him doing leadership things, showing him being in charge and talking. So either he's incapacitated to the point where he can't, or he's so wounded that by showing him on TV, showing him live, or showing current pictures of him would kind of destroy the confidence, not in the Iranian people, but in that core leadership, in the regime leadership, in the IRGC leadership. They can't afford to show a weakened supreme leader, if you will. So that actually is telling. But they're going to continue this AI. They're going to continue showing older pictures of him, fully healthy, but you haven't heard him and you haven't seen him. And that definitely sends a message out there for those who are willing to look just beyond the surface of this.
It definitely sends a message. And I want to play really quickly this soundbite of sorts that came in from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth yesterday about all of this.
Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know.
All right, I wanted to play that for you. That was from yesterday during the news conference that he held alongside General Dan Raisin Kane. Again, all of that happening on Operation Epic Fury, which, by the way, today marks 2 weeks since those first attacks by the U.S. and Israel on Iran. Now, I wanted to talk to you a little bit as we take a live look outside of the White House here. We learned that essentially, according to officials there, a U.S. official speaking with the Associated Press saying that about 2,500 more Marines and amphibious assault ship, they're being sent to the Middle East, adding to the military's kind of buildup there that we're seeing in the Middle East. What message is that sending?
Well, number one, I think that's important. You know, the Marines are near and dear to my heart. That's the 31st MEU that's stationed in Okinawa, Japan. So they're getting ready. They're going to get on ships. It'll probably take about 10 days sailing time. So what we're doing is we're sending a message that, one, we're still in this fight. We're going to be in this fight. And the Marines, you know, again, near and dear to my heart, we send a certain message when we deploy Marines. You know, the nation's premier fighting force, we're coming in there. But the Marines actually bring a multitude of capabilities with them. We fight in what are called MAGTAFs, Marine Air Ground Task Force. So the Marines are going to bring some additional fighter bomber aircraft, some helicopter aircraft, an entire infantry battalion, logistics, and some command and control. So when they get there, and they're bringing 3 ships, we ride out on what's called an amphibious ready group. You know, they'll come in there, and we can task organize. So those militarized islands I talked about in the southern part of the Persian Gulf, or Karg Island itself, if we need to do a limited objective seizure of those, the Marines are the perfect force to be able to go in and do that. So we'll add to the firepower. We can help out on logistics that are going in there. So we're just, you know, we're preparing for the future. I'm not saying we're going to employ the Marines, but it's great to have them ready to go in that area. So I think that brings us a multitude of capabilities and sends a stronger message that we're in this, and that's a visible message that Iran can then see, especially for coastline areas or any of those small islands, as I mentioned before.
How pivotal, how important is the messaging right now, especially between the U.S., between Iran, whatever they're putting out there from each side? How important is that in determining the next steps and where this goes from here?
Well, I think it's critical, Josh, and a couple of things. So from Iran, they're going to continue their belligerent attitude. They're going to continue to threaten their Arab nations, threaten the United States, and threaten Israel. So they're going to continue that. They're going to work with their partners Hezbollah over in Lebanon, and they're going to continue showing strength. I still believe we're several weeks out from the regime at capitulation stage. So they're going to continue to show strength. Primarily, what they're going to show strength for is an internal messaging. I think the world should now realize, you know, that Iran is full of bluster, even though they have been striking back hard, but they control through authoritarianism. So they need to have that internal messaging, and that's their primary audience out there. For the United States, we need that consistent messaging. We went into this. We're in it. Whether or not you agreed before we got involved, we are now involved, and we have to finish this. And so our messaging needs to focus on why we're doing this, what we need to take out from the Islamic Republic, not the Iranian people. So show support for that and continue to methodically take apart Iran's military machine and create an opportunity for an uprising to form. You know, we're still a few weeks out from that crack fully forming out there to give that opening. So we've got to have that consistent messaging and show strength. There's a lot of economic challenges in the world. I can tell you, anytime over the last 20 years we have planned this operation, we always knew that Iran would use economic capability against us, but really against the world to try to pressure the United States. So we need to realize war is not good. It's uncomfortable. It creates problems, second and third order effects, but it's temporary. And temporary is going to be a few more weeks, but that's the kind of messaging we need to show in the United States and with our Western allies. We need them also, echoing that same messaging as we move forward.
And Mark Chandler, I always bring you on and I ask you my last question here of what we missed and what you want to add before I let you go.
Well, Josh, we could probably spend your entire show talking about this. It's very difficult and challenging. You know, there's a lot of talk out there. Let me just say, you know, we lost an air crew this week. A KC-135 went down. 6 more U.S. service members lost their lives, supporting our military objectives. And I would just ask that everybody keep them in their prayers and their family in their prayers out there. And the second thing, you just talked about messaging. And I think it's important that we don't succumb to the pressure that war brings on sometimes to end this too early. We're in this fight. We bought it. We own it right now. And we need to go to a successful conclusion. And that means taking care of their entire nuclear weapons capability. They still have that in some way, shape, or form. They still have that alive in there. So we need to take care of that. Their offensive missile and drone capability has to be taken out. And then what they are doing to the entire Middle East. I talked about closing the Straits of Hormuz before. If we don't end this Islamic regime, that will happen again. So we're 3 to 6 more weeks out. I know I said that last week. I'm gonna add a week to it now and say we still have that much time. Because if we end this prematurely, through pressure that we feel, we have to have the fortitude to see this through to the end now. And I just ask that Americans support that and our Western allies support that. Because if not, we will leave behind an emboldened regime that will definitely tout victory and be more troublesome and more of a problem for generations to come.
All right. Mark Chandler, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and helping to break it down. We appreciate it.
Josh, you're quite welcome. Thank you very much.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get right back into the headlines here as the FBI investigates 2 separate terror-related attacks, both happening Thursday. Our Fox 2 Detroit team has obtained this video right here showing the suspect in one of those just days before that. This video, released by Phantom Fireworks, purports to show Ayman Mohammed Ghazali purchasing fireworks. You see him bringing them to his truck right there. Now, this was just a couple days before investigators say he rammed a vehicle into Temple Israel in West Bloomfield, Michigan, then drove down the hallway, striking a security officer and exchanged gunfire with security. The FBI says the suspect later died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. An official in Lebanon telling the Associated Press that the suspect's 2 brothers, as well as a niece and nephew, were killed in an airstrike on their home just after sunset as they were having their fast-breaking meal during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan. Investigators calling this a targeted attack on the Jewish community as a result of that. And of course, I mentioned there were 2 terror attacks there. The FBI identifying another person here after an investigation that centers around a gunman who opened fire in a classroom on the campus of Old Dominion University in Virginia. The FBI saying that suspect, Mohammed Jallo, was a naturalized citizen from Sierra Leone. The special agent in charge saying that he yelled Allahu Akbar before he opened fire in that classroom. The victim who died in the shooting has been identified by officials as Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw. Now, we're told that he led the university's ROTC program. Fox News reporting that it was ROTC students who subdued and fatally stabbed that suspect. And Fox 5 DC learning the Justice Department has charged the man accused of supplying the gun used there to that suspect. As always, a lot to discuss about all of this here. I do want to bring in Jillian Snyder, lecturer at John Jay College of Criminal Justice and retired NYPD officer. Thank you so much, Jillian, for taking the time to be with us here on this Saturday.
Happy to be here, Josh.
And first off, I want to talk to you about that video overall that was obtained by our Fox 2 Detroit team. And essentially it shows the suspect there as he's purchasing fireworks just days before this attack happened. What would investigators be looking for? Would they use that video in any way to help in the investigation?
So personally, I think this video is a goldmine for investigators. It establishes the premeditation and it gives law enforcement a concrete timeline. So as you said, the footage was a few days prior, I believe 2 days prior, showing him making purchases of a lot of fireworks. It's not a disconnected lead. So the FBI confirmed investigators found large quantities of commercial grade fireworks and several jugs of flammable liquid, we think gasoline, in his truck. So investigators can now work to forensically link what was purchased on camera to what was recovered on scene. So it does tighten the evidentiary chain around the premeditation. The footage also lets them determine whether anyone was with him, whether he was communicating with someone. His demeanor too matters. I think employees said he appeared to be in a good mood, but he was selecting items, the fireworks, based on how powerful they sounded. I think one of them was called Da Bomb. So that selection pattern, it does speak to intent, even when his outward behavior didn't really raise any red flags.
From a law enforcement perspective, how common are incidents where you have vehicle ramming attacks combined with firearms? How does that kind of change the response strategy? Because, again, there's a lot to this. He's accused of driving his vehicle into the temple there and actually driving through the hallway, then opening fire.
Yeah, we've actually seen this combined tactic in the last few years. We've seen it. We saw it recently in another church attack, but it creates this compounding threat. So you have an active shooter. Now you have a fire. You have potential mass casualty event all at one time. So that truck, it became jammed in the hallway, like you said. The vehicle contained flammable material, and the engine compartment caught on fire. So now that demands a multi-agency response. You need police, you need EMS, you need fire. And this is why law enforcement does train with other first responders in scenes like this, where you have injury, you have incident, you have still sustainable threat. So this is, like we said, it's being used more frequently, and it does really create a very chaotic and dangerous scene.
And of course, as I mentioned, there were 2 attacks that took place on Thursday. The one on the right there is Temple Israel over in West Bloomfield, Michigan, outside Detroit. But on the left-hand side of your screen, the other terror attack happening at Old Dominion University. That's over in Virginia. Now, speaking about that case specifically, the suspect was previously convicted in a terrorism-related case. This was connected to attempting to provide support, information, a lot of different things there to ISIS. So he was later released. How do law enforcement agencies kind of keep an eye on or manage risk with people who do have prior extremist convictions?
So in this case, we know he was released early, which to me is a little concerning considering the allegations and subsequent charges of his last conviction. Typically, I know he was on probation, and I know that they were apparently the last time they checked up on him was November of 2025. That was several months ago. Thinking about his prior relationship or alleged relationship with ISIS, one would think that he would have been under closer probationary monitoring, which is standard procedure on anyone on probation. So I personally don't think a terroristic conviction is a standard case. I think individuals released after terrorism convictions should be subjected to enhanced monitoring, more frequent check-ins, and coordination between federal probation, the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, and local police. I think that there should be some kind of constant monitoring to make sure they're not engaging in any further behavior like that.
We also know that we learned via Fox News that it was at least one of the ROTC students there who actually intervened and stopped the attack, fatally stabbing the suspect there. That's according to the sources there with Fox News. So how do bystanders kind of play a role in a situation like this as we watch it kind of happen?
In most scenarios on university campuses, I teach on university campus, we do the run, hide, fight model in most cases. But here you have ROTC, so they have some type of level of tactical training, so they are able to possibly subdue someone. So these ROTC cadets, they save lives, period. I know one student they said did stab the suspect, but in this case, they engaged in the fight scenario, and it worked because it was about less than 10 minutes had passed between the first call and when responders confirmed that the offender was dead. So this run, hide, fight, if you have the capacity and you're in a situation where you can engage the suspect to save lives, these ROTC students definitely did. They stood up and they fought.
And of course, we did learn that the victim here is Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw. He was killed in the shooting, 2 others wounded. The Old Dominion University community mourning Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw, the dedicated ROTC leader killed in a heartbreaking classroom shooting. A, quote, devoted ROTC instructor, Shaw is being remembered for a lifetime of leadership and his commitment to preparing the next generation of American heroes. Lieutenant Colonel Shaw didn't just lead a life of service to our country, he taught and led others to follow that path. Again, that is a quote here. As we know that Fox News, our Fox 5 DC team, all of them have been out there speaking with folks who knew that victim. And of course, they're gathering information as well on the situation, the investigations themselves. Now, these 2 attacks happened on the same day, but in very different, I would say, environments. We're talking in this case, a university. The other is a religious site. Do law enforcement agencies approach threat prevention differently when you're talking about those 2 different settings?
It's not just law enforcement who's going to approach it differently, but also if the environment has its own university campus police or private security. So houses of worship have increasingly had to increase their private security teams. Temporal Israel, I believe, had at least 9 security guards, most of them retired police, and the security team had been trained by the FBI. The Jewish community has unfortunately had to prepare for these types of scenarios, and that preparation directly contributed to the outcome. University campuses, they are fundamentally different. They're open environments. There's a lot more movement, transient populations. So security relies more on campus police, alert systems, and behavioral intervention teams. But both settings benefit from threat assessment protocols. But religious institutions, they have had to dramatically harden their security posture.
What about when you're talking about situations here where you are kind of working to investigate, you have a suspect in both cases here who are deceased? How does that kind of change things?
Well, you can't ask the suspect any questions, so obviously you lose your best source of intelligence, the suspect themselves. Everything shifts at that point to digital forensics, witness interviews. In the Old Dominion case, investigators are working off phone records, to my recollection. In the Michigan case, agents executed search warrants on the offender's residence. The FBI has still asked the public for information because even though both of these individuals are dead at this point, they are still going to want to build a timeline. They're going to want to know if these individuals were engaging with any other potential threats, if they had any co-conspirators, if they had mentioned this in any way to any other person, have they written anything, have they posted anything online or on the dark web. So the investigation will continue until agents and officers feel that there's a resolve.
And one other question that kind of leads me to another one here. How do investigators go about determining if this was a lone actor situation or if this was more of a coordinated effort, talking about maybe some extremist group being involved in either of these?
Again, really doing a deep dive into their backgrounds. I'm talking to their families, their friends, anyone that they may have come in contact with, checking cell phone records, internet records, email records, because in cases like this, you do often see a lone actor, but there are situations where they were radicalized online, or they have a group of people that they communicate frequently online who share similar values and ideals. So they will want to make sure that these people were acting on their own, under their own, they had their own mindset. They wanted to carry out their plan as a lone wolf, but generally speaking, something turned them into this. They suffered something, or they had a strain in their lives, or they were radicalized in some way that had them carry this out. But FBI will continue to investigate if they were truly lone wolves, or if they did have any other cell or group of people that they engaged with.
Jillian Snyder, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us, helping to break it down with your expertise. Anything we missed, anything you want to make sure to add here about the situations before I let you go?
The only thing, I know we all say, oh, these types of situations are generally lone wolf, and statistically they are, but people have had relations with these two individuals at some point in their lives. They know someone, and my concern is that people are being a little lax on seeing behavioral warning signs. If someone that you are dealing with is acting in a strange or peculiar way, or their demeanor has changed, there's nothing wrong with asking them, oh, is everything okay? Why have you been acting this way? And if you don't feel like you could talk to them, there's nothing wrong with calling local law enforcement. And as we know, like the saying, see something, say something, like we need to keep that up, because the community is the best at helping law enforcement identify and potentially prevent these in the future.
All right, Jillian Snyder there, retired NYPD officer. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, and we definitely appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's continue on with our top stories that we're following as I take you out to this vantage point that we have overlooking the Strait of Hormuz. This is a current map that is showing the traffic there in the area. We do know that there's a lot of attention there on the Strait of Hormuz. This comes as the conflict in Iran continues to heat up. I do want to now bring into the conversation, as we're discussing the importance of this body of water, Sal Mercogliano, maritime expert. Sal, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for having me, Christina.
Well, let's start with the Strait of Hormuz. Folks may be realizing that they're hearing this name, this body of water, a lot more than they have in the past. Can you first just start with the basics, the importance of this body of water and how it relates to shipping there in the area?
Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz is a classic maritime choke point. We see about 20% of oil, about 25% of global trade really coming through this narrow little waterway that connects the Persian Gulf to the rest of the world. And literally since the end of World War II, oil in particular has been the major component that comes out of that Gulf. Right now, what we're seeing is when the U.S. initiated its military strike back at the end of February, shipping stopped going through the strait. That was initially due to insurance concerns and issues whether or not there was enough protection for the ships should they be hit. But now the strikes by the Iranians have escalated, and what we're seeing is shipping is holding in place due to the security issues. And threats include everything from missiles to uncrewed surface and aerial vessels, and to the really biggest threat that could be unleashed out there, which is mines.
And it is important to note that we are seeing how, as we're speaking on some of what we've seen there in the region, this is new video that we have into our newsroom that also showing a number of ships now lined up, unable to pass through this area. And so we're following this reporting and also this from the Wall Street Journal saying that the Pentagon is now weighing sending additional warships to the Middle East in preparation to escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. This is as Iran is now stepping up its attack on that strategic waterway. So when it comes to this, talking about sending additional warships there, can you walk us through what these possible escorts would look like there in the region as they're just trying to get traffic to continue to go through at this point?
Sure. So one of the things that we're seeing right now is the U.S. is conducting offensive operations. And while it has enough naval assets to do offensive, it really doesn't have enough to shift over to the defensive side. And to do defensive operations, we really have two major scenarios, examples that we saw used in the Red Sea just a few years ago. One is to kind of line the shore with warships and form a kind of a barrier or a perimeter fence. That's what we saw during Operation Prosperity Guardian in the early part of 2024, where the U.S. Navy took destroyers along with the Royal Navy and formed that perimeter and basically form a catch-all, a gatekeeper to catch any missiles or drones that come through. The other option is kind of an old kind of World War II model where you escort individual vessels through. We've seen, for example, the Italians, the French, the Greeks doing that down in the Red Sea. We saw the U.S. do a similar type of operation back in the end of the 1980s in the tanker fleet. The problem with the latter is it requires a lot of resources, a lot of ships, and you can only escort a small amount of vessels. Lloyd's list, for example, estimates that maybe about 10% shipping can get through doing that type of escort operations. Normally, you see 138 ships a day go through, so this would be a really small number of vessels that can go through an old-style escort operation.
And so as we're looking at the larger picture here, still looking at the map of the region, just showing how this choke point and why it has been such a conversation piece as we're talking about this conflict, I do have to ask you, Sal, does this mean that this could likely become a part of the conversation when negotiations potentially start between the U.S. and Iran? Would this be a center hold piece when you're talking about the importance, maybe even a strategic bargaining tool for Iran as they're trying to discuss with the United States how to progress in this conflict?
I think that's an exact point that's going to be brought up because the world needs this strait opened back up. In particularly Asia, China, for example, is a huge consumer of oil, Japan, Korea, but also Europe. But what we're seeing is even though the U.S., for example, just gets very little fuel from this region, it's having impacts at the fuel pump here in the United States because of the cascade effect. If you remove 20% of global oil coming out of the Strait of Hormuz, then other oil has got to substitute for it. Same thing with aviation fuel, diesel fuel. So this is definitely going to be a bargaining chip. And one of the things we're starting to see is some nations are already going directly to Iran to broker deals. We just saw India, for example, going to negotiate their vessel transits through. We could conceivably see China do this. So the U.S. really needs to take advantage of this now before Iran and independent nations really make deals.
And so as we're even taking a look at this tweet there on the screen, still discussing why only 15 laden liquid tankers have crossed that waterway between February 28th and now March 12th. It's going to be important to monitor how this traffic is still going there in the region. And so, Sal, as we're also discussing this, the conversation around insurance has been happening as well. Are there any war risk insurance policies that exist out there? Is that a part of this conversation?
Yeah, that was the initial thing that kind of held the ships in place. And one of the things we saw was the insurance companies basically had the ships hold until they can get new policies. Those have largely been resolved, either through the commercial firms doing it or due to backing from the United States government through the DFC, which initially made $20 billion, but now has made substantially more money available. So the fiscal aspect of the shipping has been solved, but the issue that's at play right now is physical security. This is the actual security of the ships provided by the U.S. military or allied militaries. Let's not forget that we have Gulf states in the region. We could potentially see other navies arrive. The French Navy is deployed a carrier strike group. We could see navies potentially come from Asia into this area. But there's going to need to be something to provide security for the ships, because right now that's the concern, whether it's actual, troops on the ships or naval vessels. And again, the biggest fear would be the potential introduction of mines, because what minefields do is actually slow everything down. It's a very slow, cumbersome process to sweep for mines. Mines are the most deadly type of threat that is out there. The U.S. Navy has lost more ships to mines since the end of World War II than any other weapon system out there. And we saw that what mines could do late in the tanker war in the 1980s.
The mine proposition is very interesting to me. And so when you're talking about how Iran would use these mines, how are they able to get those into position to potentially inflict some sort of harm?
So Secretary Hegseth and General Kane talked about today that the Iranian Navy has largely been eliminated. I mean, if it's gray and floats and has an Iranian flag, it's probably been hit, damaged, or potentially sunk. However, to deploy mines, you don't need naval vessels. You can use smaller vessels. You can use high-speed boats. Probably most ominously, you can use fishing boats, which are ever present in this region, having sailed through this region. Dhows are everywhere in this area. You can use those. You could potentially drop them by aerial craft, either helicopters, planes, or even potentially missiles. But Christina, it takes exactly 0 mines to create a minefield. It's just the threat. If you announce you have mined an area, you're not going to sail into it without taking the due precaution to ensure that there are no mines. And that is really the threat that the U.S. and shipping in the area has. Now, we're pretty sure they haven't mined the area, because one of the things we still see is Iranian tankers loading up at Karg Island and sailing out through the strait.
That's fascinating, and I'm glad you're able to provide some context there as well, Sal. And so before I let you go, I want to talk about the other Gulf exporters and players. You've already mentioned some of them: Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kuwait, the UAE. So many of these nations are dependent on the Strait of Hormuz. Who has been the most vocal in getting the strait to be reopened? How have we been hearing some of their reaction to what we've been seeing happening over the last few days?
Well, some of the nations have some alternatives. So, for example, Saudi Arabia has that massive pipeline that runs from the East Coast down to the West Coast on the Red Sea at Yanbu. So they're able to move, once it's up at full capacity, to about 8 million barrels. So Saudi Arabia is probably not as concerned, but Saudi Arabia faces, now 2 main constraints: the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea. The UAE is probably one of the most vocal right now, because while it has a pipeline that can be used, the terminal at Fujairah has been hit by aerial drones. And what we're seeing is these strikes against infrastructure. Other nations in the region, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, for example, they have a lot of concerns because they import food and a lot of materials. They don't have an overseas pipeline. They don't have a pipeline that crosses the Arabian Peninsula. So for those countries, really essential. And Qatar, which is the major producer of liquefied natural gas, has had to shut down its facilities. And while you can maybe find other oil in the marketplace out there, the United States, Nigeria, and even maybe unsanctioned Russian oil, liquefied natural gas is a very hard commodity to replace. There's only so many fields in Australia and the United States. The terminals are very expensive. You can't get them up and running very quickly. So definitely Qatar is one of those countries. But again, Qatar has had a very kind of dicey relationship among its allies in the Gulf area, along with the United States.
It's still so much to monitor here, but I want to close this out looking at the average American. As they're going to the pumps, they are starting to feel that weight of this conflict on their pockets, seeing the price of gas increase over the last few days. Any thoughts or any advice that you can give to folks as we're still waiting to see how all of this will play out?
Yeah, I would say if you think, well, the U.S. doesn't import oil from this region, it's not a concern. I would say it is a concern. Number one, maybe the two things we're not paying as much attention to as we should is fuel cost for ships has almost doubled. Actually, has gone over doubling right now, which means every ship sailing on the ocean that's delivering cargo, whether it's from Asia to the United States or Europe to the United States, it's going to be more expensive. We're seeing all the major carriers add fuel surcharges on it. The other element is aviation fuel, where aviation fuel is a major export out of this region. We're seeing aviation fuel shortages, and what we can expect to see is aviation fuel begin to go up, so that as we start heading into the summertime, what we could see is increased airfare for Americans to travel around the world, because again, you know, there's only finite supply of a lot of these materials, and when you create disruptions, even if it's in the Persian Gulf far from the United States, it has a ripple effect across the entire global supply chain that manifests itself, unfortunately, in our wallets and our pocketbooks.
All right. Well, Sal, we certainly appreciate you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Your expertise at a time like this is invaluable, so we want to continue to keep our viewers updated with the very latest. Thanks so much, Sal.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we did want to play out that interview and conversation that I had with Sal Mercogliano as he was discussing the impacts of what we're watching unfold there in the Middle East. And so I want to put this up on your screen. This is a recent post we have from President Trump that he put out on his Truth Social page. He says this: the United States of America has beaten and completely decimated Iran, both militarily, economically, and in every other way. But the countries of the world that receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage, and we will help a lot. The U.S. will also coordinate with those countries so that everything goes quickly, smoothly, and well. This should have always been a team effort, and now it will be. It will bring the world together towards harmony, security, and everlasting peace. Signed there, President Donald J. Trump. And so, as you can see there, U.S. President Trump is now calling on other nations to send warships as well to help keep the Strait of Hormuz open for shipping. This comes as Iranian forces are continuing their retaliation campaign amid U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran. It is important to note, as we heard there from Sal, about a fifth of global oil and liquefied natural gas normally pass through the Strait of Hormuz. That's that narrow passage of water between Iran and Oman. Tehran's ability to stop shipping through the channel could give it leverage here against the U.S. and some of its allies. We'll continue to keep you updated with the very latest, and we'll also continue to monitor the situation happening there in the Middle East.
back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino, and we want to talk taxes right now because taxpayers in several states may face delays in receiving their tax refunds this filing season amid changes in tax policies, as well as the processes for filing returns. Tax refunds are issued to taxpayers when the amount of taxes they paid over the course of the year is greater than the amount of liability based on their return after deductions or credits are applied. Refunds are issued by the IRS at the federal level, while state revenue agencies distribute refunds based on their policies. This tax season's refunds have been larger following the enactment of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act at the federal level, which extended lower tax rates that were set to expire and also created new deductions that required the IRS and Treasury Department to implement new rules for handling them. Several states have informed taxpayers that their state-level tax refunds may be delayed this tax season for a variety of reasons, including the need to update tax forms and systems to account for the bill's changes at the federal level. So let's talk about this a little further. Dan Geltrude, CPA and market analyst, joining us here on Live Now from Fox to break this down for you. Thank you so much for taking the time this morning.
Good morning.
I want to start with the basics. Why are taxpayers in some states seeing delays in their refunds this year? Talked about it a little bit before I brought you in here, but can you expand for us?
Sure. So there was a major change this year that related to the One Big Beautiful Bill. So those changes that were enacted on July 4th, it takes time for the IRS and the states to be able to put those changes into their tax software. Plus, all the tax preparers have to do the same thing. So it was really technical delays that are causing now taxpayers to have to wait a little bit longer for those refunds. And nobody likes that, obviously.
Right. And I just want to dive a little bit further into that because you touched on, how much of this delay is tied to these new federal tax law changes. But when it comes to the need for the IRS and states to update their systems, what does that process really look like?
Well, we know that it generally takes the government a little bit longer than it takes private industry to update things. We hear about these things all the time. So there are shortages of let's say, manpower at the IRS. So, of course, that is causing delays. And just generally speaking, the federal government and as well as state governments just take longer to get things done. So that's why taxpayers may feel some pain this year in having to wait for those refunds.
And Dan, we are hearing refunds could actually be larger this year. So what's the biggest driver there? Does that have to do with the One Big Beautiful Bill?
Yeah, it absolutely does. There was a lot of talk out there about no tax on overtime and Social Security and tips. I just want to clarify, it's not exactly no tax. There is less tax. So those are three big items which are causing changes in a good way that are going to mean Americans are going to be getting larger refunds. Now, I just want to remind everybody, yes, we'd rather get a refund than have to pay. But keep in mind, that's your money. So you want to do everything you possibly can to file as quickly as possible, to e-file, to have your refund direct deposited into your account. That's the quickest way to get your refund. And for the federal government, that should be about 21 days. If you paper file, it's about a 4 to 6 week wait for your refund.
And that's what I was going to ask. How long should people wait? Now, does that differ by state? Are we seeing it take longer in certain states?
Yeah, now each state obviously operates independently, so it really depends upon the state that you're due a refund from. But generally speaking, the states do take longer than the IRS to put those refunds in. And I also just want to add one other thing. One of the big delays in getting your refund is when you have information on your tax return, such as your Social Security number, that does not match what the IRS has. So you want to make sure specifically that your Social Security numbers line up and those 1099s are all in agreement.
Another question I have for you, are there certain states, or, well, we talked about the states, but certain types of taxpayers, I'd rather say, who may be more likely to experience delays? If you're in different tax brackets, is this going to affect one more than the other?
Well, what I've actually seen is specifically related to the states is when a taxpayer is due a significant refund. You have situations, I've seen it specifically with the state of New Jersey, where they have held that refund in order to not audit it, but investigate it a little further to make sure when there's a large refund that it's actually accurate.
Okay, so then for people who may be concerned, though, maybe they still have not gotten a refund, what should they do? Who should they reach out to?
Well, as it pertains to the IRS, you can go to the IRS's website and take a look at your refund status. But generally speaking, specifically with the states, shall we say, it is a waiting game. It will come, but sometimes it just takes a little bit longer for various reasons.
I think something we also should talk about here is scams, right? For people who may be wanting to track their refund, is there anything people should be on the lookout for when it comes to potential scams?
Well, first of all, the IRS does not call you, does not text you, does not email you. So anytime you get correspondence that way that says it's from the IRS or from any taxing agency for that matter, it is likely a scam. When you hear from a taxing agency like the IRS, you will get a letter the old-fashioned way, U.S. Postal Service. So if you don't get a letter, my advice, ignore it.
Good advice there. Okay, my last question for you, Dan. Do you expect these delays to be a one-year adjustment while these agencies update their systems like we've talked about, or is this going to be the new normal for tax season?
Well, based upon what we know right now, if there's not going to be any significant changes to the tax law, and it doesn't seem that way right now, next year, meaning tax season 2027, we should be able to go back to normal, where if you're filing electronically and there's no reason for a delay, less than 21 days, no more than 21 days to get your refund.
Anything else you want to add about this? Anything you think I missed that the viewers at home watching should know?
Well, I think you've really covered everything. Look, if you know that you're going to owe tax, well, then file your return on April 15th. But if you have that refund coming, make sure you get that in as quickly as you can. Common sense.
All right, Dan Geltrude, thank you so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
watching live now from Fox. Welcome back. Before we head back to Trump administration officials speaking in Japan, we wanted to bring you this story here. U.S. troops overseas are being credited with saving a group of puppies from a dangerous situation, and now a nonprofit is working to bring those dogs safely to the United States. The organization Paws of War says several service members heard puppies crying near an oil pit used for vehicle maintenance and rushed to help. Two of the pups had fallen into the pit and were struggling to stay afloat. The troops were able to pull them out and move the entire litter along with their mother to safety. Being left behind in the Middle East, the group of dogs are likely to be severely injured or killed. So now Paws of War is trying to bring the dogs called the oil pit puppies back to the U.S., where the soldiers who rescued them hope to adopt them. But the rescue mission comes with significant costs and logistical hurdles, and the group is asking the public to help cover transportation and relocation expenses. The effort is part of Paws of War's War-Torn Pups and Cats program, which helps reunite service members with animals they rescue while deployed. To share more is Robert Messeri. He's the co-founder of Paws of War. Thank you so much for joining us here this morning. We appreciate it.
Christy, thank you for having me.
First, tell us about the oil pit pups. How did the soldiers discover them and realize they were in danger?
So these puppies were living outside with no mom, by themselves, outside of base, trying to find a little safe spot. And people kind of knew they existed. And then one day, they heard frantic cries as several of them fell into this oil pit, and they could not get out. It's very thick oil, and the other puppies were crying, and the soldiers ran over and got them out, and realized this was meant to be. That they certainly would never leave them behind. So they started cleaning them and doing whatever they can do, whatever they had to use to get them cleaned off. This was really thick oil, and now they're like family. And with everything going on overseas, everything is so sporadic, and they're in danger. These puppies, we have to get them out of the country. And these soldiers and one veteran that's a contractor is also taking two of them, and we want to get them to America so we can reunite them when all of our soldiers safely return back to America.
Right, and we do know there are 5 puppies that have been rescued along with their mother, as we've been saying here. And there are those military heroes who are wanting to adopt them. So what does this process look like to bring these rescued animals from overseas back here to the United States?
So normally, under normal circumstances, it's always a very difficult process, but now even more so. We had flights, of course, canceled. We have airspace being closed. It's very complicated. It's become very, very costly, and we are asking for the public's help to help us finance these dogs, get them safe to America, and then we will reunite them when all those soldiers and that contractor comes back to America.
For those who may be unfamiliar with Paws of War, I would love it if you could just dive a little deeper into what you guys do, especially your War-Torn Pups and Cats program, which reunites service members with animals they rescued while deployed. Why is that mission just so important?
It's important because when you speak to somebody who served overseas and says, I had to leave an animal behind that I bonded with, knowing that he or she was going back to a horrific fate in countries where no one's kind to an animal. There's very little survival options, and they had to leave them behind. They kind of hate themselves for it. So these soldiers bond with these animals, whether it's a cat, a dog, a puppy, and to see that reunion when they're back here in the States and they are holding that little puppy or that kitten, and for us, all of us, they deserve it, right? They're sacrificing their lives for us. They sign up for this. Few people want to. This is the least we can do for them.
You're issuing this call for help, and obviously, as you said, what we're seeing in the Middle East right now, making this a bit more difficult to get these puppies back to the United States. What specifically do you need help with, and how can people help?
Right now, we have our teams on the ground still, and we just need financial help. This is a heavy lift because of the changes that happened, and where we normally would isolate a dog or keep a dog safe has changed. A lot of things have changed, so things got real expensive. So we're asking the public if they can join us in raising funds for this mission.
Is there anything else you'd like to add, Robert, just about this, about the story, how the dogs are right now? Anything else that you want to touch on?
So the dogs are doing great, and I think we are so proud to be able to do this for our military members. You know, this is something that they don't expect when they arrive there, and they are keeping us safe. There's no question, and this is something we owe to them. There's no question that we owe this to them.
Robert, we appreciate you coming on here. Anything else you'd like to add before I let you go?
No, just if anybody wants to learn more about us, just visit our website at pauseofwar.org and our other programs and how we help our active military members.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Robert. Thank you for coming on. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Watching live now from Fox. Welcome back. We want to talk about the Save America Act. Here's a post here from leader John Thune. As he said earlier this week that the Senate will consider a bill to impose strict new proof of citizenship requirements in elections, but says, quote, the votes aren't there to pass it through a marathon talking filibuster sought by President Trump. Now, Trump has said he won't sign any other legislation until the bill, known as the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility or Save America Act, is passed. But it faces unified opposition from Democrats, meaning that the Senate can't pass it unless Republicans change the rules and eliminate the filibuster. Now, Thune has said there aren't enough votes to do that or to launch a talking filibuster that would force Democrats to hold the floor indefinitely to block the bill. Republican senators are discussing instead voting on the legislation as soon as next week under regular procedure, meaning it will likely fail. Thune said that Republicans are going to have a fight on the floor and will force Democrats to vote on whether they think non-citizens should vote in American elections. That's a quote there from him. President Trump has made the Save America Act a priority ahead of the midterm elections, arguing that Republicans need it to win. So what is the Save America Act? Let's discuss it further. Bring in Jessica Husman, Vote Beat's editorial director. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox this morning. We appreciate it.
Of course.
All right, well, let's start with that basic question. What is the Save America Act? How would it impact how people vote?
Sure, of course. So it's a pretty big bill, but I think at its bare bones, it would require additional forms of voter ID and then also some proof of citizenship in order to register to vote. So most of the IDs that people tend to use for voting purposes, like a driver's license, do not have citizen markers on it, right? So it would change the way that a lot of people interact with the polls. And in a lot of states, voters don't have citizenship documentation associated with their voter roll at all. And so even long registered voters would have to represent documentation to continue to engage with the voting system.
And I wanted to share this post here as well, because we do see that people on both sides of the aisle have weighed in. This is from Congressman Brandon Gill. He says, I'll be voting no on all Senate bills other than DHS funding until the Senate passes the Save America Act. So Majority Leader John Thune, as I shared before I brought you in, says the votes just aren't there to overcome a filibuster. Can you explain what a filibuster is and why it's such a big obstacle here?
Sure, of course, a filibuster can shut down Senate procedure entirely. And I think probably most of your viewers think about filibusters as talking filibusters, like Mr. Smith Goes to Washington or what Ted Cruz did about a decade ago, right? But they don't happen very often. It's because they've sort of been procedurally whittled out of existence. Those are largely symbolic. These are essentially just motions saying, I would do this, and then in order to end that even the theoretical idea of that, you have to have 60 votes. And so in order to end a filibuster. So now we don't filibuster, we just say that we're going to. And so everybody gets to sort of take that vote ahead of time. And the Senate does not have those 60 votes because the Save America Act is very controversial. There are significant sections of the bill that even large members of the Republican Party do not take in stride. And so I think that that's the reason that you're seeing such disagreement about how to proceed here.
And Jessica, we touched on this a little bit here, but supporters saying the bill would protect election integrity. Critics saying it could block millions of eligible voters. Two very different claims there. So what's behind both of those?
Yeah, I think that the Republican Party right now is very focused on the idea that non-citizens are voting in large numbers and in so doing are canceling out the votes of American citizens. There have been lots of studies about how many non-citizens are actually on the rolls, and states have taken action in the last couple of years, and we've seen that play out. So Ohio and Georgia, both pretty Republican states, have done extensive examinations of their voter rolls in the last couple of years and found only a very small handful, like less than 0.001% of their overall registered voters. And so I think even Democrats who think it's not great for non-citizens to be on the rolls, and I think that's probably the majority of Democrats, are not willing to make every American who votes legally and has done so for years jump through additional hoops to vote. We know, based on academic study and what we have seen with our own eyes, even in this last primary, that when you change the rules, it disenfranchises a lot of people.
Now, President Trump has said Republicans need this bill to win the midterms. How much influence does he have over what Senate Republicans decide to do next?
I think on a day-to-day basis on most things, he has more influence than any president we've ever seen. But on this, I just don't think he's going to get it done. The Republican Party is not at all unified on this bill, as much as he would like to present a unified front. He has said he wants to really take a swing at mail ballots in the SAVE Act. And there are lots of Republicans who quite like mail ballots, right? And where mail ballots are mostly used by Republicans. In Texas, which is where I'm coming to you from, you can really only vote by mail reliably if you're over the age of 65, for example. And who does that sound like in Texas? That's a huge part of the Republican Party. And so I think that this bill is so sprawling and contains so many things that even Republicans are disagreeing about, that any claims that the party is unified on this bill are exaggerated.
And I want to go off of something you mentioned there, because President Trump also pushing to add other issues. You talked about mail-in ballots. So how could those change this debate in Congress as we watch this into next week?
Yeah, of course. I think it's very important to keep in mind that the 2026 election is right down the road, right? So election administrators are already preparing for this. They are already figuring out where the precincts are going to be. And so throwing a huge change in the mix is going to make it difficult for everyone, regardless of how you feel about mail ballots and whether or not we should have them, right? Big changes to the system slow things down. And as I said, I think there's a huge part of the Republican Party that actually likes mail-in ballots quite a lot. We write about this in Arizona all the time. Republicans there try to roll back mail balloting, and they're mostly elderly. Their elderly faction of supporters who's been voting by mail for a really long time and quite likes it always loses their minds. I think that we would see real pushback from Republican voters if that were to meaningfully change.
And as we look into next week, what is the likelihood that this is going to pass? A live look here at Capitol Hill. And what would come next if this does not?
I don't think it's going to pass. I've been wrong about things before, but I think that the chances of this getting through both the House and the Senate in the format that Trump wants or at all are next to the floor. And I think so what happens next is the Republicans are going to have to decide where to go from there. You know, Trump has decided that he's not going to sign any legislation until this gets passed. I don't think this is going to get passed. So if he sticks to that, then we're in for a really rough year in Congress. So we'll see how serious he is about that.
All right, Jessica, anything else you'd like to add about this before I let you go? Anything I may have missed?
No, I think that it's really important for people to keep in mind that the best place to find information about what the rules are, if you're worried about this passing and you not noticing, the best place to figure that out is your county clerk's office. And so as you go to vote in the next couple of months, just make sure you check that and really pay close attention to all the requirements.
All right, Jessica Huseman with Vote Beat, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
If you were watching with us just yesterday on Live Now from Fox, we've been paying close attention to updates coming in from the Charlie Kirk suspect who was in court once again this week. And so the Utah man who's accused of killing Charlie Kirk was back in court as a state judge has now denied some of the efforts by his attorneys to restrict public access to court documents while still not ruling out the possibility of closing portions of an upcoming hearing. And so to talk a lot more about what we're seeing here and really how we reached this point, I want to bring into the conversation Eva Terry. She is a Deseret reporter. Eva, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
Well, let's start with the very basics. This is a case that has garnered a lot of attention around the nation. But I want to start with some of the reporting that you've been doing there. You were actually at the school when Charlie Kirk was assassinated back last year in September. I want you to sort of walk us through what it's been like to follow the reporting, also set the scene of how that day has set us on this course to where we are now.
Right. So that day, September 10th, it started out with a lot of students who were enthusiastic about seeing Charlie Kirk. I mean, Utah Valley is very conservative. And so most of the people there were ecstatic. They had like printouts of Trump, and it started out very enthusiastic. And then Charlie Kirk arrived, and then within just a couple of minutes, the scene completely changed. He was shot, everyone ducked down and then ran. And from there, federal officials came in from D.C. and they were trying to just find information on Tyler. And Trump announced on early Friday morning that Tyler Robinson had turned himself in southern Utah. And so from there, the hearings have proceeded. And up until this point, it's just been the defense and the prosecution trying to figure out what this case is going to look like. And it's been mainly focused on media access. So that's what the hearing yesterday was about. The defense doesn't want there to be cameras in the courtroom. The prosecution thinks that there should be. And Charlie's widow, Erica Kirk, has also asked the court to keep the hearings open.
And so we're looking at some of the pictures of this mugshot of this suspect. And you're absolutely right. The judge, Tony Graff, has been weighing the public's right to know some of the details about the case. But this has brought up some of the concerns that you're talking about, with defense attorneys saying that this heightened media attention could possibly undermine his right to a fair trial. And so when it comes to some of what you've been hearing in the courtroom pertaining to the defense's argument, how have they been laying that out for the judge there as well?
So the defense is really concerned about information being spread on X and online in different areas that paint their client as guilty before he's able to have a fair trial before a jury. And they had an interesting moment during the hearing yesterday when they addressed a bunch of conspiracy theories that have been spiraling around about Charlie Kirk's death. And these conspiracy theories have been pretty widespread, and especially among younger people. The people I talk to I've asked them, like, okay, what have you heard that's like crazy about Charlie Kirk? And it ranges from like it was a hallucination, or like a holograph, to like the microphone exploded. There's so many theories. So it was interesting that the defense brought these up and said, look, we don't think that having more evidence public, and we don't think the proceedings going into this being broadcasted will mitigate these conspiracy theories, which is an interesting claim. I'm not sure if that's true, but that was an interesting moment from yesterday's hearing.
Absolutely. And we're sort of looking at some of the footage that we have from yesterday's hearing there in the courtroom. And so, Eva, as we're talking about the defense's side, I now want to go to the prosecution side. We do know that they are intending to seek the death penalty in this case. Is that playing a role in how the prosecution is now arguing either in favor of some of those cameras being in the courtroom?
Yeah, I'm sure that they are just so aware of how the public is viewing Tyler Robinson. And the death penalty raises the stakes. I mean, it's a very rare punishment, and even in Utah where it's still legal. So yeah, it heightens everything. And the prosecution has been really clear, like, wait, we do not represent the media in this case. Our client are the citizens of Utah. And we think that it's in the public interest of Utah that this case remains open and that there's information flowing. And I'm sure that they take the opposite stance that the defense does, that without evidence being brought into the public, that theories around Tyler, around Charlie, will just go crazy. And I think that is what we have seen, because when the hearings began, like when Tyler got his charging documents, it was like a fire hose of information about him. You had Utah Governor Cox making statements about his political leanings. You also had FBI Director Kash Patel talking about, okay, there's DNA evidence on like the screwdriver that was found on the roof at UVU. So there was so much information right at the beginning, and it's been really clamped down. And I think that absence has caused the public, I mean, they want to know what's going on with this. And, you know, courts proceed slowly, but I'm sure the prosecution believes that if there is more evidence going into the public, then they're going to just have a better handle on things.
I like how you said that courts proceed slowly, and it's oftentimes that media is a bit faster as we're getting information out there, especially with social media. Things can spread quite rapidly. And so we also know that media access has also been a focal point in some of these hearings, with the judge placing temporary restrictions on showing some of Robinson's shackles in violation of a court order of filming close-up shots as well. It's interesting because we're looking at some of the video footage in court right now that we are allowed to play, but you're not able to see that he is, while in the courtroom, shackled. How has that sort of played out as well as you're watching?
Yeah, so, I mean, having been in the courtroom, it's really interesting because the first row is dedicated to his family, and the rest is public, so the media can be there. So the media is not allowed to film his shackles or him walking in or out of the courtroom. So there have been several violations of this where the media has accidentally shown him in ways that the defense doesn't want him to be shown. And so they've had to just stop everything. Everyone leaves the courtroom, they discuss, they come back in, and then they bring the cameraman up to the front, and they're like, okay, do you understand that this is what we want you to do? This is what we don't want you to do. And they're like, yes, we do. And then they move the camera, and then they go back at it again. So it's been a balancing act of trying to keep the media involved in this case, and then also the defense having these restrictions that Judge Graff granted. And it's been tricky so far. There have been violations, and it has also worked very smoothly in some other instances.
Absolutely. And so it's still so much to uncover as this is still ongoing. Eva, I want to ask you now, as we're looking ahead, what other future hearings are you possibly going to be following as we're continuing to see how this unfolds?
So the biggest one that we're looking forward to is the preliminary hearing, and that's going to have witness testimonies, investigative reports, digital evidence, messages that Tyler will have allegedly sent. So this is scheduled for May 18th through the 20th. So I will be there, and I'm with the rest of the world looking forward to what the investigative reports are going to show.
All right, so we certainly appreciate Eva Terry, Deseret reporter, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Anything else that we missed as we're kind of watching and still waiting for all this to unfold?
Yeah, the most important thing is just to remember that even though things are proceeding very slowly, Judge Graff and the prosecution and the defense are working really hard. And it's very obvious that Judge Graff is being fair to both sides. So things move really slowly, but I have complete faith in our judicial system here in Utah, and I have complete faith that, you know, the truth is going to be uncovered.
All right, we'll continue to keep our eyes on this case. Of course, very high profile in nature. Thanks so much, Eva, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
we do want to continue on with our top stories that we're following. And this next one takes us out to our nation's capital. I do want to put up this live vantage point that we have there on Capitol Hill, as this headline came into us as breaking news just yesterday. We got an update showing us that a federal judge has now blocked a subpoena against Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. It was again just yesterday that this judge decided to block the subpoenas that were issued in a criminal investigation into Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell by a prosecutor that has been appointed by President Trump. That judge went on to agree with Powell that the probe was an improper attempt to intimidate the central bank into cutting interest rates. So to talk a lot more about what we're seeing here in this case, I do want to now bring into the conversation legal analyst Jeremy Rosenthal. Jeremy, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Good to see you, Christina.
It's a lot to unpack here, as this came down as breaking news just yesterday that this federal judge did decide to block the subpoenas that were issued in this investigation into Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. So as we were taking a look at this from the outside looking in, can you sort of dive into what exactly happened with what that federal judge announced?
The Department of Justice, the FBI, they investigate cases, they investigate crimes. And the way that they do it is they have to get their hands on documents. They have to get their hands on records, bank records, things like this. And in this instance, they're trying to get their hands on records from a federal office building renovation that Mr. Powell was involved with. So the question is how are you going to get those documents? Well, you can get a search warrant, right? To get a search warrant, I think most folks know that you need to have probable cause, and you have to spell out your probable cause on an affidavit or on an application, and then you have to have a federal judge sign off on that and agree to give you that what you're searching for, access to an office, access to computer records, things like that. Another way we don't hear about so much is called a grand jury subpoena, and a grand jury subpoena is basically a tool that under the federal rules of criminal procedure, Rule 17 of the federal rules of criminal procedure, allow prosecutors or allow grand juries rather, essentially prosecutors through the grand jury to subpoena documents. It requires less evidence than a search warrant does. And it can only really be set aside if it's just being abused. And there's not a lot of cases where we see them just get set aside. But that's exactly what happened here. Judge Boasberg basically said, look, you guys are just trying to muscle this guy. There was an inspector general report 2 years ago, found no wrongdoing whatsoever, didn't suggest anything criminal, and basically is telling the government, well, what are you trying to do here? Right? What's your reason for issuing these subpoenas? Why do you think that this is criminal, or are you just interested in kind of pushing around Mr. Powell? And the federal court took the rare step of quashing these subpoenas. So we don't see this a whole lot.
It was interesting even to hear the remarks on the backside by Jeanine Pirro. Of course, she is the U.S. attorney there in the D.C. district. But again, I want to go back to what the judge ultimately said. It was quite strong, saying the government has offered no evidence whatsoever that Powell committed any crime other than displeasing the president. The government might as well investigate him for mail fraud because someone once saw him send a letter. That's pretty shocking to hear from a judge. It seems like it was very powerful language used to explain why they decided to block those subpoenas.
Right. Look, under the rules, it's a bit of a chicken and an egg question, right? The government is saying, look, we are investigating crime and we don't have any evidence of the crime because we're still investigating the crime. Judge, we're asking you to let us investigate the crime. So from that standpoint, the government doesn't really have much. But the fact is, you got to have more than just a hunch. You got to have more than I just don't like you. You got to have something more than that. And here, there were just the government's sort of multiplying zeros about why they want to get into this project and why they think it's criminal. And not only that, but just Judge Boasberg also listed out some of the president's Truth Social posts kind of targeting some of his adversaries. So the government just really didn't make any kind of a case at all why they were entitled to these subpoenas. And again, you don't have to have probable cause that there's a crime. That's the standard for a search warrant. Here, but you can't be using it for a purpose such as harassment. You can't engage in what we would call a fishing expedition. That's just